I
one
need
thing.
to finish what I say first.
Bro, like, listen, all right, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
I literally said they need to understand that a one-parent influence
But like I say,
is
man, you
potentially
ain't really got to let these people
detrimental.
bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you what
Do I think
what
it's
people
okay?
do.
So let's start right there. Democracy, what's going on here?
Well, we're at a very perilous moment where, the fate of the country is really unclear. We are certainly, I think, on a very swift slide towards authoritarianism. We're seeing things we never saw in the first Trump administration. We're seeing things we never expected we would see in this country. The Justice Department used to go after the political enemies of the president. We're seeing companies extorted to pay percentages to the Trump administration or the Treasury, or in some cases to pay the president personally. As we've seen with now 2 media companies capitulating to the president, one after another, paying him personally to get a merger approved or just to make a nuisance lawsuit go away. And we're seeing most painfully these masked agents roaming around the country, grabbing people indiscriminately off the streets, many in my home city of Los Angeles, citizens, non-citizens alike. We're seeing a Supreme Court that has enabled all these abuses, enabled them further. So we are at a very precarious moment that we will get through, but it falls on us, I think, every day to figure out, okay, today, what can we do to mitigate the harms until we can get to another day when we can put them behind us?
I think you're right. And I do think that the degree to which the Trump administration has doubled down on authoritarianism and fascism has surprised a lot of people, but maybe in that case given us some opportunities because a lot of folks that insisted that we were crazy to be worried about him are suddenly on board, which seems to me to be a good sign.
I think that's exactly right. People who voted for the president were hopeful that he would deliver what he said he would deliver, which was lower prices and a lower cost of living and more. And that central campaign promise has been betrayed. Instead, his tariff wars have just pushed prices up. His attacks on immigrant communities have meant that construction costs are going up. Americans' lives are getting more difficult, and that big ugly bill is about to result in just intensifying costs for health insurance. Price increases are going out of 50%, 75% increases. This is what he's delivered. And I think it is turning a lot of people who voted for him because they were deeply dissatisfied with the status quo and ready to try anything. I think it's causing him to recognize, okay, he's just making my lot worse. And the corrupt way he's going about it, the fact that as individual Americans are struggling more than ever to pay the rent and buy groceries, his personal economy is thriving like never before. He's bringing in billions to his personal and family fortune. It's all the more egregious.
Yes, and the corruption is historic. I will say that. I mean, the sheer volume that we're talking about is enormous. But while I have you here, I think many of us are aware of how bad things are going, and certainly plenty of writers are covering that. One of the things that you have recently done is introduced into Congress um, a bill to protect our democracy. It's actually called the Protecting Our Democracy Act. And I think that's a really interesting act. I'd love it if you would talk about what is in it. But the reason that I'm interested in it is because it strikes me as being both a look at where our democracy might have gone wrong and a way to think about fixing it. So, can you tell us about that and why you did it and where you hope that that will go?
Certainly. And let me start from the beginning how this whole project came about. I would say about midway through the first Trump term, I was on the House floor talking with Speaker Pelosi, and I said, it may not be too early for us to start thinking about our own post-Watergate reforms in the same way that Congress after Watergate built up some guardrails that served the country well for 50 years. Maybe we need to start working on the next set of guardrails, our own set of reforms. And she thought that was a very good idea. And she assembled a group of chairs of various committees. And we put together the first version of the Protecting Our Democracy Act, which we got passed in the House. But of course, it got killed in the Senate or stalled in the Senate. We are taking up that mantle again. And because the first Protecting Our Democracy Act was a response to a lot of the abuses in the first term, and those have multiplied, the second iteration contains even more guardrails. So it would, for example, attack the president's self-enrichment. The problem we have found with the emoluments clause of the Constitution, which should prohibit these kind of gifts of $400 million aircraft from gutteries, is that it has proven unenforceable. So this bill would create an enforcement mechanism so that we can make sure that the president is not selling U.S. policy to the highest bidder. It would apply, for example, the conflict of interest laws to even special government employees like Elon Musk. So they can't, essentially pad their own pockets or their own interests at the expense of others, their competitors, or the American people. It would do all we can to curb the abuses of the party power. It would prevent a president from dismissing a criminal case against himself. It's a whole host of things. It would increase Congress's power to hold executive accountable and enforce subpoenas instead of what we saw during the first Trump administration when effectively the president said, pound sand when we subpoenaed him. So these are some of the guardrails we want to re-erect.
Let me ask you a couple of questions about that. First of all, you said that in the first Trump term that this Protect Our Democracy Act passed through the House. That was a Democratic-dominated House. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So then the next question that I want to ask about it is that it sounds to me, and one of the reasons I feel like we're in the mess we're in is precisely because the Republican Party put partisanship above country in the two impeachment cases against Donald Trump. So a lot of what you are putting into that act, it seems to me, is legal recourse for a situation in which members of a presidential party refuse to take the idea of impeachment seriously. We've never had to deal with the emoluments clause, for example, in the past, because presidents recognize that if they broke it, they would find themselves at the losing end of an impeachment. Am I correct about that?
Oh, you're absolutely right about that. And, that gets to another realization of these difficult times, which is you can have the best written constitution in the world, and I believe we do. You can have the best written laws meant to constrain the worst impulses of human nature, and maybe we do. But none of that will be enough if people don't give meaning to their oath of office. If they're not guided by the truth, if they're unwilling to recognize facts, then none of it will be enough. And sadly, what we have seen is Republicans, I think, much to the consternation of what our founders would have anticipated, have completely sacrificed the ambition of their institution to the ambition of the president. And so that vital safeguard has come down. What I find astounding every day is we could stop all these abuses tomorrow. We could stop the lawless tariffs. We could stop the lawless and indiscriminate arrests. We could stop the president extorting media companies. We could stop all of this tomorrow if we just had a handful of Republicans who put their oath and their constitution ahead of their either fear of the president or their sycophantic desire to please the president. That's all it would take.
I have to say that has been the thing that has surprised me the most is the degree to which Republican senators have walked away from the prerogatives of the Senate. I mean, if you had sworn an oath to the Constitution and then walking away from that power, just strikes me as being mind-boggling. I really did not see that coming. Not necessarily to say they would turn against the president, but that they would protect the power of the Senate, and they're not.
That is so very true. Our most potent power is the power of the purse. It's the power to say, we're going to fund that and we're not going to fund that. And if you keep doing this, we're going to cut off the funding for this too. That's our most potent tool. And Republicans have completely walked away from it. In fact, even as we enter these discussions about the funding bill that's due at the end of this month, the president is telling us, Republicans are telling us, they're going to renege on the deal. They're going to impound funds they don't want spent. They're going to rescind funds they don't like. So they're saying, tell us your funding priorities and we're going to ignore them. We want you to agree to something, but we're going to renege on it. It's like Lucy with the football and Charlie Brown, except here Lucy is saying, I'm going to snatch that football away. I just want you to know in advance. So that's what they're telling us. And if Congress is willing to say, we're going to completely abdicate even this most important power, then what is left to constrain a runaway presidency, and in particular presidency that is heading more and more towards dictatorship?
Well, that's the real question, right? The question of why that they are willing to walk away from the prerogatives of the Senate and the prerogatives of Congress to do things like control the power of the purse, which is, of course, the very first thing that the framers of the Constitution paid attention to almost exactly 248 years ago, this moment. But also,
I think, Heather, I think the answer to the question is really two things. I think it is fear and it is ambition. It is ambition to stay in office. It is, on my Republican colleagues' point of view, it is fear of a MAGA primary. It is fear at times of personal safety, that if they cross the president, they will lose their jobs. And it is as simple and as terrible as that. Uh, I would have thought coming into this crisis that should we have ever faced a man who wanted to be a king, there would be 100 Liz Cheneys and Adam Kinzingers, and there turned out to be only two. That has been the terrible surprise. The founders did anticipate someone like Trump. Hamilton described him perfectly in describing the man who would stir up the passions of the populace and then try to ride the whirlwind. The man who would affect military heirs.
Damn, I
That would whip up
remember
the
that
passions
quote.
of people, that would denigrate the government. Described Trump to a T. What maybe he didn't anticipate is that people would so walk away from the institutional interests they so carefully architected in the Constitution.
amen. I know you don't have a lot of time because you have to run to a vote. So I want to ask you something that people always ask me. And that is, while you are working in the Senate to try and slow down the destruction that the MAGAs are causing and to try and preserve the guardrails of our democracy, what should we be doing? What can ordinary people be doing to protect democracy in this moment?
Such an important question, because at the end of the day, the most important tool we have to fight the administration is not the Congress. Or my Republican colleagues are simply unwilling. It is not the courts, even though the courts have been probably the most successful tool we've used to stop and at times delay some of the harms, but rather it's all of us. And we are seeing that play out. For example, in Chicago, they're learning the lessons that we learned painfully in Los Angeles about these masked ICE agents and the militarization of our streets. And you see parents taking immigrant children to school so that their own parents don't risk being arrested in the process. You're seeing people drop off food to immigrant households like they did during the pandemic so that people don't have to leave their house to buy food and potentially get arrested. You're seeing people donate their time in litigation. You see people take to the streets on No King's Day by the millions. You're seeing people show up at the polls in extraordinary numbers. We're seeing changes in the electorate since that disastrous presidential election, where in Republican districts you're seeing a flip of the electorate in just dramatic terms. So this is what it's going to take, and we need to disabuse ourselves of the idea that there is a magic legislative button or a perfect piece of litigation, or even a perfect and simple step that we as citizens can take. The answer is we need to do it all. But most particularly, if I had to point to one thing that we can do, and that is be courageous, be hopeful and be courageous, because what they're trying to do is make everyone afraid, to make you afraid of speaking out, to make a media company afraid of crossing the president, to make a corporation afraid, to make a law firm afraid, to make colleges afraid, to make legislators afraid. to divide us from ourselves, to pit us against ourselves, to cause people to hunker down and hide and hope to ride it out and not be noticed. But that way lies dictatorship. The alternative is a million acts of individual courage, of people standing up, of institutions standing up. It's the prosecutor who says, I'm going to leave the department before I do something unethical. It's the parent that intervenes for their neighbor to protect them from mass ICE agents. It's all of us doing what we can, all of us recognizing we can't do everything, but there is something we can do. That's what it's going to take.
It is going to take, it sounds like, we the people, which is a wonderful way to end this interview, and to thank you very much for being here, Senator. And please do come back whenever, but please do keep us posted on what happens, not only with the passage of your legislation, which seems unlikely in this particular Congress, but in discussions around it, because it does seem like a vision for moving forward to a nation that does not have to grapple again with the situation we have now, where a party is putting its own interests above the nation and where a president is trying to become a dictator.
Well, I want to end, Heather, by thanking you again. Really, you have been such a courageous champion. You have passed on such vital information to all of us. You've given us actionable items we can undertake. So thank you. Thank you to all your Substack subscribers. Thank you to my Substack subscribers as well. So grateful to you for all you're doing.
Well, back at you, and let's do it for another 6 years, Senator.
Let's do it. We will have the good fortune, we know, of watching the door hit the president in the backside on the way out.
Can't wait. Thanks a
Yeah, I
lot.
like that.
Take
Thank
care.
you. Take care.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Ooh, I actually enjoyed that interview. Adam Schiff is kind of in I wouldn't say underestimated, but if you've ever heard him speak, like he was one of the main members, or maybe the member of the January 6th committee, the original one. This guy, I'm actually surprised people don't kind of look at him as a presidential candidate. He's actually smart. If you've ever heard him over the years speak. So anyway, I hope there's some MAGA folks out there that got a little ticked off at this interview. So I am going to switch gears from this really quick, but I wanted to point out over in Augusta, Georgia, there was another, let's see, do they call it a mass shooting? Another mall shooting, at least. So I'm going to keep up with this because I'm kind of curious as to the perps. So 2 were arrested. So 2 are in custody. And I guess I could play this. Let's play this just out of curiosity. Oh, that's a live. You know what? That's a Skyview. So we don't need this. He is level-headed. He is fairly even-tempered, and that's a good thing. So I thought this was actually an actual news report. It's just a live cam. So I'll keep up with this, and we'll move on to the inevitable Trump news. Apparently, Trump did a speech before the UN today. And I'm actually we'll actually watch that speech. The speech apparently was over an hour or so. And a bunch of the world leaders, the General Assembly, like world leaders are speechifying right now. But I'm more interested in what Trump had to say. A couple hot takes he had, of course. So Trump signs order designating Antifa a domestic terrorist organization. And this was going to be inevitable. And my My thoughts on this, good luck, because Antifa, it does exist and it doesn't exist. It's one of those decentralized sort of things. And what I'm afraid of is the Trump administration specifically are going to start just calling everybody on the left Antifa. When they start calling people like Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York, an Antifa terrorist, we know all will be lost. But the interesting thing here is that the order was issued amid renewed government worries about extremist violence, with authorities identifying the fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk in Utah on September 10 as a critical moment prompting this measure. It's just, they're basically making the most of a tragedy, and quite frankly, I'm unimpressed. There's all kinds of problems with this. And before we get to Trump's speech, this caught my attention. I don't know if he talks about this at the speech, but he says NATO countries should shoot down Russian jets that violate airspace. Now, this is supposed to be the president that doesn't want new wars started. So this is the advice he gives. Hey, NATO should shoot them down. Well, that's going to start a war, Mr. President. Are you willing to commit troops? This dude is all over the place, and I fear, rumors are starting to float around that Trump is kind of, drifting into Joe Biden land, as in he's not completely in control of his administration, and I'm oddly enough beginning to drift that way myself. Why is he telling NATO to shoot down Russian jets that violate airspace if they're not, if they're just testing the boundaries? Stuff like that's been going on since the Cold War. You don't shoot down a plane because it violates your airspace. Let's start a war because some plane got off course, because that has happened before. But yeah, that's Trump. He just does not understand sanity. So let's go ahead, and this is actually time delayed. This happened a couple. Let's see, what is it? 3 o'clock, about 4 hours ago. And I was actually going to start up the show just to cover this and then go forth from there, but had some things that needed to be done, and we'll watch this speech now. And before I get into the speech, I want to point out, believe this or not, I started watching The Handmaid's Tale. I had never seen it before. I've been meaning to watch it for years and just finally got around to it. What's up, Black Knight? How you doing? I'm oh fuck. I just got through the first episode. Oh wow. It is fascinating. I'm like, this could actually happen, the way things are going. Whew. It's 6 seasons and I'm probably gonna binge watch it. Let's see. Putin's taking advantage of America under Trump, Russia poking at more countries. Well, the thing is, definitely probing, especially Poland of late. But you know what? Trump thought that Putin was going to be impressed, or Xi, they were going to be impressed because he's Donald Trump. Dude, boy, what a to quote a Looney Tunes Bugs Bunny cartoon, what an ultramaroon. Yeah, it is scarily good, Black Knight. I just got through the first episode, like just before I started the show. I'm like, holy cow, this is going to be awesome. So why was I slow to watch it? So All right. Well, let's. We may not listen to the whole speech. It's 56 minutes long, but we'll see how it goes. And this is whitehouse.gov. So also, everybody make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure if you're new to the show, you subscribe to the show. We've been doing pretty well. We need to get to 500 subscribers. That's the main thing right now. So, if you're new to the show and you actually, it's kind of your cup of tea, make sure you share it out. Once we get to 500, I'll stop pestering everybody. But, let's get this show monetized. Who knows? There might be benefits to monetization. We'll donate money to weird causes. So here is the president and future king of America, Donald Trump.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter because the teleprompter is not working.
Oh, Jesus
I
Christ.
feel very happy to be
What a
up here with
ham.
you nevertheless. And that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating
More
this
from the
teleprompter
heart?
is in big trouble.
You're a mean one, Mr. Trump. What's up, Brian Nichols?
Hello, Madam First Lady.
The Trump who stole Christmas.
Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity we inherited from the previous administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years.
Is this a UN address or a State of the Union speech? This moron, dude, nobody cares about any of that. This is a UN General Assembly, not the US Congress. I wonder if Trump knows that he's actually at the UN. Maybe he thinks he's giving a State of the Union address, maybe.
Years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States, and it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever, history of the world. And I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion. And for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. We have no choice. And other countries have no choice, because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years.
They said they were unendable.
31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister And for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen, but she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. It just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with the mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well.
What's up,
I said at the time that I would do
TMKC?
it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building, and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo. Do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago.
So what do you do when your
Project was so
escalator
corrupt that
gets
Congress
stopped?
actually
You
asked me to
keep
testify
going up, you
before them
walk, maybe?
on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate, immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3. Have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me, and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly. as though they were alive. They want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week, from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia.
Yeah, sure. Blame
while they're fighting
Europe
Russia.
for this war.
It's
What a
embarrassing
fucking
to them,
moron.
and it was very embarrassing to them when
I
found
thought
out
he
about
was
it. I
going to
can
be
tell
able
you
to
that.
stop it on day
They have
one.
to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce biological weapons convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it could be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the number one political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I can call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible, terrible mayor. And it's been so changed, so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons
What's up, tough
were
guy?
foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places.
Oop.
Yes,
You know what? Let me stop this. Yes, sir. You got
there you
comments?
are. Oh no, I was just coming. I didn't know if you could hear me. Now it's
Oh,
connected, right? You can hear me.
yeah, I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my Bluetooth wasn't connected, but it's connected now. Go ahead. My bad.
Let me since this is stopped, how is the UN authoritarian leftist? What a dude. The UN is not a government, Brian. They actually can't be authoritarian. You gotta have power to do that. So yeah, this
Hold
is
on,
this
Stanley.
is
Why are you coughing? You smoking weed, nigga?
no. I'm
sound sound
I'm
sound like
sitting
you
here.
hitting some
Uh,
good weed over there.
no,
Don't
it's
lie.
been
It's
it's
okay.
been
It's okay.
well,
You don't have to lie to me, Stanley. It's all right if you're
well, let
smoking
me
weed.
let me put it to you this way. I wouldn't do it in the house if I was,
Really?
but
Oh, okay.
yeah, hell no.
That's the best place to smoke. Relax in your
No,
house.
it gets in the curtains and the carpet and everything. No, no, no. You got to do it outside. Do it in the great outdoors.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I like to relax and chill in my house, watch
No,
movies.
cannot.
You know,
Smoking in the house is bad. I can't, and especially if there are kids there, which they're not. Any
yeah, I
kids
don't do it.
around, but
Yeah. If
yeah,
my
all the
daughter was there, I'd go
particles get
outside.
carpet and into the curtains and stuff, and smoke is literally particulate matter, so it can be a problem doing it inside.
Yeah, I guess.
So let's see, you cook nasty food in your house. Weed doesn't stick like cigs.
That nigga's stupid.
You know what? Well, you know what? I guess if you think my food is if you think my food is nasty, I will not be inviting you over for dinner. And
Right?
yeah, it's like, what kind of comment is that?
Shit, I want to play, nigga. I know your ass be throwing down, nigga. Fuck what they talking about, nigga.
As
Make
a
sure I
matter
get a plate.
as a matter of fact, I've mixed up some tortilla dough. And
Okay,
when I'm
okay.
done with this show, I will be making tortillas, and I got a couple of chicken thighs that I'm going to cut up. So, hey, that's just
But
more for me. That's more for me, Palomino.
no,
Plus, you
nigga,
eat oat.
I want some. Nigga, you can't just leave me out.
Well, you're on the other side of the country. Come on over. But let me put it to you this way. This dude who thinks he's a horse, it's a very bad case of body dysmorphia. So, I mean, believe it or not, I got Quaker oats up in the pantry. So you'll eat good anyway, there, pony boy.
Yeah.
So let's
Hey,
get
actually,
back
that's good
to
for you. Oats are good for you, actually.
you know what? I need to make some oatmeal cookies. I've been meaning to do that. But
Oh shit, you know how to
let's
make
get back to
cookies too,
Mr.
man?
Trump. Hmm?
Hey man, why you giving this nigga so much shine, man? Fuck Trump, man. Why you
Well,
giving
he
him
he
so much
is.
shine?
Hey, he is the president.
That's
I
true,
mean,
but
he
like
gotta give him some attention. He's ruining the country. You gotta.
when you started the show, did you play our music?
Oh yeah, I always do.
Oh, okay, just make a show. You know what I'm saying? Make a show.
No, dude. Like I said, well, hey, did you see the? I released it as a like a short video.
Oh, you did?
If you, yeah, and actually, it like for my shorts, it's probably like 20 or 22, I think. People seem to like it a lot.
Yeah.
So,
Cool. Let's
so
keep it
let's
going,
go.
Stanley.
We will keep it going. Let's get
Yeah.
back to Donald Disaster here.
From where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%. And in
What's up, Sin
Switzerland,
Seven? Good to see you.
72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did. They repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going.
Oh my
to hell.
God! Did you hear that? He's really
In
good at this
America, we've
stuff.
taken bold action to swiftly
You think
shut
Donald
down
Trump is
uncontrolled migration.
aiming to be
Once we
president of the
started
world?
detaining and deporting everyone who
Maybe.
crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not
He probably
coming
does
anymore.
feel
We give
that
them
way.
a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore.
You never know how
This
people
was
feel.
a humanitarian act for all involved because on the
SD,
trips
how
up,
you doing? Good to see you.
thousands of people a week were dying.
Hey,
Women were
Stanley,
being
press
raped.
pause real quick.
Nobody's ever seen anything
Okay.
like it.
I
Raped,
wanna hear your thoughts on
horribly
this real
beaten.
quick. Real quick. What are your thoughts on like cults and cult leaders and people that are able to like you remember that dude in Waco,
Oh yeah, David Koresh.
David Koresh? Like, isn't that interesting? Or like the
Not
dude,
particularly.
or like the dude that
Jim Jones in Guyana.
yep, or the new pastor that just got busted recently in Miami, or was it South Carolina? What's his name?
I think
Brandon.
I heard, was that the one who was it was something with children, like he had pictures or child pornography or something?
No. This is the pastor that he made $50 million in donations off of having basically slaves, people working for him. He had like these
Really?
different yeah, he had these
You
different
don't have
properties.
no, I did not hear about that.
Yeah, so he had about like 4 different properties, 4 different states, and he had call centers, and he had the people working for free getting donations, and they wasn't paying them, and so it was like a trafficking ring, some crazy
You
shit,
gotta,
bro.
so you don't have a link. I'll have to find that one.
Yeah, it's
I
crazy,
did
bro. His
not.
name
You said it was in South Carolina?
was just look up pastor. It's well, the I think the lady was in
Just
Florida.
look up pastor in slavery.
No, just put pastor. What was he doing? He was doing $50 million fraud. Basically, or just put pastor and trafficking.
Okay, I'll find it.
Yeah, because he
Let me respond to Sin here. I have one crack on John. Only one crack, Sin? Ooh. He's batting like 900. I have one crack on John. Did you see him claim that Bob had gone in panel from his airplane cockpit when it was obviously a car interior? Look, John is fucking high and drunk all the time. You know what? He keeps calling AAE Porsche, and I think he even called Vanta Black HB. John is out of his mind half the time on his panel. So he's liable. Shit, he's liable to say anything. It's part of his charm, right, Sin?
Raped on the trip up, the journey up. It was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against
what
human
does arduous
trafficking
mean?
throughout the region.
Stanley?
Hard.
A victory.
Hard.
We saved
Like a hard journey, an arduous journey.
Make the
It's kind of
journey.
like a
That journey
difficult,
was
hard,
loaded up with death.
that sort of thing.
Okay, I might use
Loaded
that
up with
again. That's
death.
cool.
Dead
Arduous.
bodies all along.
See, I
Yeah.
like that. I
All
love
along
using
the
new
roads
words,
and
man.
jungles.
I'll be trying to
Led
remember
up
them though.
against
That's the
the
hard part is
jungles,
remembering and
against the
remember what it
areas
means.
so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation. Areas so hot that you couldn't breathe.
Arduous, hard,
Dead
difficult.
bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public.
I was surprised when you
I
knew
was very
accountants,
proud
man.
to see
I
this
was
group
like
have the highest poll
impressed.
numbers they've ever had. Part of it is
Countenance?
because of what we've done on
Countenance,
the
yes.
border. I guess the other part is
Look, let me tell you something. I've been I'm a lifelong reader, and a lot of times And the one thing I love about a Kindle, and someone on John's in John's chat a few days ago asked, well, where's that stack of books? John was criticizing my messy room like some bitch. And someone in his chat basically asked, well,
Oh
where's
yeah.
that stack? Where's that stack of books that dude, I switched to Kindle like 10 years ago. I have probably 300 books just on my Kindle or in the cloud. Books to me, I do have a few books, but the only books I buy these days are ones that are I can't get on Kindle. Sometimes old books, you have to go to used bookstores and stuff.
That's how my
But
grandpa is. He reads hella books. He don't even watch TV unless it's like sports or news. If
right,
it's sports or
and
news or westerns. He likes westerns
oh,
too.
dude, I could sit all day watching
Yeah,
westerns. Like
yeah.
what
My
is it?
grandpa, he
The
loved
Western
westerns.
Channel,
Boy,
dude.
that's my grandpa right there. My step grandpa. My real grandpa, he died, but I still got a
Hmm.
grandpa that's alive. He's my step grandpa. He was the one that married my grandma. My grandma died,
Hmm.
but he's still alive. So he's my only grandparent, basically, that's living.
Right.
So
But I
crazy.
was going to say, look, a lot of times, and the wonderful thing about a Kindle is that if you're reading a book or something like that and you don't know what a word is, you look it up right there on the spot. Just
Yeah, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Yeah,
highlight the word, and it'll go to the internet and find the definition. So, I mean, a lot of people read with a dictionary nearby. To me, that's the best way to learn words and word usage. So,
yeah.
there
Well,
are a
I
lot
like
of
to apply
benefits.
the word. So it's not just about learning the word
Yeah,
for
well, I
me.
mean,
It's
if
about
I mean, when you read it in a sentence in a book, it's already applied.
right. No, I'm saying for me, I like to learn it and then
Oh, oh,
apply
oh,
it.
oh.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So not only
All
do
right.
I want to learn it, but I want to start readily using it like
Right.
normally, like more like just regular words, like you know what I'm saying,
Well,
that
yeah,
we
just
use.
incorporate it into your vocabulary.
But that's the whole thing is I really love those old fucking, like not Shakespeare, but you know what I mean, like you remember those like knights and kings and like the European, like the way they talk and shit like
Hmm.
that. Like I think what was that?
Old English.
Yeah, the old English, but it's kind of like what's that TV show that everybody used to watch back in the day?
Downton
Thrones,
Abbey. Oh,
Game of
Game of
Thrones.
Thrones. You know
It's
what?
like the way
That'll
they.
be my next. That's going to be my next binge watch. I've literally never seen an episode of it.
Me either, actually. You know what? We should actually get into that up. Hey, that's what we'll
Well,
do.
I
We'll
don't know.
start it
At some point, I
and we'll
may
talk about it.
actually. Yeah, I need to find out if I could do something like that, say
That's just
on one of
content, bro.
the
We could do that. You watch an episode,
well,
I'll watch an episode, we could talk
not on
about it.
YouTube, not on YouTube. I think we could probably do it on Discord. So,
No,
at
but I'm
some
saying as
point,
far as like reactions, we could do reactions or like what we thought about the episode, shit like that.
yeah, but can you do it without showing clips?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, people will talk about it. Hey, we saw episode whatever, and let's talk about it. But to me, it's actually helpful, to be able to
Show
show the
certain clips.
clip.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I think you could show like I mean, if it's like 15 seconds, if it's not like a full, you know, thing. I mean, I'm sure you can cut some pieces up and stuff like that, and just put fair use on it. So when you show a clip, just put a label fair use, and you're only using a couple of seconds of it. So you give them, usually when you give people their credits or their, say this is
Mhm.
from UMG Music Group or whatever. You know what I'm saying? This is this artist and whatever. So if you give them their credits and you put fair use, then they usually ain't gonna mess with you because you're giving them their shine. You're not saying it's yours. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So I think you're good when you do stuff like that, when you give everybody their credit to where, you know what I'm saying, you're just using it
Right.
as fair use and that's it. It's not like you're using the whole thing and it's not like you're copyright infringing or doing anything to where it's like illegal. You're just showing it,
Right.
hey, I like this clip. This is what we're talking about, and make it short to where it's not the whole thing to where they can try to cut you off or some shit like that, you know?
Right. All right.
But
Well,
yeah,
let's get back to
45,
disastrous
47.
Donnie here. 47. Well, 45 and 47.
Is what we've done in the economy.
Oh, by the way,
Biden's
look at the
policies
title of the
empowered
show.
murderers.
I have to give credit to Dicapriono. He said 47 sick to fuzz on Kimmel. And we'll talk about Kimmel in a bit.
Did he get his show
Mandatory
back?
smugglers, child traffickers,
He did.
drug cartels,
And
Okay,
we're
good.
going to cover that.
prisoners from all over the world.
I was
The
gonna say
previous
why would
administration
they
also
take a show
lost more
from
than
him when Donald Trump
300,000
talks
children.
about
Think of
free
that.
speech
They
and shit all
lost
the goddamn time?
more than 300,000 children,
We'll talk
little
about that.
children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country and we'll find out and we'll figure it out and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem. And also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way. People don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we've virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. For this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad, so expensive to operate. And they have to be rebuilt all the time. And they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived. And it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world? But
Could you
barely
call
use them?
this
You know,
rambling
coal,
and incoherent?
gas.
Anybody from the
use
chat? I mean,
almost
this is
anything, but
really
they don't
just
like wind.
jumping all over the
They sure as
place
hell
with
like
nothing
selling the
particularly
windmills.
connected.
Europe, on the other hand, is a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way,
A
and
very
on
sick
energy.
path.
They were going green and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in and they went back to where they were with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe. You can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a
But they'll
fantastic
still
job.
cross
And
the
yes, I
street if they
called in
see
the
a
National
black man,
Guard,
though, right?
and the National Guard took care of business, and they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the prime minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous...
I'm going to make a point here. Why does he think that his position as American president gives him the right to chastise other countries like this? What
Because
is
we're
he?
America.
Okay, dude, it has literally never been like that. Okay, what Americans
That don't mean
okay,
that don't mean
what
things can't
Americans
change.
what
Things do change.
Americans and presidents, but Americans in general don't understand is other countries think their countries are the greatest places on earth too. Okay,
No, but a
he's
lot
the
of these people look at to us for everything, though. Let's be honest.
no, you would be incorrect. They don't look to America for everything.
Well, I'm just saying, as far as not looking to America for everything, but we are
Well,
like
you use the word everything though.
well, let me fucking finish, god damn it.
Okay, well, did you well, what I need you to do before you
No,
finish
here we
is
go. Here we
admit
go, Stanley. See?
well,
This
no,
is what you gotta work on.
this is what
You don't let people
I
talk.
do not have no. I
See,
want to call
okay,
out the use
I'm
of.
giving you a criticism. You don't want to hear me, but okay,
Well,
keep going.
I hear the
No,
criticism,
keep
but
going.
dude,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
if you literally use the world looks to America for everything, you're simply incorrect. It literally invalidates your argument.
Well, I'm saying well, you didn't let me finish, and this is the whole thing. You take things too
I
literal.
heard
You
the
like my
word
grandfather.
everything.
I'll be like, "What's up?" He'd be like, "The sky."
See,
That's my grandfather. So I
okay,
already
well,
know how
you know what?
you don't have to be.
I like your grandfather better already.
He'd be like Hayes for horses and shit like that. That's And then he always want to correct me when I say something wrong. You know what I'm
You
saying?
know what?
That's my grandfather.
That's what grandfathers do.
Okay, well, you grandpa ass nigga, listen to what I'm telling you with my young ass nigga. Listen to my young ass nigga.
Because
All
I
I'm
am about 20 years older than you, right?
Yeah, you are literally like my father's age. I tell you that all the time. But you remind me of my grandfather, though. You're my father's age, but you remind me of my step grandfather, my grandpa David. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, what was I saying? I was saying something, and I was rudely
Something
interrupted.
about the world looks to America for
Oh,
everything.
okay, no, okay. So what I was trying to convey was, I think that we are like the the exception to the rule when it comes to other countries because we are the biggest entertainment capital. So people do look at us and they copycat us. They
Okay,
look at
well,
how
you
we
need
do
to
things in
under.
our culture and they do take a lot from us, is what I was trying to explain to you. But you took
Okay,
it
well,
as I'm
let me
saying
help you out.
everything in literal and
Well,
not
you
listening to what
literally
I'm
said
trying to say.
everything.
Well,
Now,
let
let
me
me
be,
ask
I
you
was
a
being more
question.
specific. I was giving you more details to the
Thank
everything.
God. That's my point. But the other thing, so if they look to us for entertainment, they don't necessarily look for Trump to how to control their own borders.
Well,
Entertainment is entertainment. How to govern your country should not be America's responsibility.
true, but I mean, if you look at it, he has been buckling down on shit. He
Okay,
kicking
all
people
I have
out.
to say,
He kicking people out. He ain't playing. Like, this is the first time I've seen a president as active as he is. He's just like he's actually doing shit. And I mean,
okay, and
we
he's
may not
doing
agree with it all. We may not agree with it all, but maybe there's a method to the madness. It's just like
no,
a
there is
child.
no
It's just like a
method.
child. But listen, see, that's what I mean. I'm not done yet. I'm almost done though. It's just like a
Well, speak in
child.
short sentences.
Oh, see, you just like me. We like to interject when we don't like something. So we got that in
Well,
common.
no,
But
it's not that I don't, dude. I don't care. Look, what I'm trying to do is help you understand that an active president doesn't necessarily mean he's doing the right things. I think
I didn't
Trump.
say that.
uh,
I said we may not agree with what he's doing, but maybe there's a method to his madness. We don't know. It's
and
just like
my
a child trying
response
to
to
tell a
that.
parent. It's just like a child trying to tell a parent what to do, and the parents like, I have a little bit more experience than your ass. We are not
Okay, well,
presidents. We
let
never
me
been in the
help you
position
out
he
here.
is in because
That
he's
is
been around money and
literally
those type of people all the time. That's something we have
that
opinions
is
about, but he's
that
actually
is
literally doing it.
it's literally a trash argument you're making. Number one, what experience does he have other than bumbling his first term?
Well, he was
Trump,
40, he was
okay, dude, now
45
you're
president.
interrupting me.
Well, you did it
Okay,
to me.
and he didn't do a good job.
You
If
did
he
interrupt
did,
me, though. You know that, right?
okay, I don't really care about that. What I'm saying is that if he did such a great job in his first term, he would have been reelected.
Well, I didn't say he did such a great job.
So his experience is trash. He didn't do a good job. All I'm saying is that America is good at entertainment, the cultural arts, movies, whatever. Okay, but Donald Trump literally does not know enough to be lecturing other countries about how to govern people, countries that are thousands of miles away. dude does not know history. He does half the time. Some of the bumbles he's made on just simple geography. I'm
Hmm.
sorry. This speech is coming off like the great white father of the world. Okay, it's paternalistic. And Donald Trump is
Why
not
you give him
that.
so much credit though? Like, why do y'all do that? Y'all be giving this man way too much. Like, yes,
I
he's the
do.
president. Yes, yeah, because y'all like so opinionated about what he does, but does it really affect you?
Yes, it will if he keeps this up. Okay,
How?
let me tell you,
How does it
let me give
affect
you
you specifically?
let me give you an example, and it won't be me specifically, but I caught an Uber.
Okay, but if
To
it doesn't
hold
concern you
on,
specifically, why do you even
let me
care?
because I talked to the lady and she had some interesting things to say.
Okay.
She literally said, "Hey, we're in a recession. Donald Trump just won't admit it." Now, this
Hmm.
woman has like a business degree and all that. And it's not like she's some, super genius at finances. But you know what? She was absolutely right. Okay. His thing about grocery prices going down or gas being real cheap, it's simply not true. And she literally she got laid off from her last job. She was in human resources, and I was wondering, well, what were you, a government worker? Her other experience is she had been offered a job with the IRS, and
Hmm.
a couple weeks after they said, "Hey, look, we want you to come do this job," they were like, "Nope, we're sorry, we gotta rescind the offer." So Donald Trump, there are a lot of people on the ground that he is, in my opinion, he's really painting a rosy picture of something that's not true. Okay, jobs are at their lowest point in quite some time. Inflation is not under control. It's literally higher for certain types of inflation than it was a year ago. These tariffs that he wants to take credit for, we will be hearing whether he can even do it constitutionally in November. Okay, he's claiming victories he doesn't have. He's counting chickens before they're hatched. All I'm saying is that I seriously believe um, the tariff money, France doesn't pay, for instance, France doesn't pay money on stuff they export to the United States. The taxpayer does. Okay, tariffs are a tax. So it's really the American people that are ponying up 17 billion for whatever it is he's talking about. Um, Countries, France isn't going to pay the tariff on whatever it is they send. The people who buy the imports or the exports from France, they're paying that 17 billion. Okay, Donald Trump is not being upfront about this. And unfortunately, his voters, I don't know. They're drinking some Kool-Aid and they're gonna be handing um he's selling a bill of goods. And then he wants to go and, hey, I deserve a Nobel Prize, or hey, y'all in Europe need to control your borders. Dude, he's crashing the United States. Okay. He is not all that. And people need to read the newspapers. They should already have some knowledge of civics. Congress isn't doing shit, and I'll stop whining, but Donald Trump is painting a picture that actually doesn't exist. And Brian Nichols, Zimbabweans, what the fuck is a Zimbabwean? Which country is Zimbabwe? Can you help me out with that? If you're going to be an asshole, at least spell it right. So let's get back to dodging Donnie.
This asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to
Why
stop
is
seeing
he?
them
Why
ruining
does
that
he care
beautiful
about North Sea
Scottish
oil
and
other
English
than there's a
countryside
world market?
with
Why is he talking
windmills
on
and
shit he doesn't know
massive
about?
solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland.
Mm,
But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening.
Now, see,
You know,
this again, this is wordplay. They said it could happen. Okay, could doesn't mean will. It's literally he's blowing smoke.
it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world. But then it started getting cooler. So now they could just call it climate change because that way they can't miss. It's climate change. Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign, they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the president of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint. We must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and he'd fly back and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. Cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows. And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco. And then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bill.
Let me also just stop this right quick and point out this is whitehouse.gov that we're watching. C-SPAN also covered it, but I put in this crawl at the bottom of the screen here. I think every American, with an internet connection should subscribe to whitehouse.gov because, believe it or not, it's a pretty slick website, and all these speeches that Trump makes, including the daily press briefings that Caroline Levitt gives, they're all right there. At a minimum, you should be aware of what the White House is putting out. So I hate to advertise, but I think it's a great website, and they, for better or for worse, you can keep up with what, the mind of Donnie.
Bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. We have an expression, drill, baby, drill. And that's what we're doing. We're going to be much lower in a year from now. But they've come way down over the last year. As a result, every air conditioner is very uncommon to see one in some of these countries because the electric costs are so high. So while the U.S. has approximately 1,300 heat-related
Dude,
deaths
what did he
annually,
do before? What do we do before air conditioners?
175,000 people to heat deaths each year.
Dude, this dude
Because
is
the costs
a
are so expensive, you
walking
can't turn on an air conditioner. What is that all
manufacturer
about?
of
That's not Europe.
ignorance.
That's not the Europe that I love and know. All in the name of pretending to stop the global warming hoax. The entire globalist concept of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on themselves and radically disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate. That's why in America I withdrew from the fake Paris Climate Accord, where, by the way, America was paying so much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet. In
my opinion, he's looking more and more like a Russian dictator.
Like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, United States has been taking.
He knows a lot about scams.
For many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed.
He should really say that it would be funny, actually, if he just said, hey, look, the Paris Accords are the Trump stakes of climate change. See, that would actually be funny. You know, the Paris Accords are the Trump University of climate change policies.
To hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful.
Charlie's Girl, this is the first time in my 60 years that I really wish that I'd taken a different path in life, one that was like politics. Who knows? Maybe I could be the next Obama if I'd chosen the right path. My first act of president would be I don't give a F about how much money it costs. I'm going to tear down that ballroom and restore the Rose Garden. It is an insult to America and American history to build this ballroom. It is literally white trash, a white trash fantasy. And I'm, you know, and it's esoteric. It's kind of, you know, something that I probably, you know, it's not the biggest thing, biggest failing of Donald Trump. But I'm telling you right now, it is just disgusting and an insult to American history. And or if I didn't tear it down, I would literally turn it into a homeless shelter. You know, if it's going to be the people's house, let it be the homeless people's house.
Coal, you can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations.
Robust? That was
help
definitely,
nations.
he
We're gonna
meant
help
robust,
nations.
folks.
But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt, incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk. We had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. but he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this? Unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values really that we hold so dear. Together, let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage.
Brian Barron won't be old enough to be president in 2028.
Deserts and trekked over wide open plains.
If you knew American history or something about civics, you probably know that.
And they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride, with sweat, with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous task of protecting the nations that they built belongs to each and every one of us. So together, let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and to our citizens. Let us protect their borders. ensure their safety, preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight, fight, fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace and a world that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can happen. It will happen. It will happen, and I hope it can happen and start right now, right at this moment. We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
All right. Well, Deacon Dave, were you inspired, Deacon Dave? Hit the link if you want. I would definitely. Dirty, what's up, man? How you doing? Hit the link. I'm actually kind of curious to know. Or are you over on Hood Conservatives? I asked Hood Conservative to because he's doing something rather interesting right now. So that's going to be a change of program. But Sharon Bracey is debating conservative men, black men. And I wonder if he's equipped to actually do that, to be honest. So I'm definitely curious. My approach is ad hominem them and then deal with whoever is the last standing or the last crying. Like if you start crying after I ad hominem you, you're not worth talking to. But, that's just my method. So let's get through these stories rather quickly. The MAGA movement is not a debating society, and I actually had the part that I wanted to highlight here. This second paragraph, I think, was it. Something interesting that J.D. Vance said, and I happened to see this speech. What's up, Deacon Dave? Let me get through this story right quick. It's just a paragraph. J.D. Vance said something rather interesting. It says here, at no point have either Trump or J.D. Vance or any of their fellow travelers shown any particular concern for truth, fairness, or accuracy. Recall that the vice president, who was J.D. Vance, said during the campaign that he would fabricate stories such as the false charge that Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio were stealing and eating the pets of their white neighbors. John Galt did like a month of shows on that false claim. If that is what it took to get the attention of the press, this is a quote from J.D. Vance, if I have to create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Vance said. And I saw that interview. I can't remember who it was with, but this is not taken out of context. The character doesn't matter in American politics anymore. And in my personal opinion, if you have character, say like even someone like a Kinzinger or Liz Cheney, or we saw Senator Schiff, character in politicians doesn't matter anymore. And I remember, I'm old enough to remember back in the Reagan days in the 80s where, and definitely during Bill Clinton's campaigns, especially the first one, and I think the second one as well, he got a lot of flack for his lack of character. Character used to matter in American politics, and I literally will argue that character mattered and it stopped mattering after Obama. Even Bush Jr. had character, whether you liked his character or not, there were some things that he would not do. He just had some views that, the left didn't particularly agree with, but he was a man of character. Obama, I'll give credit to as well. He was a man of high moral character. Trump broke that mold. Character doesn't matter anymore. Some of the things that he did after Charlie Kirk's death, it's obvious he doesn't give a shit about character as long as his agenda gets accomplished. I talked yesterday about that attorney. I think he was actually a U.S. attorney. I think he was head of the Eastern Virginia district, who was tasked with going after Letitia James. And you know what? He couldn't find shit, apparently. Nothing that would be worth prosecuting, because the way the feds do it, they're not going to bring a case to court if they don't think they have a very good chance of winning. And apparently this guy didn't think he had a good enough case. So, Trump threatened to fire him. He wound up quitting. And Trump has appointed it's not quite a special prosecutor. Maybe he's replacing that guy with someone from within the White House to go after Letitia James. Trump is literally openly, nakedly going after people he considers political enemies. And he, I guess other presidents have done it, but they were much more subtle. The dude is literally just a fucking clod, in my opinion. So that's that. But Vance in this, they will fabricate stories. Charlie Kirk, the left being responsible, declaring Antifa a domestic terrorist organization. It is literally fabrication. And, MAGA needs that raw meat to eat or to stay, I guess, interested in politics. So it's kind of sad, but Trump has a shelf life. Thank God for that. Dave, you're up here. What you got to say? Any thoughts on Trump's very, this was not the kind of speech an American president used to give to a UN General Assembly?
I agree. I agree with a lot of what you said. I just think that it's necessary for the time. The people who go at the right, the political right, they tend to be low character these days as well. I'm not excusing Trump. Not excusing Trump.
Well, no, I'm not sure I disagree.
But I think that for those who wanted the right to have some kind of a backbone, Trump was the necessary evil.
That is that is an interesting point. I've heard this argument before. So Trump is the bitter pill to lurch the company. Well, we do have a businessman as president.
That does work. Man.
No, I'm not going to even bother, because I don't disagree with your argument. Essentially what you're saying is subtlety was not necessary. We just needed some authoritarian. And actually a lot of people, as a matter of fact, I can't remember, it was maybe Vance who basically said that, they will, and I'm very much paraphrasing, I'm talking about the spirit because I don't remember the exact quote, but to the point that Vance said, hey, if it takes a lie to deal with what MAGA thinks the problems in America are, they're going to do it by any means necessary. There is someone on the MAGA team, maybe it was what's his name, Steve Bannon, who basically said that, hey, you know what, we're gonna do what we need to do to get the country back to where we think it should be, and then we can start following the laws after that. So what you're saying is not unusual, or I don't think this would be the way to do it, but it would take a strong leader to do it. And Biden did the whole country a disservice by not just doing his one term. That is, to me, that's the linchpin of how we got Trump. And then, of course, Obama. That's the racist reaction to Obama. But that's kind of a different show.
I think that the JD Vance thing, I think that's BS. I think JD really believed that they were eating the pets over there, and that's why he said it.
And you know what? He just literally was proven wrong.
Yeah, I do think he believed it though. Now there was
if he literally believed that and didn't actually go in and do any sort of investigation or proof of concept, to me that disqualifies him for even being anywhere near reigns of power. He believes
that would definitely satisfy the lust of the left.
Like, okay, dude, that is a very much lesser version of Bush using the pretext of WMDs to go into Iraq. He was going to do it no matter what, but he tried to pass off WMDs. Kind of the same thing. Oh, by the way, I showed a story, or it was a video about a month ago. Springfield is not doing well. They miss the Haitians now.
I don't buy that.
Oh no, dude, they just like John does street interviews. No, these were people who live in Springfield.
Nah, I don't think I can buy that.
Hey, you are in Ohio. How far are you from Springfield?
Let me check. Give me a second.
You need to whip out a map. All right. Well, while he's doing that, I really want to just go back and listen to this. This is all out of order. I'm I have news stories, but this is just kind of burning a hole of Sharon Bracey, black
6
conservative men. Oh shit. Damn, that's a ways. Well, you're an Ohioan. You're an Ohioan. If you don't buy the story, who am I to tell you? I think that, it was very convincing what I saw. I'll have to go back and find it, if I think about it, and I, still think it's important. But, they went into Springfield. It wasn't just some theory. They did kind of man on the street type interviews. But your buddy and I am skipping over about 7 news stories just to bring you this. This is on Hood's channel, the Hood Conservative 2. I didn't know he had 2 channels, but this is Sharon Bracey versus conservative men, and I did ask permission.
Okay, I'm back. Can you hear my black ass?
Yeah, we hear you.
Are you talking out of your ass?
Shut up, motherfucker. All right, go ahead. My bad.
I was about to say I've asked Hood Conservative in the past. He pretty much said he doesn't care, about reviewing his show. But I did ask him again, and then I switched back over here, so I don't see his response. But I don't think he'll have a problem.
Hey, Deacon Dave, why you call yourself Deacon?
It was choir boy before, but there was an old drunk in my neighborhood, and his name was Dave. He always wore a suit.
Mm-hmm.
Was he an actual deacon?
Yeah, yeah. He used to be in the church. He used to be in the church real tough, but like 98-degree days, he's outside sweating the suit out with a bottle of rose. Hey, thank you. So I was
That's
drunk
crazy.
as hell. I was drunk as hell one summer in my life. Back in 2003. I was in
Hmm.
college. I was drunk. I was dressed for an event. And I came home to my hometown. And I was reeking of whatever I was drinking. And they referred to me as that. So I said, you know, I like it. And I kept the name.
Yeah. Okay. I was just wondering where the deacon came from.
Well, did you sober up or did you keep drinking?
Kept drinking. That was
Now, see,
the most effed up. That was probably the most messed up year of my life, man.
Really?
Yeah, I
Well,
ruined a lot of stuff that year.
oh shit.
But redemption is
Well,
sweet, so it doesn't matter.
oh, absolutely. And you know what? We all have bad years.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you.
You're not gonna get a whole lot of reproval from me. Just you seem good now. That's all that really matters.
That was rock bottom, and I've only been up since then. So it's kind of like a reminder. It's a constant reminder never to go back to that. But you know,
Good for you.
we all have our own demons.
We all have our journey. And
Very
to
true,
be
man.
honest,
Very true, man.
all I have to say, to be honest, salute to you. Everyone has those years, so salute. So anyway, this is our Hoodservative. He was on Nightish early this morning too.
Nightish is crazy as hell.
No, you know, it's so funny. I actually think Nightish is rather creative. He is a good host, and you know, John Galt obviously doesn't think so, but Nightish is pretty fucking creative. Like artsy creative, something that I wish I could be, but I'm just not that interested. So
just take an AI course. You'll be right and caught up.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. But let's actually listen to this. And if Hood strikes me, I'm going to expect you to be my lawyer, there, Dave.
Oh yeah, I need to see the letter of permission.
Well, no, I texted it. I think I went into his chat. This is like a year ago, and but I think he'll be okay. I could go over to Sharon's and do it from there, but because I don't think Sharon
you're safer with Hood. Trust me. Because
okay.
I like guys.
Yeah, no. You know what? I think you're probably right.
Yeah, Sharon
I don't think
female behavior. I don't trust it.
Dude, I'm retired. I never have a bad day. But thank you for asking there, Slick. Good to see you. I think Hood will be okay.
Yeah, that's good.
He'll just go, that's what, that's Stanley show. It's just that's what women do.
You're a pseudo PhD. You have no PhD.
Let me turn this up.
You have no
And I actually am here's the premise of this. Now, Sharon's a good guy and all that, but I've never been up on his panel because I don't see the need to go up there. I think our politics are more or less aligned. There are very few, and forgive this, but there are very few blacks that I'm aware of on this internet that are good at politics. And Hoodservative is not one of them, by the way, but he might be the best of the worst. I have to give him that credit. So, and Dave, actually, you're not bad. Actually, you're probably better than hood conservative, to be honest.
No, I
Now that I
wouldn't say
think
that.
about it.
No,
Oh,
I
I
think
would.
he's an abstract thinker. He could build on certain concepts
Okay, but
and
see,
ways.
the problem is
What's the best of the worst, Stanley? What's that?
running a country is not political philosophy or political theory. It is nuts and bolts politics. Okay, you don't run a country on theory. You don't run a military unit on theory. You do what you know works. So that's why I would say you are more a nuts and bolts guy. Sometimes you got to bust a few heads. You know, Trump is kind of, I'd have to even give Trump a little bit of credit. You know what? He thinks it ought to be this way. He's willing to go out and threaten. He's willing to bend, if not outright defy the Constitution to do it. So for pragmatism points, Trump gets an A.
All right, we got some credit.
He has a vision. Well, I've often said sometimes I don't disagree with Trump's goals. It's the method that I have a problem with.
Yeah,
So anyway, let's. Oh, I've said it a lot of times, and I think Donald Trump is a man of low character. I think I would almost rather J.D. Vance be president. But anyway, let's. I don't think Sharon, and to be honest, I don't know who these other people are. Izzy Bands, I'm vaguely aware of. Don't know who this P is up here. I don't think any of these.
PhD.
Oh well, I definitely know she's not good at politics.
No, she's a chick.
But we all know.
Well, I think there are women that are good at politics. I think Jean Kirkpatrick was good, for instance.
You have no intellectualism, and you definitely.
I think Shirley Chisholm was good at politics.
Yeah, she ran for president.
You have to always put. You have to always put some salt in the game.
And this is delayed. It's live, but I went back to the beginning. So anytime you need me to stop it, feel free to do it.
I'm a grown man, little girl. Which house? How many? Which house? Which one of my houses?
So see, hey Stanley, see this is the problem. I already have a problem with this.
I can't get put out something that.
Like,
go ahead.
You can't have a serious conversation about politics with a woman on the panel because you just can't. You can't unless she is like from a political sphere, especially somebody who just hates men anyway. That it's a huge distraction and a waste of time. Like before they even get into any of the meat.
You say that.
It's true. So before they get into the meat of the conversation,
I'm not going to disagree with you.
He's got to dress her down. You can't even get to the conversation.
No, you don't need to do all that. But look, I think people tend to look at politics through their own personal lens. If you are going, because Sugar Bum, you know who she is?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, going back and forth with her a little bit on she's a man hater for sure. And
yeah, that's why you just ignore him.
No, you know what? I'm never going to ignore something that I can make a good joke on.
You could do that, but you're never going to get nowhere trying to talk serious with those people around or with a microphone. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I think you're a little more dismissive, but I'm not going to say you're absolutely wrong. PH Diva, I have heard, Bomb Cherry. Yeah, they just, they look at politics through a feminist lens instead of a practical lens. And, you're always going to come. There's some problems, and I think you pretty much describe the problems. You literally have to be objective and a critical thinker to actually, in my opinion, do a good job in discussing politics. And almost no one on this panel meets those criteria. Sharon doesn't either.
Yeah, look at him. He looks like a fucking lady boy.
Oh, no. Let's not get personal. Let's just.
Fuck that dude.
Oh, come on now. Put on
I don't respect
put
little
on
bitch
your
ass niggas. I don't
put on
respect
your
them.
well, I mean, are you offended that I'm showing it? I just thought it would be
No. That's cool. I'm tripping. Maybe I'm tripping.
all right.
And she got up on
Why were you
my
talking about you
platform
could
and
sleep
said
in
this.
any car
But
that you want to?
again, you got to
multiple
deflect
houses,
because you
but you sat up
cannot
there
have
and
an
said,
intellectual
sleep in any
conversation
car
because you
That might
Look
be
at
a
his
show
face, bro.
title.
because you have
That
to
might be a
use
show
your
title.
pseudo
right?
status. You have to use your
That's
pseudo
funny.
status on this
Right?
Good one,
platform
Brian.
Come on here trying
because
to
you don't
suck
have your
money
own
out of people,
platform
and you're not
and
even
you
good
gotta
at
sit
it
there
because
and do it.
everybody
Okay.
knows how big
Well,
of a
yo,
liar you
Sharon,
are.
I
Right?
appreciate you having me up here. I was trying to have a decent conversation.
Yeah, this
Like I said, I
volume is
thought
bad,
she
or
was,
is it
I said,
me?
excuse me, because I thought she was finished and I stopped talking. But yet and still, of course, because she wants to throw ad hominem attacks and she knows that she got caught in some bullshit. Because she
Oh,
was
I
trying
always
to
do ad
expose your
hominems. That's my first chess move.
conservatism. I sat there and
What
addressed
did
that.
I make?
And then you want to try
Tell
to
me
switch
the ad
into
hominem I called you.
yo.
Give me the ad
First of all,
hominem, sir.
yo, I'm
Give me
trying
the
to
ad
talk.
hominem.
Yo, the fact is that I'm trying to talk,
No,
and you
no.
continue to just
Give me the ad hominem.
you. Yo, Sharon, I'm out. Yo,
Wait, you just said you was leaving.
no, you
You
keep
just said you was leaving.
You
Oh,
know,
this one of them things
keep
where you leave and
here's
then
the
come right
other
back.
thing I'm going to point out.
no.
The and I understand this is kind of reinforcing your point. These political discussions will become a battle of the sexes, which is just totally unproductive. So
You would think Sharon would be man enough to tell the woman, "Shut up," or "I'm trying to do
no.
something." No, he
You would
should.
think he would. You would think he would be man enough to go, "Can you be serious, ma'am?" We're talking politics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's not going to do that, and that's why I don't respect him. If you can't check the woman on your
Interesting.
panel, he's in your house. You can't have the
Right.
conversation and put on the content that you intended to do. You're just a bitch. And then look at his face. He's like enjoying it, as if he's getting some pleasure out of them two going back and forth. And all they're doing is really just
Well,
wasting time.
no. But hold on now. I mean, you know what? You have intimated that having a little bit of discord, having a little bit of shit talking brings in viewers.
Yeah,
What kind of
definitely
viewers,
So I
does.
Stanley?
mean, what? I'm sorry. What?
What kind of viewers? You're getting the small brains. The smooth brains enjoy that.
Yeah. Okay.
That's,
Well,
I mean, it's true.
oh, I know it's true. That's why I don't. If the fuckery happens, that's great. If it doesn't, it's even better. I
And
don't really.
short spurts is the best, like a barb here and there. But just the out and out
Right.
battle, and the show host with his mouth wide open, looking like a butt puppet.
A butt
Yeah, I'm
puppet.
cool. Yeah,
Oh
see,
I
boy.
never heard that one before.
Yeah, me
I
neither.
think he's gay, honestly.
A butt puppet. Wow. I might have to use that one. I never heard that one. That's
That
new.
might. You know what? What I think that might be a show title too.
A butt puppet. Yeah,
Don't
I
be,
never heard that one
don't
before
be,
either.
don't be a butt
He
puppet.
he changed the game with that. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
he
you
changed
can
the
I
use
game.
think you
that.
might.
You can use that as long as you put Sharon's face on it.
Oh, you damn.
Well, look, the fuckery just popped up out of nowhere.
This girl
Well,
dropped it right back.
we know what a butt
Talking
puppet
about you
is
got a butt
now.
on.
Somebody named Sharon.
I'm not sure that I still do, but I get an idea. It's Sharon.
Whoever Sharon is,
But
that's
then you
the
never said
face
you
of
don't
butt
Well, he's
puppet.
the guy at the
throwing tantrums.
top
You a
left.
grown man. Stop throwing
Oh
tantrums.
shit.
You have to try to
I
deflect.
am.
You have to try to
No,
deflect. You have to
just
try to
stop
talk
throwing
about
tantrums, sir.
anything
You're an
but the
adult.
subject.
You're a
Because
grown man. You're a middle-aged man.
when we
You
were
don't need to
talking
throw
about the
tantrums.
subject,
I thought you
when
was
we were
leaving.
talking
You
when
said
we
bye
were
5
talking
times
about
and
the
you still here.
subject, then you will try
You
to
said bye
Ow.
deviate.
5
I'm
times.
We were
listening. I'll be
trying to
right
talk
back.
You
about the
said I called you
subject,
an ad
and then you
hominem,
want to
but you
try
won't
to
repeat the ad hominem,
about the
right?
subject, and
You're
then
a
you want to try
liar.
to switch it up.
You're a
I did.
liar.
Though the ad hominem attack, I'm
I,
not a
What is
liar.
it?
I can't help
What
it.
was it?
I got something
What
else
was
to
it?
say when Stanley come back.
Repeat it.
Butt puppet. That's funny.
Welcome to the show, Boss Level Hood Service. What is your thoughts?
Well, I'm about to go
Yeah,
get
I
some
was
food.
actually in
I'll holler at
agreement with a
y'all.
lot of what Izzy was saying a
All
minute
right, all right,
ago.
okay.
One, I think the idea that the
Well,
Republican
tough guy,
Party
I'm gonna
or
do chicken
conservatism, even
burritos tonight.
politically or socially,
Get a chicken
is de
burrito.
facto racist is actually bullshit, and it's one of those scare tactics. And
Hey,
it's
Stanley.
used especially
Yes,
against
sir.
black
Let me
men.
stop it.
It's to convince
My bad.
It's to convince.
So you seen how there was no order on the panel, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
So the other guy, he left because Sharon wasn't being a man and checking that. Is that not what they talk about all day and about these relationship conversations? About you need to be the man, take the lead. And he didn't do that, and all
Well,
types of chaos
it's
broke out.
his panel. It doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. He's the host. But I mean, I think sometimes Sharon, and I've watched him, quite a bit. Sometimes, you just lay back and let it happen as long as it's not losing audience.
I forgot. This was just entertainment. But when you put a title out there about politics, you would think you have a little bit more of a serious approach.
Well, this
about
is
it.
Hood Conservative's title. This is Sharon's panel, but Hood is reviewing it. So this is Hood Conservative's title you see at the top left.
Oh, so wait, so this wasn't a political conversation?
I think it wound up being a political conversation. I've watched a little bit of Sharon's show just before I started this one, so I didn't see this part at all. So Hood is literally.
So this is a play on words. Then he's saying that this is how black people have political conversations, and you see nothing but
I
fuckery.
asked Hood. I have no idea. But you see, Hood is up on Sharon's panel.
Yeah, and Izzy kind of went out like a hoe. Like you let a woman run you off.
What I've seen him. He was up on John's panel a few days ago. So I mean I know the name. I don't know what he's about.
He was afraid to check that woman. And then,
well, I think he's got a fairly large show, right? I know.
Yeah, he's under the Angry Man umbrella, so he has access to Angry Man's 700,000 followers or whatever it is. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, Brian, let me address this. A man, well, shit, you're my age, Brian. You probably understand why I think she's number one. I actually think Ava is smart.
Black men that somehow we're doing something that's like anti-black or harmful to the black whole by holding values and beliefs that are right-leaning or conservative, when you haven't actually objectively proven that to be right-leaning is automatically anti-black. It's just some shit that black people say to
that's a good point he's making.
No logic.
No, there's actually research. There's a bunch of research.
What's the logic to it?
I'm on, huh?
What's the logic to it? Like, what's your evidence that it's racist by default?
Right, the research, honey. And so, hold on. I'm getting ready to
see. This is. Look, I understand that statistics and numbers and trends are important, but people lean too heavily on it. Okay, you're never going to convince me that dude. And God damn it, this fucking pisses me off when I hear people like PH Diva. Statistics tell you trends. Okay, the point Hood Conservative made is a valid point, and her showing a whole bunch of research in trends reflected in statistics does not invalidate his point. God damn it. If she's supposed to actually have a PhD, she should know this. Dude,
she has a vagina.
Oh, you know what? Whatever. These black people, and I'm gonna honestly tell you, There's literally just one or two people that are even. I wouldn't talk politics with anyone on this panel except Hood Conservative. And even him, it depends on the day, I guess. But dude, I do think sometimes Hood Conservatives catches people like these other three on this panel, like deer in the headlights. She literally doesn't fucking understand his point.
That's a skill, man. I wish I had that kind of shock factor. That's a keen skill, because usually most people have the same kind of hive mind. When you go to places like this, if you can still catch them off guard in 2025 and we didn't seen it all, that's a skill.
No, dude. Do you know that most people, and this is not just a black thing, most people don't understand English, literally. Like even people, dude, I find this all the time. And sometimes I literally have to take a few days off to just fucking not be depressed about it. Even the only person on YouTube that I encounter, Imperius is the only person I've come across on these YouTube streets that I tend to float around who has an crystal clear understanding of how English works, what words mean, what the counter meanings, the second or third level dictionary meanings. Pretty much no one does.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I'm impressed by Imperius most of the time when I hear him.
Yeah, but you know what? The good thing is I love talking to Imperius. He is, dude, you have to be careful what you say. You actually have to think before you speak. And I don't get a whole lot of that. I don't get that. I would literally call it stimulation. It's refreshing to talk to Imperius. Now, he and I have talked quite a number of times, but not regularly. But that racist bullshit or, that sexist bullshit, he and I tend to talk about politics a lot. There's no one better. Now, Hood Conservative is good. You're good. SKC is good. But people just don't understand the English language. And they're extreme about it. One person literally wants to go by just dictionary definitions, and then at the other extreme, they don't even care about dictionary definitions. Language is both rigid and plastic. I showed a video. I have to go back and find this. Apparently, they have engineered something that looks like silly putty. If you put pressure on it, like, it's in the palm of your hand and you put pressure on it, it solidifies. If you take the pressure off, it liquefies. And to me, that's what words are like. It depends on the pressure. It depends on how words are used. Words are almost like they're both plastic and rigid. Just depending on the the specific circumstance you're using the words. And a lot of people don't understand it. And I am not God's gift to language, but I'm very lucky. I will put it all back on Father Bryant, 10th grade English. He just had an appreciation for language, and he was good at teaching these 10th grade boys how to appreciate language and kind of cherish it in a way. So, shout out to Father Bryant. I doubt he's still around because he was kind of elderly back when I was a teenager. So, shout out to Benedictine Military School in Savannah, Georgia.
Yeah.
Up tropes.
Yep. Shout out to him.
Stanleysian. It's kind of like a Stanley way of looking at something. or it could be a field. Like if Stanley owned 20 acres of just a big a field of 20 acres of wildflowers, that's Stanleysian fields. The reason I bring up wildflowers is I also convinced my wife that I didn't want to mow our front lawn when we lived on the mountain. I just literally planted like just scattered wildflower seeds from like Lowe's. We had like a field of wildflowers for a lawn. And every now and again you go mow it, but they'll grow back, in a couple of weeks. So Stanleysian fields. So that's the definition. It is a metaphysical definition of what a front lawn should look like in Stanley's mind. It should be a field of wildflowers.
15 minutes, and then I can dig up the citations and give them to you. Then you could go read it for yourself, okay?
Citations. Sounds lovely.
And so, and also, Hood, so the thing is that we understand that when they saying like Christian nationalists, that's a little bit different from just a political party as well. And so it is not, well, how can I say it? The party itself, under the words that it's the foundation of it, is not going to be considered racist. But when you have a Christian nationalist, that is a dog whistle for the racism rhetoric that
I did see this part actually.
Was pushing out there. That's the issue that we have. And it seems like a lot of Black conservative, their parents took Tylenol.
Okay, let me make a quick comment about that.
Let's not say Jesus. Are you implying?
Let's look. Christian nationalism in particular implies, and if you go back and you read, some of these people from the Claremont Institute, look, and again, I said this maybe yesterday or the day before, I think Be Brave and Think is literally, he boiled it down to, a corn-fed redneck, none of y'all are old enough to remember Little Abner, a cartoon. It was like a Sunday comic or, weekday comics. There was a comic, look it up on or Google it, called Little Abner. And it was basically some town in Arkansas about, the residents of some town in Podunk, Arkansas, or somewhere in the Appalachians. And for all his fucking, bottom feeding, level of intellect, Be Brave gets it right. Blacks will always be second or third class citizens, and maybe just second class because a lot of Hispanics with more European heritage than others will identify as white. But Christian nationalism, in my mind, implies a hierarchy, and it implies a racial hierarchy as well as a religious hierarchy. And the reason Blacks are second-class citizens is we tend to be Christian, but in that racial hierarchy, Blacks, living like second-class citizens in the United States of America, you're still living like kings compared to Blacks in the African diaspora. Like, you often hear people go, well, hey, you know what? You should be thankful you live in the United States versus some mud hut in Africa. I've heard CT say it. And, with his heritage, maybe he is actually, maybe he actually is happy. But, living in America.
Let me ask you this. Is that, who are you attributing that argument to?
Me.
You're saying that.
Yeah, basing it off of something Hoodservative says, basing it off of something Sharon just said about Christian nationalism, it implies a racial as well as a religious hierarchy. And this is also based on a lot of stuff that I've read.
That's the
And see,
same argument that Brave makes. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to throw
right.
it up.
And I'm literally saying that Be Brave is correct on this point. Now, he wasn't talking specifically about Christian nationalism, though. He was talking just some racist bullshit. But his point about whites being first class citizens, and this isn't a direct quote, but blacks being second class, blacks need to know their place. It's almost like a Booker T. Washington argument as well. There is a hierarchy, a racial hierarchy that is implied if you say, hey, I'm a Christian nationalist. Blacks are just automatically full citizens, but they are literally second class citizens in a perfect Christian nationalist world. Do you get my point? And yeah, it's me just kind of doing an intersect. I know intersectionalism is a bad word in these spaces, but what Be Brave said, what I've read, political philosophy, podcasts, what Sharon just said, I'm just saying what Sharon should have said, which is Christian nationalism is racist in that it implies a racial hierarchy. It's fine, in that Christian nationalist mind, it is fine for blacks and actually kind of great for blacks to be second class citizens in the United States of America because they're better off than blacks in any other part of the world. Hey, you're the best. You're the richest in the African diaspora. As long as you don't compete or expect to be, say, president of the United States, hey, all is good. It's regressive, but that's pretty much what Christian nationalism implies. And yeah, I'm sure I could get in there and find some books, to support my argument, but it's an intersectional argument. When I say intersectional, it's based on some stuff I've heard people say, and I know their ideology. It's based on stuff that I've read, podcasts, etc. So you amalgamate all that stuff into what I'm saying. And Christian nationalism is essentially a racist proposition. They believe in a white Jesus, for God's sake.
So I appreciate you crediting that conclusion for sure.
Why wouldn't I? Have you ever heard of a book with footnotes? You give credit.
Some people don't get the grace to do that. I'm not saying here. I'm just saying that,
that's how thinking works. I mean, you will read a lot of stuff, or dude, you can actually have original thinking or close to original thinking, listening to a bunch of different people from different sides of an argument. And I'm not saying it's perfectly original, but I am saying I've never heard anyone equate the two in, the little YouTube pool that I wade in.
Now that would get dismissed because of institutional racism and
there is institutional racism.
The systemic racisms and all this.
There is systemic racism.
I'm saying,
as a matter of fact, what I just said about Christian nationalism implying a racial hierarchy is literally a good example of systemic racism.
No argument.
Yeah.
No argument.
So I mean, the argument that it doesn't exist is it's kind of up there. I think day to day, like if I go check the mailbox, there's not going to be anything in my mailbox that's systemically racist. I get the mail just like every other, white or black person on my street. It's a lot more of a metaphysical point.
But I like it. I have nothing. I have nothing because you kind of made my point.
Well, what is your point?
Also, what I'm saying is that because of those things, people will never take what you said as far as being, I guess, lucky, or you can appreciate being here. The other things cloud, or they cloud that. Like you don't have the appreciation because you still feel like, or that's enough to take away from that.
Okay. Anybody who say is born rich, I mean, children don't have control of who they're born to. So I think I understand what you're saying, but what does that really matter? Where you're born.
So Brave's argument, the Brave's argument is that you should be
Brave's
grateful.
argument is racist.
Okay, granted. But even though it's racist, there's some truth to it. Yes, you could be grateful.
No, I don't. No, I disagree.
Okay,
Blacks
because of who said it?
accepting no. The proposition that blacks should be second-class citizens is a bullshit argument. And asking blacks to accept, and this is a problem I had with Booker T. Washington. Asking blacks to know their place. Let's learn how to dig a ditch or plant a field of corn versus, hey, if you want to learn Latin and be a classics professor, you should have the same opportunities as any other kid, regardless of race in America. Blacks accepting that, hey, we're second class, but we're better than anywhere else on earth as far as the black diaspora is purely racist. That's systemically racist. Blacks should never accept the idea that, hey, it's good enough.
And until you can pull yourself out of that to where you can
I don't give a
say,
fuck. That same argument, that same argument applies to white kids too.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. There is no difference.
As long as there's a level playing field, if there's a level playing field, there's only one class of citizenship, and that is American citizenship. There are no tiers to it.
And I'm saying have some pride and do it in spite of.
There is no truth to his argument. I wasn't complimenting Be Brave at all. I'm saying Be Brave is basic. If you took Be Brave and called him a Christian nationalist, he would fit in just fine with the racial hierarchy. I'm not saying he's right. I'm saying he is similar to a Christian nationalist. And as a matter of fact, he is a Christian nationalist because he is religious. So I'm not giving him a compliment. I'm just saying, hey, one of these things is just like the other. Do you get my point?
There should be some gratitude there for black people.
No, totally disagree.
And you could say it with your chest.
No, dude. Do you know there are blacks with roots deeper than many white people in America? No, there should be zero gratitude. It is literally our right as U.S. citizens with a deep American history. This black should be happy and thankful is a bullshit argument. There are plenty of whites with roots. Donald Trump is a perfect example. He's like a third generation American. He should be fucking thankful. And if he is, great. But that doesn't mean black people have to be. There are black people with deeper roots in American history than Donald Trump. Why should we be grateful? It's our right. It's our due as American citizens. Period. There are no buts or anything like that. We are 1-to-1. There's one level of citizenship when it comes to blacks with deeper history than many whites with an immigrant history. Grateful, that's racist.
Grateful. I'm grateful
Yep,
to be
I
part of.
literally just explained why it's racist.
I
Many
get you.
blacks have a deeper history in the United States than people like Donald Trump with an immigrant history. I would make the argument that someone who can trace his black heritage back to like 17 something, if you want to do a citizenship hierarchy, I'm more than a goddamn citizen than Donald Trump. I should not
Yeah,
be thankful for being here. I deserve to be here because I'm a fucking naturalized, who knows how many generations of an American citizen. I literally have deeper roots. I
I poorly
literally have deeper
articulated my
roots
point.
than the president of the United States.
I get you, Stanley. I poorly articulated my point.
Okay, if your point has anything with the word grateful in it, I don't agree with your point.
Not grateful in the sense of be brave saying it, but grateful in the sense of comparing a life in Africa to being black in
Nope.
America.
Why would I compare my
If
life
you
to
take,
Africa?
I'm saying if you
Why?
look at it
What
on a,
reason? What reason would I have to even think about life in Africa? If my family has been here since the 7th or since like the 18th century, why the fuck would I care about life in Africa? Because I'm black?
you could have been born anywhere
Okay,
else in the
dude,
world.
that is
You keep with this
literally a
skin.
racist argument. Why
You
should I
could.
think about why should I
What
think
is so
about
hard about what I'm
Africa?
saying? Like you're making this
Because I
difficult
think because I think that your argument is trash is why.
because you think you know my
If
argument. I haven't
you're
even made it
no,
yet. I haven't
well,
made it
see,
correctly anyway.
I have the benefit of knowing I know I'm right.
I know you're right.
Just
You're
on the
right.
merits
All
of the
right. You're
argument.
right. All right. Okay. You ready for your win? You're right. Okay.
Yeah,
Now let me.
Donald Trump is more African than I am. His family hasn't been here as long.
That doesn't mean African. The fuck are you
Okay,
talking about?
you get my point. Okay. Europe is closer to Africa than
That is dumb as fuck, Stanley. I should shit on that dumbass logic. But I appreciate it. You didn't allow me to look stupid on my own.
all
I
I have to
appreciate the
say
company.
all I have to say is that if you are if you are on the Rock of Gibraltar, which belongs to Spain, you can literally fucking see Africa. Europe is closer to Africa than Savannah, Georgia is.
I got you.
Thank you. So
I appreciate that. Garbage day tomorrow. My bad.
let me play this and I'll be right back. I'm listening.
That white Jesus hates black people?
No, not that white Jesus hate black people. However, the people that is pushing out the rhetoric, they use religion as a way to put down certain demographics of people.
Well, they probably will be considered putting down. Like if your faith considers particular behaviors sinful, therefore anti-God, you would still put down. However, I don't know that means you're anti-black. That just simply means you're living against a person's particular faith.
So no, what I mean by when it turns into anti-black, and I'm going to get A on here as well, is that when they are lying on black folks with falsifying the statistics, when they saying misinformation about certain demographic, that's when it becomes an anti-black situation, and that is the scary part.
I think scary is a loaded word to use, but a lot of people are scared lately. I've been noticing a lot of shook ones out there lately, and I don't think there's a lot to be afraid of. Like what's the fear about preaching nuclear patriarchal families to black people? What's the fear in that?
The fear in that is that it never existed in the black community. We always were a blended family. This is why we always had big mama house and things of that nature. We always had our uncles and aunties. We always had people to take our children to. So it never was just God, man, woman, and child in the black community. We always had a community of people. So this whole idea of that all of a sudden that plan is going to work for us now is just probably not a good idea.
Well, one, obviously I would beg to differ, but I don't think you've spoken to why you should be afraid of it, as in, like, why you think that it means you harm. Do you think that people preaching a nuclear family mean harm to the black community, therefore you should be in fear because this person means?
I want to make a point that Hood Conservative is actually taking it easy on Sharon here. The nuclear family post, especially post Reconstruction, it's a bad argument Sharon makes. It has been a part of the history of Black America post Reconstruction, especially. And Hood should just fucking shit on Sharon here.
Means you harm by saying God, man, woman, child.
Yeah, because black folks don't inherently agree with that. They are not following the
That is
Bible
absolutely
God,
fucking wrong.
Man, woman, child. If they was preaching that and
Just
living
because
that,
he's
then
a
I
bitch,
could
he
agree
thinks
with
that
it.
way.
But however, when we peel back,
No, I don't think it's because he's a bitch. He just apparently doesn't know about Black history or American history. I don't get it. And I don't know Sharon. I've literally never been up on his panel. He knows who I am, oddly enough. But I'm assuming he has some Caribbean heritage. But even in the Caribbean, there were nuclear families. What does he mean? It's not a part of Black American culture. I think
Well,
he's absolutely wrong on that.
I think he's somewhat right in the sense that if you
Oh,
allow me
and I think
wait.
he is not somewhat wrong. He's dead wrong.
He's dead wrong, but I'm gonna tell you why I think he's you could give some credit to that. The whole reason for the manosphere existence is because of that. Something's not right.
Okay, help me there.
That's a bridge.
So the
Wait, I
existence of the
need
manosphere is because people think there's no history of
no. It's
nuclear
because
family.
that's part of it, but there's it's a bridge. It's you need somebody who's been in it for a long time, so I don't make any mistakes when I try to lay it out. But there is something wrong. They say that the black people or the race of black people is matriarchal, and it's a common theme.
Well, now let's concentrate. Oh, excuse me. When you finish, let's concentrate on that matriarchal point because that reminds me of something.
The big mama, the daddy's gone. Mom was strong, and all that. That has a lot to do with it. This is why guys act like Sharon when they hit their adulthood. They don't exhibit any type of masculine frame. And they even got bitch brain. I'm just saying, like, at a high
Bitch
percent,
brain?
that's bitch brain for sure.
Oh my lord.
For sure. No doubt about it. 100% USDA brain. Would you watch him and you see the way he squirms around in his chair? Like, bro,
Oh
I
my
don't.
God. So you're basically gonna, dude. It's his body language. Why are you paying attention to his body language so much?
He's the only one cammed up, and I'm not paying attention to you. How can you watch a show and not see him in the square he's in?
Well, don't look at it.
I usually just listen if he's on at all. I'm definitely not trying to look. That's why I stay busy, so I ain't got to see these weirdos cammed up.
Well, the point I was going to make, if you go back and because we looked at a bunch of, and I need to catch back up, but Black Metropolis. You remember Brooklyn St. Michael talking about it with the videos, and they're still out there. There's a bunch I haven't watched yet. But the Great Migration is where matriarchy, and it was during slavery too, because, look at Uncle Tom's Cabin. That's probably the best example I can think of where Uncle Tom was literally, quote, sold down the river. Is the man of the house or the patriarch of the family. He was basically sold down the river. So matriarchy was introduced into Black American history because of slavery, and then during the Great Migration, during Jim Crow, it was reintroduced because a lot of young Black males and young women too, they would leave the kids with Big Mama. So this was something that was introduced, if not outright forced, into the Black community because America was racist. Okay, stop blaming the victims for this matriarchy bullshit. Now,
if I'm in the group of victims and I don't carry these same burdens, yes, I'm gonna blame the victims because everybody else is weak. They gotta get over it.
Blaming the victims is white.
This is silly.
No, it's not silly at all. If you know the history and how basically, possibly nuclear families were forced to be matriarchal, blaming the victims is literally what a white person would do.
What? That has no race.
Motherfucker, dude, I'm not backing down from that position.
All right. Well, then
don't even bother arguing it.
Yeah, you're right. We can move on because I disagree with you for sure. Okay, let's look at our society. If a man hits a Black woman, how do Black men react?
Okay, no. See, what you're trying to do is subtly change the goalpost. I'm making a historical argument, and all of a sudden you want to go to September 23rd, 2025, and talk about the domestic violence that happened today. Motherfucker, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about I'm making a historical point. So don't tell me about Black men slapping Black women.
No, wait. I'm embarrassing myself making these bad arguments, these extremes. So I don't know why I feel like I got to do that with you, but damn well that most men, or most of the people that have put way more emphasis on mom than dad, because a lot of them didn't grow up.
Okay, once again, you are moving the goalpost. I don't give a shit about. I'm not making a sociological point in 2025. I'm talking about history. I'm making a historical point. I'm not going to conflate the two. I'm not going to follow where your goalpost is being moved to.
Was his statement a historical statement, or was it a 2025 statement?
What I'm saying is what I said was that Hood Conservative should have destroyed Sean on that very ahistorical point he made. That's literally my point.
I agree with you. I'm just playing devil's advocate on that one. Actually, no, I'm not. I still give it credit. I give his statement credit.
I don't think Sean is anywhere near right on this, and Hood Conservative should have put a foot up his ass on it. Rhetorically, of course.
I think Hood Conservative,
because I would have, and I tend to be more, of the political persuasion. Dude, I'd have put his foot up his ass and walked him back to a history book.
Hey, can you go back to where he made the statement? Just double tap or go back 10 seconds.
Yeah, I can do that. And
Yeah, double tap that maybe
American
twice.
Man, my point was spot on. That you think it's dumb doesn't bother me that much. Hit the link, by the way, if you want.
Yeah, I think American Man can make the argument better than me.
No, he'll be
following the
destroyed
Bible to
too.
say God, man, woman, child. If they
No,
was
double tap
preaching
again.
that
Go back
and
again.
living that, then I could agree with it. But however,
All right.
when we peel back the onion, we live in
Therefore,
we always
Right there, right there, right there.
never existed in the black community. We always were a blended family. This is why we always had big
No,
mama house.
he's
and
wrong.
Things of that nature. We always had our uncles and aunties. We always had people to take our children to. So it never was just God, man, woman, and child in the black community. We always had a community of people. So this whole idea
Nope.
of that all of a sudden that plan is going to work for us now is just probably not a good idea.
Well, damn sure.
Absolute-
one, obviously, I would beg to differ.
I would have literally ad hoc this motherfucker on not knowing American history, Black American history, or just bullshitting around. Literally, he's wrong. Now, if the argument is that we were more, it takes a village than the white community, that's a slightly different argument. But dude, go back and look at the Talented 10th. Go back and read about Du Bois, his biography. Go back and read literally Booker T. Washington, if I recall, had an intact family. Go back and look at, God damn it, who was the first Black American senator? They were like DC Talented 10th. There is a history. Jack and Jill, motherfucker. Now, even if the argument is that, most families were like that, that's still a little bit of a bad argument, but he might be a bit more correct. But there is a solid, almost patriarchal streak. Just go back and when I say Talented 10th, when I say Jack and Jill, that sort of stuff, there is a strong patriarchal tradition. He's just not looking in the right parts in this fucking habit of acting like the Black community has always been a monolith. It does not serve these sorts of arguments well.
But I don't think you've spoken to why you should be afraid of it, as in, like, why you think that it means you harm. Do you think that people preaching a nuclear family mean harm to the Black community? Therefore, you should be in fear because this person means you harm by saying God, man, woman, child?
Yeah, because Black folks don't inherently agree with that. They are not following the Bible to say God, man, woman, child. If they was preaching that and living that, then I could agree with it. But however, when we peel back the onion, we turn this into a crowd fest. Majority of the men in our spaces, they are not preaching.
And you peel back layers of an onion. You don't peel back an onion.
Stuff that you were saying.
How do you automatically equate that to somebody means you harm, though, because they want a biblical life for you?
Okay, we're gonna walk on Voice of Venus. AR, you get skipped, but I think AR's okay. He's still licking his wounds from a couple of days ago. Go ahead, Voice of Venus. Go ahead and try.
And I only got like 30 seconds.
It was on call for, sir.
I only got 30 seconds. I'm at work, so I just wanted to clarify. One of the main slogans for MAGA was "Make America Great Again," right? Referring to a certain time period, right? And one of the main things Republicans say are we need to go back to the Christian values that our country was founded upon, right? What Christian values were the country founded upon? They were
Was
using
the
Bible
country.
to enforce slavery, no? So the fact that these logical men can't connect those dots is crazy to me, but I gotta go.
There are no dots to connect. See, this is why I don't like going up on these panels. I would
I'm
literally
sure there
spend
are
my
many
time
other
fucking
values you could use the
correcting all
Bible.
these little. They'd be pissed off that I'm so persnickety. Now, do you see this, Deacon Dave? Well,
See what? See what?
Imperius has sent $2, and it literally says, "Who cares what blacks want? They are at the bottom."
He's
Now, here is my point, and you know, Imperius is like a Catholic, like supremacist, basically. This is a good example of that Christian nationalist bullshit. Okay, blacks are at the bottom. Here's a Christian nationalist pretty much confirming. Black people should be the last people to want anything like a Christian nationalism. It's gonna be a religious hierarchy, which is anti-American. And it's going to be a racial hierarchy, which is actually more American. But, post 1964 is anti-American.
I don't know. He's good at whatever he's trying to do. He's trying to definitely gaslight the panel. He does that a lot.
Okay, well, the only thing that matters is being right. Gaslight, who gives a fuck about any of that? Just be right on the merits of the argument. And even if you lose, because I like even like American Man says Stanley thinks he's as intelligent as Sharon. Dude, I'm about 8 times more intelligent because I simply know more about American history. So even if I lose an argument to ignorance, I know in my heart that I know more, and I know that I won. Democracy dies in dumbness, and I swear this panel is a good example. Say hey to little Dave.
Yeah, he's over
here. Like truth, chastity, fidelity, just generally being a morally upright person. No lying, no cheating, no stealing. You could use the Bible.
Let me ask you a question. Can you trash women like hood conservative and still be morally upright?
Don't ask me that, because
what is the question?
You already know it. You already know the answer. You know what I'm gonna answer.
Oh, I know the answer, but hood conservative talking about being morally upright is a hoot.
Bible to support all kinds of things, and using the Bible to support slavery in and of itself isn't technically biblical. It's just a thing you can do.
Okay, but they did use it, and that's the issue that she was saying and so this is how we know that is used. A lot of things that the Christian nationalists, they are using it in a racist way. They're not using it in a biblical way, and that's the issue that we need to be calling out and just be truthful about it. When they are using stats and they lie about the stats, we know that they're lying about.
How do you lie about the stats?
Yep. Imperious.
You lie about the stats when you don't like the stats.
What blacks want. They are at
No.
the bottom. Now this man was in the back.
Again, it is literally not understanding what stats are. Stats are given a narrative. Numbers don't give a fuck about the truth or a lie or gaslighting. They are just numbers. Stats are given a narrative. So he should be attacking the narrative and providing a counter narrative. Okay. His thing about lying about stats, bad argument. This is why I don't go up on these goddamn panels. I would basically get exhausted by helping people out because they think they're making a good argument when they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't even understand their own arguments. Saying that stats lie implies that stats aren't given a narrative. They are.
You have
Numbers
to
are
work
numbers. the narrative is what they trend.
There's a lane there for you. I know you don't have the patience. You express that to us all the time. But if you had patience, that could be your lane.
Shitting on people?
No.
I think I already do that.
You know what? On the third strike, Stanley, you give people 3 strikes. You say that you got 2. You got 1. That's your first one. You got 2. On the third strike, yeah. But if you could at least wait,
but the thing is,
do that.
Well, the
yeah,
thing
that'd be
is,
a
though,
great-
Dave. Well, Dave, the thing is if I went to anyone on this panel and said, "Dude, you're just literally you don't understand your own argument," I would just leave. I'm not giving people strikes. You remember that little excursion up to Drips panel? Dude, you don't know how frustrated I was.
I think people want to see you do that more than they want to see you review Sharon Bracey from this side, or Chaotic Truth. You sending in super chats and he not reading them. Sometimes you got to go up there and put your foot in the ass.
Dude, I am just losing the taste for it.
Everybody was hoping against that. It was hoping that, it could get you in that, see you at work, putting in work on these dumbasses. I mean, honestly.
Dude, but the thing, look, it doesn't work if the dumbasses don't know. Even, dude, they're still gonna be dumbasses. That's really where I am with this. I can go up there, and John Galt is literally proof of concept.
Today, man, come on, we not John Galt today.
Well, yeah, but the thing is if I go and say, "Hey, I got a book you should read," and they go, "Books? I don't need no stinking books." Dude, how are you going to make them smarter if you can't even hand them the shoe that I'm wearing so they can stand in my shoes? They don't want to learn. Be Brave doesn't want to fucking learn shit.
I think this panel right here would rather fake lying to you like they read the book you suggested than for you to come back a second time and them not put effort.
I am not gonna
a panel full of people with pride. They got a
I'm
little
not
bit
gonna
of
make
it.
I'm not gonna make YouTube an 8-hour-a-day job. Because it would fucking take me 8 hours to reread the books, and then I am thinking about a short book doing kind of a Brooklyn St. Michael thing. It's a book called The Racial Contract, and it's a legit academic book by a Black philosopher who is actually he died back in 2014, Charles Mills. And in my opinion, it's almost, I know people like a Brian Nichols or Pony Boy Z would be pissed off, but anyway, I'm not going to get into it. I'll think about it. I'm willing to grow. I'm willing to take criticism, but honestly, exposure to go into I've literally never been up on Sharon's panel because I know it would just be frustrating for me. And I kind of, I lean his way as far as political outlook. But dude, I would literally be fucking correcting his English. I would be correcting his historical points. Dude, I'm this goddamn professor.
You said Charles Mills, right?
Yes.
All right.
There's I'll find the link and send it to you. You can get it on PDF. You don't have to buy the book.
I move around so much, I would have to listen to it.
Even with the PDF, you could probably figure out how get AI to read it. But there is a book out there if you want. But it's called The Racial Contract. I think it's Charles M. Mills. But just Charles Mills Racial Contract, you'll find it. It's only like 126 pages, I think.
Okay, I can read that in the weekend.
Well, I would suggest getting the book, or if you got a Kindle, get it on
No.
Kindle, but also get the audiobook. It's kind of dense reading.
Okay.
But you will not like what it says, but I bet even if you don't agree with it, knowing the argument, this is the other thing. Y'all got to know the opposite argument. And I'm not a debate bro or any of that bullshit, but dude, you got to know what your opponent is reading. And I've say this 1,000 times.
About $50 million, but he's sending a $2 super chat. Put some money up. Put some money up.
So that's the issue, Hood. They're using it, this whole Christian idea, these values, as a way to hold people down. That's a problem.
How is it that they're using it as a way to hold people down when that was what most black people believed up until like 1970-ish? Were the black men holding black people down when everybody believed that back in the day?
So what part of when Martin Luther King, I guess you're talking about around that time, right? That's the time you are referring to? So I could have a clear understanding.
Well, let's say 1975. Anytime before then, most people believed in traditional Christian values. Most Black Americans.
Mm-hmm. And so, with that being said, those Christian Black values were different from the white Christian values. It's clearly two different churches. You go to a Black church.
There is no church that's. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, once you go to a Black church versus a white church, you see it's a clear difference.
Oh, by the way, hey T, I saw you and forgot to say hello.
Adapt to what Black preachers are.
Glad to see you.
It's
Actually,
a difference, and the scriptures that they use were different. And times has changed where when Christian became less about slavery and more about uplifting. And so
no, wrong.
That changed, then we could understand the difference between when they was using it for slavery and when they was using it for
absolutely poppycock. Where the fuck is he getting this shit from?
If we are to
it's
assume
much
that
more complicated than that.
A white church and a Black church, therefore there's a white faith and a Black faith. One of y'all got to be getting it wrong, bro.
Nope. And Hood Conservative is just as moronic.
And we know who's getting it wrong.
How are we to know who's getting it wrong when the Black church is preaching homosexuality and women's reproductive health, and the Black church?
Okay,
is just
let me
fighting
stop
racism
this
more than it is
bullshit
fighting
right
heaven at
here.
this point.
Does Hood Conservative even go to church? Because that would be the question I ask him. The Black community does preaching homosexuality? Does anyone know of? No, it doesn't. Dude, what the fuck are y'all talking about? You're not gonna go. You're not gonna go to St. Paul's AME Church down on. I think it's on. If I recall, it's on Bull Street because it's been a while. In Savannah, Georgia, and I wonder if they might even still have services online. I'll have to do that one day. They're not preaching anything like that in fucking Black churches. Y'all are making the bullshit up. And when's the last time you've been to a Black church, sir?
2008.
Hood Conservative hasn't been to a Black church longer than you probably haven't been to one in decades or years or decades, and Hood Conservative probably even longer than that. Y'all are whistling Dixie. You get all your fucking sociology from YouTube. And that is why Hood Conservative, Sharon, Deacon Dave, American Man, that's why y'all are so limited. Motherfucker, stop talking about Black churches when you haven't even been to a Black church. in decades. You're assuming a lot.
It's been a
And
while. Last time I went, it couldn't have gotten no better than that. Oh my God.
okay, all I have to say is the last time you were at a church, were they talking about embracing homosexuality?
No, the churches that they do televise, they're somewhat they're political.
They're mixed churches, and they are literally not mother or not Mother Emanuel in Charleston. They're not talking about that shit. Now, it's been a while since I've been to a black church as well, so I run the risk of being wrong, but I know people who go.
What's up, Pot? It's Kettle.
It's what?
It's me, Kettle. What up, Pot? Calling me black. You ain't been to a black church either.
Well, the black church I went to was Catholic, but I've been to some Protestant churches too.
When was the last time you went?
Oh shit, to Catholic? Last time I was on went to mass was probably, well, it was let's just say it was Catholic mass.
It was after,
but it wasn't my home church. It was my mother-in-law's funeral. So that's back around 2006.
Damn, we're in the same pot. 2000.
Right, but the bottom line is black churches are not embracing homosexuality.
They're not condoning it either. I mean, they're not
condemning it.
Condemning it, yeah.
Why would they?
Well, I guess you shouldn't. You should just let them be up in the pulpit and preach.
So they're homosexuals preaching the gospel?
Yeah, there's one around the corner from me.
Have you been there?
Stepped in there and walked right back out. That doesn't, just because I haven't been doesn't mean the attempt.
Why was he wearing a pink robe or what?
Damn near.
He was probably wearing kente cloth, and you called it gay, right? That motherfucker's wearing kente cloth. He's gay.
I'm not surprised though. Church has fell off since. Well, my grandfather was a preacher. I just haven't found one to replace it. Nor have I really put the effort into it.
Is your grandfather still around?
No, he passed away in 2008.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. But, dude, there's a church out there for you. Is your wife Catholic?
No, she's Christian as well.
Well, Catholics are Christian. I hate to burst that bubble.
Church of God in Christ.
I will go with her.
She's not going to a Catholic church. She's not going to a mass.
No. Go to her church is my point.
She's not from here. She hasn't found a church yet.
Oh, okay. I thought okay, my bad.
Wants me to go to some Spanish church with her. I'll go. But
I bet your Spanish will get better.
It probably will. That's actually a good idea.
Go with her.
I might have to run up there to Cleveland and try to find a church in Cleveland.
Well, T has confirmed your point. I don't know where y'all are. You know what? What's a do funny? T, let me just do a rhetorical thing with you. Can you define what a do funny is and who came up with that term? Here for the T.
Sharon's a do funny. They said he's a non-practicing homosexual.
Well, if you're non-practicing, how do they know?
He's got chick brain. His logic is chick brain.
Okay, dude, then it's just your opinion. It's not proof. Y'all need to see. This is the oddest thing about all you male, like alpha male wannabes.
I'm not an alpha.
Having proof positive is a male tendency. Now I'm making this shit up, but you know what? This is the type of argument that your type and hood conservative type, dude, men are logical brained. They like proof. They like objectivity. If you don't have proof, all y'all are doing, all you're doing is gossiping, and that's very feminine. All you're doing, non-practicing, so you're just guessing. If he doesn't do the acts, how can you tell us definitively how he thinks? It's gossip. And being a gossip is a feminine trait, and fucking hood-servative has a whole lisp when he gossips. What could be more feminine? What could be more feminine than that?
He's got a list. So what? You see how this guy,
motherfucker, it's feminine.
Yeah, Sharon's feminine. We agree.
No, hood-servative has the lisp.
Man, you comparing that to this dude?
No, I'm literally guessing just like you're guessing with Sharon. I'm doing it about hood-servative. He sounds like a dude funny.
Am I supposed to sit up here and agree with you?
And then he started calling me Stanley. I think he was just looking for a partner.
I thought Black Pearl called it.
I think when he started calling me Stanley, he was probing.
He's an asshole.
And tell him I fucking said it. Motherfucker, I'm not you, bitch.
You silly,
okay.
Man.
Well, tell him I'm just joking. I don't want him to take it personally.
You'll be back. He said he put you on a 3 or 6 month timeout. He'll be back in 3 months. I forget what he said last time he talked to him.
I have no idea what that means.
So you were supposed to have a debate, and you started off with the ad hominems instead of like the debate.
Oh, motherfucker! I haven't changed my ways. Tell him to give me a year, because I'm not going to change.
There's a YouTube. See, this is what I'm saying. You got all this knowledge, but you can't follow one fucking rule.
I am the Black Trump, motherfucker. I am the Black Left Trump.
That is not Trump. Trump can at least follow the rules.
Trump doesn't follow rules.
Well, he played the game. You can't even fucking play the game. Stanley, I honest to God wanted to tell you how many bags I thought you fucking fumbled for two simple things. One, you start off with ad homs. That kills any type of.
Oh, absolutely, I do. And you want to know what?
Bag with that
I
shit.
literally do it for my personal amusement.
I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm saying have a switch, man. Learn how to do it on and off.
Listen to the strategy, though. I do it. I want to soften them up. I want to see how they react. And dude, if they show weakness, I'm going to do another round of ad hominem. Dude, you don't think, dude, I won't say it's a debate strategy, but dude, how someone handles ad hominems like that, it's a test of intelligence.
Maybe.
Is this person worth my time?
What do you do? So you throw out an ad hom and see how they respond.
Just for the fun of it.
What does that prove?
Oh, dude, I don't give a fuck what it proves. It proves whether I should stay there and even bother with them.
I'm talking about the bag. Here's the path to the bag.
What bag?
Whatever. A Cash App, a couple versus zero. Or
You
I'm
mean
not
the
saying
ad hominems. I get your point. But let me put it to you this way. Look, SKC and I used to ad hominem back and forth on that Discord, on Charles's Discord for fucking it was almost like a sport. Look, you know what? I respect SKC because he knows how to ad hominem back. Dude, I'm not gonna
I don't know about that one.
All I have to say, you're not wrong, and I'm just a truculent little boy. So you know what? Maybe I'm just a truculent little boy, and I'm irredeemable. How about that?
No, you're not irredeemable. I wouldn't be sitting over here talking to you, whether you want to do it or not. Just put it in your tool bag.
No, I'd need to do better. See, that's why I go over to T's show, for instance, or Roz, because it's just nice to listen to them, and they know how to treat people. Maybe one day it'll rub off. You
Well,
know,
I'm a maintenance guy by trade, and I don't use a
really.
screwdriver to drive nails. Or
But
you know,
in an emergency, you would.
but I'm saying the point is you need the appropriate tool for the job.
That's an argument I can't defeat.
Even Batman had more than a freaking bat. What is it? A bat boomerang on his utility belt.
Batarang.
Yeah, batarang. That's not the only thing he had on his utility belt. You got it. You got the knowledge that you could win the argument outright. So what the fuck is the point of starting with an ad hom?
Dude, you know what the problem is people don't want to be taught. I told you the story about when I graduated from college. My mother was like, "Well, you should have gotten a teaching certificate because in an emergency you could always teach school." And I told her, "I don't want to be disciplining other people's kids." You know, look, I went to school with a bunch of smart asses, and I just couldn't imagine having to teach these little smart asses. Okay. And dude, I'm a man. I would wind up getting fired. I would wind up body slamming somebody. And dude, I could predict the future with that shit. And God forbid some little smart ass white girl gets body slammed. I'd fucking be in jail for life.
The teachers every day on X, and this is why you got the X account, because you actually see the footage. Some of these stories where these kids get slammed off of every wall in the room, like that story with CT. That's some real shit.
All I have to say is I'm not CT. I had enough sense to fucking know I'm not cut out for it.
Right. Me too.
Dude, dude. Did you know I passed the FBI test shortly after I got out of the Navy?
Oh, cool.
Oh, dude, it's a hard test, and I passed it outright. There was no motherfucking DEI or affirmative action. I passed it outright. And back then, there was no DEI. You know, the FBI doesn't give a fuck about any of that. And dude, I just didn't want to carry a gun for a living.
Right.
So, so I pissed both my father and my mother off with that shit because she was a teacher and he was, like a police official by that time. Shit, he knew, dude. I'm not going to go into the story, but I know I could have been better about it, but I wanted to go my own way.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Dependable. You don't need nobody talking you into doing some shit you don't want to do. Okay.
Well, you kind of got to understand, I would have thrived in something like the FBI. Dude, I write the rules. I follow them if they make sense.
You could have been like me and let somebody talk you out of what was a better deal.
Oh yeah, if somebody has a better idea, I'm good with it.
Yeah, me being black, allowing that blackness to fucking control my life. Oh, what you want to be in? What do you want to be in the white man's army for?
There is nothing wrong with being black.
Nah, I'm talking about that culture of black. Why would you want to be in the white man's army? All that shit. Just the white man this.
Yeah, that white man's army bullshit is just as racist as, the opposite side. You don't belong in the white man's army. Dude,
the funny thing is I never heard the opposite side.
Fundamentally racist, and blacks are as racist as white people. and it's a broad statement, so forgive me for that. I did you not hear me say it's almost impossible to be born and raised in America and not have some sort of racist notion in your head?
And this is why I shouldn't be on
You
YouTube,
have to
because mine didn't come from white people. Mine came from people who look like me.
Right. And my point is that you literally, in America, you literally have to work to not be a racist. It's easy to be a racist in America because it's in the culture. You have to actually think your way out of not being a racist.
Well, that shit is tight, man.
It's what?
It's tight both ways. If you was totally
That's
oblivious
my
to race,
point. That's
yeah.
my point.
Well, then I'm doubling down on your point.
It's inculcated, it's intrinsic, whatever words you want to use, it is part of the culture. It's like, if we were fish in a United States bowl, we swim in racist waters, no way it's not going to run through your gills.
I thought
So
I
it
was
becomes
so down
incorporated
with
into your
the
body.
fact that, like, I thought I was so down with the cause. I had the African medallion with the red, black, and green beanie. All that shit. Yeah,
Well,
man.
guess what?
Looking back, I
Guess
feel
what?
like I was the biggest fucking asshole.
Well, at least, dude, that's not necessary to be a Black American.
It was a phase. I don't even say it's a phase. It was a trend.
Hey, you're in good company. Clarence Thomas had that phase.
Yep, I think you have to have it just to get out of it. Fuck it.
No, you don't. You just have to have Dolores Cross as your mother.
God bless Dolores Cross. Shit. I wasted years of my life.
Dude, my mother was merciless. I talked about it the other day. My son, this was like the November before she died. And you know what? I was there, and this is the wonderful thing. She had Alzheimer's. She never lost her sense of humor, and she never forgot who my father was. Those were the two things. Now she still had her temper if you pissed her off, but no, the amazing thing is she literally never forgot my father. And she actually never forgot me. She just and look, it is what it is. But she looked at my son, and my son has a lot of hair. And it was like she looks at my son and she goes, "Well, who's this boy with all this hair?" I just fucking died laughing. I'm like, "Well, that's your grandson." And she went, "Oh no."
She said, "Cut that shit." No, my son has hair. I wish he'd cut that shit off.
Well, you had to, but if you could have seen my son's face, because motherfucker, you're not gonna say shit. Just stand there and take it. It was so funny. It was so funny, and I'm just fucking dying laughing. I'm like, what are you gonna do? Get mad? Just laugh. So anyway, what's up, Ryan? Yeah, I miss my mother, but it'll be okay.
God bless her.
Oh, you know what? She was a great dude. I told you I don't have heroes. I had my parents.
Same here.
Yeah, it's
the first time I heard the concept
now
of role
that
model
part
was
is
at
lucky.
Charles Barkley. Hey, the first time I heard the concept of a role model was that Charles Barkley commercial. I'm not a role model. That's the first time
I
in my life
remember
I heard that. I was probably 14, 15. I said, what the hell is a role model? My dad was mine.
Exactly.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm not wedded to this because shit, we've only made it through like not even what a tenth of it.
Well,
I'm
I
not
want to make
wedded
let's make a gamble. Let's make a
fucking
bet.
annoying.
Let's make
Let's
a bet.
what's
This is
that?
gonna fall apart as soon as the next woman. Oh, PhD was up there. As soon as she opened her mouth.
Did you know she has her own channel and she does like a kind of like a true crime thing?
Don't give a shit.
Oh,
I did.
come
No,
on
I
now.
did. I did. No, I
You
didn't
got to do
know.
your background work.
These people I can live without.
Dear God, no. Tell me why I need to know them.
No, well, no, because you said the black church is doing all those things, but it's clear that you're not familiar with the Unitarian church because that's a white church that has been doing all that stuff.
That's fair enough, but we're not here to feed white souls today. That's tomorrow.
You just made a point, and so I was just raising the counter.
Well, you have to be careful when you bring up the
Yeah.
Unitarians. They don't necessarily. It's hard to even call Unitarianism a Christian religion. They don't believe in the divinity of Unitarianism. And I'm not like a theologian, but they are actually more like Hinduism. They're like a Christian version of Hinduism. Now it's a very shallow point of view. I'll grant you that, but don't be talking about Christianity and Unitarianism. That is, oh, dude, that is the thinnest of connections.
Yes, we'll save the white man's soul tomorrow. Today we're talking about the black soul. So why is the black church? Why is it that the black church is the most progressive, democratic?
You know what? God damn it! I'm gonna grudgingly admit this panel is not ready for Hoodservative. He's fucking
Never are.
destroying.
And the
No,
guys that are
motherfucker.
up there, Chicago Gorilla, AR, PH Diva, and to a certain extent, Sharon.
Now, I never agree with Hoodservative, by the way, but goddamn,
No,
these people are
He'll
like
shine
babes in
against
the
these.
woods.
He'll shine against these nightshades. I mean, I'm gonna say it.
Well, but the thing is, you know, it's bad when I'm like, God damn it, I'm kind of on. I'm kind of on his side, dude. They are just fucking. They are just struggle logic.
Now, Chicago Gorilla just joined the panel. He'll do the one-man army thing where it's 4 against 1.
Well, let's hear
And
it.
this is
Do you
this
know
is
him?
how he shines. This is how Hoodservative shines right here.
Oh, well, let's have a look.
Least churchy of all the churches, like
It's
the things
not.
that are
Right, you're
the
not
things that are
familiar
now
with all
prominent
the
issues of the
churches.
black church. The things
You're
that are
not
now
familiar.
prominent within the black church are not really black.
God damn it. He's not talking about Unitarianism. What the fuck? They were I can't do this, man. Hoodservative is a fucking glutton for punishment.
No, it's chess match. He's gonna see how much they know, and then if they delve into it, he'll blow it up. And this is what I was trying to tell you about style. I don't know shit about politics. I appreciate that you put me in a conversation with a Hoodservative, an American man, somebody like that. Sometimes style matters.
You know more than you think you do.
I just I don't. It's a doesn't matter.
Well, remember, politics is downriver, downstream from culture. You can get good at politics if you have a good understanding of American culture. It's a different language, but dude, don't sell yourself that short.
Churches, they're like Democrat progressive policy points now.
Right, and the Unitarian church is like that. The Anglican church is like that.
No, the
Methodist
Anglican
church
church.
in many
God
instances are
damn it.
like that.
The Anglican church is not. Now, number one, the Anglican church, Episcopalian, the American version of Anglican is Episcopalian. There are Anglican churches who are probably more Church of England. You know, it's kind of a matter of degrees, but she's just wrong. The Anglican Church, the Episcopalians. Now there is a sect of Episcopalianism. They literally did a schism, whatever it is, because they have women priests, and there's like a gay bishop or something like that. But they're, you know what? I wonder if the more conservative Episcopalians don't call themselves Anglicans now. I have to go back and look at that. But comparing the Unitarians to the Episcopalians or the Anglicans, that is a very broad brush. There are people who don't think Unitarians are technically Christians.
Be so conservative, but they breaking the Grinder app anytime they.
She has a lisp too, doesn't she?
Oh yeah.
Ooh, we got a yellow.
Do it, Sharon. I'm driving.
Marvelous opinion with the 10 ball. If your so-called enemy believes a lie, then use that lie against them. There is nothing worse than the lies.
Hey, I remember that Robin Williams comment there, Brian. Good one. Good callback.
And love. And also, I think we had, maybe that's it. Okay, yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, they have the flavor of Christians.
So we had another one.
They are like
good day.
chicken
Welcome
soup.
to the show.
It tastes
Chicago
like
Gorilla.
soup.
AR.
Tastes like chicken.
Y'all
but
can
not
jump in
quite.
when y'all get in where y'all fit.
Man, peace to the guys, man. I only wanted a front row seat to the effery and pulled up because fans said
Oh my
something
God,
about a black
really?
church.
Then toss his ass off.
Yeah. And we also talking about how black conservatives clearly their mother took a Tylenol when they
Stupid. That's what I'm saying. This is dumb. And this is
I'll
why
be
I
right
said
back.
that the
I'm
black
listening.
community is matriarchal, because you're gonna have these dudes get up here acting like PhD was like 4 PhD was versus hood service.
That was wild.
Nothing to
man.
add, but just
and
want to
also
be in
we
the
got
mix.
Pierce with the $2. Black churches are not Catholic. What is that word?
Heretical.
Trash. See how we work together, AR? We finish each other's sentences.
You gonna buy me dinner later?
Hey, yo.
You know I'm out of money after DG had me spending,
Hey, AR, take that
What's
back,
up?
man. Don't be up here soliciting no man for no date, man. Don't be up here doing that.
Free food is free food.
It's too late, bro. It already happened.
I said,
yeah,
Oh,
no.
man. But let's
That's
get
funny.
back to the topic. And so I just want to say that the main issue is that I want to know why, because I believe conservative is he considers himself a black conservative, why he does not tell the truth about the lies being told about black folks on a day-to-day basis that is pushed by the Christian nationalist side, which is considering themselves conservative.
Well, black folk refuse to accept any truth except that all of our shortcomings are somehow the white man's fault, either directly or by extension. And so any of these things you're calling lies are just merely, your version of what you believe to be true. But objectively, there are problems to discuss.
I had 2 questions. One was from what conservative was saying before. You said something. Oh, what white church do you go to?
I don't go to a white church.
Okay, you don't go to a white church. Why do you speak as if the black church is a monolithic entity, but don't speak that way about the white church?
Well, the white church, as we're talking about it, the white churches you mentioned earlier are like a lot of left-leaning churches. There's a lot of lesbian, Anglican priests and deacons and whatnot. But generally speaking, when we're talking about like the right-wing church, it is a very straight-laced, almost orthodox, like very Catholic, very Eastern Orthodox traditional. And so from that perspective, yeah, it's very different from the progressive
What percentage?
churches.
What percentage of the white churches do you think fall under that?
That's a good point. I'm not totally sure. I would argue though it's probably closer to 50, but there's probably more hardline right-wing churches than left-leaning.
Mm, maybe I think that it's probably they're pretty progressive as it is. The second question I had, or I think it was the second. You one you said that something about were black men holding back the black community because they had certain ideals. You don't believe women should vote, and a lot of black men in the past also didn't believe women should vote, specifically black women. And so, yes, they were holding back the black community because they were willing to subjugate a whole half, give or take, of their race, their people. So, yes, that is, in my opinion, holding them back. If you're saying that, if you're asking me if I think black men from the past were arguing that black women shouldn't be able to vote and they shouldn't be able to work and they shouldn't be able to do all these things, were holding back the community, yes, they were. I don't see how that's debatable, to be honest.
Let me address your point here, Ryan. Look, anytime black conservative men versus Sharon, or dude, I'm into politics. I didn't even realize. I saw it was Hood Conservative. I thought it was actually at first on his own panel. But I did watch him a little bit on Sharon Bracey's earlier. Dude, if it's politics and it's black people talking about politics, I don't really give a fuck. I'm interested in it. I'm always interested to hear what people think about, American politics. So sorry if I don't meet your expectations, but in this case, there's always, another place to be. And John's point, I get his point about, content, but John reviews my show. He literally, to make his point about a messy bedroom, fucking did a whole fucking like overnight on my messy bedroom, which I thought was positively well, you know what? I thought John criticizing another man's bedroom's messiness was positively fill in the blank. Fill in the blank. I have a word for it. What do you think?
Well, let's have the debate because the majority of human progress,
Well, I
nearly
forgot the third
every
thing.
well, one at a time, if you don't mind. The majority of human progress, nearly everything worth defending in Western culture has happened without women having the vote. And so the idea that somehow women voting is the engine to unlock our productivity, I disagree. We've done just great, just fine without women voting. And that would include Black American men. We do just fine without women having an equal say in our complete affairs. And so this argument that somehow women voting is automatically a positive, I would argue it presents more negatives than it does positives. And you have to pinpoint the individual positives. You have to prove to me what positives we get from women voting.
It's just really weird to
applies to black men, right? Most of everything that's been accomplished without y'all asses voting.
He has this very weird outlook. It's like you see something one way, but then when someone brings up, oh well, if you take that logic and apply it in a different way,
a huge
you just
fan of
somehow run
conservatives.
around and try to move the goalposts.
Oh, I'm sorry, which guy?
AR, he follows. I'm not gonna say he follows him from channel to channel, but
who
conservative to do no AR. He's kind of like a gay group.
No, AR is a Sharon fan.
No, he's a fan of conservative. He's kind of like a groupie.
Oh, well, aren't you a groupie? Isn't SKC? Is it Lou?
I'm Gulag.
I thought y'all were the Dallas. I thought y'all were the Dallas cheerleaders.
Nice try. I'm Gulag.
Oh, that's
you
right.
know what the Gulag? You don't know what the Gulag is.
No,
cool.
Trey tried to explain it, and he tried, and I just cut him off, and that's my bad. But I will say, I was in Hood's. I think it was Hood's chat the other day. So, I mean, I said, "Hey, Trey, salute," and he responded, "Hey, Stanley." So he's not that pissed off at me.
No, Trey's not pissed off. What the Trey got? No, Trey's cool. Trey's a good dude. Trey, like for real. Even though
No, I think he's a good dude. He's a little bit odd.
He joins the show a little bit later. I see that. I skipped ahead a little bit.
Oh, does he really? Ooh, that'll be fun. Oh, you know what? And I know he took it in a totally different direction. He is. Let me just say this. He is an original thinker.
Well, you're damn right. It's just sometimes he goes out there, he drags you right to the point. That shit's funny. That shit is funny.
Whether you want, he will drag you kicking and screaming to his point. That's what I'm trying to say. You may not want to go to where his point is, but he's gonna make you go.
Yeah, he's real good for that. You ain't lying.
Cool. The country was better off without dumb people voting. You have to without elites voting. The country was better off with only elites voting. There's like so many different ways you could segment out who should be able to vote and when the positives were and when they weren't and all this other bullshit. It's just dumb to hear it come from a dude say that women shouldn't be able to vote when there's plenty of and then especially like I have an issue with these guys that claim to be logical and claim to be this, that, and the other, and that's why they should be able to vote over women. They never really substantiated at all. There's nothing about them that would say that they're more intelligent than the average woman. And there's plenty of women more intelligent, more logical, etc., than you are. So why should you be able to vote over them? It doesn't make sense to me. And then,
Ryan, can you help me out? What's being clipped? I don't give a fuck. Am I doing something wrong? Dude, I saw this. Like I said, these are black conservative men versus Sharon Bracey. I'm oddly enough into politics. I've always said this. And dude, how often do I get a bunch of get to review a bunch of quote conservative black men against a quote? I don't know. Does Sharon call himself a liberal? I don't know. But dude,
of course he's a liberal. He's gay.
Oh my God. If it's politics, I really don't give a fuck if they clip it. Fuck them.
It's like
I'm not saying anything.
The best.
As long as I'm not spreading hate or just being totally inappropriate. Hey, a lot of people don't like my sense of humor, but fuck them too.
Hey Stanley, I put a link in the back for
the best of the men of the men.
I put a link in the back of probably one of Hood Server's better showing. I mean, yeah, play this though.
Well, fuck it. I got some beer and shit. We'll watch it next. Or I kind of want to get through this and God damn it. How much time?
I know. I keep put it at 1.25 or 1.5. That's usually where people listen to reviewing.
Yeah, and I keep forgetting to do that. Oh, sleep timer. That's what I ought to do. I had to just put a fucking sleep timer on it.
Miss MBD in the chat. Miss MBD 1.
There we go. All right.
And look at women at the worst. So like you'll say, oh well, women. You'll bring up like thoughts or something like that, and you'll like talk about women and that as if those thoughts are their as the pedestal or the what's the word I'm looking for? The
epitome.
Yeah, the epitome or the general, like that's just the general woman or whatever. And then you bring up the best that the man has. Oh, look at the inventions man has done. What have you? But you haven't invented any of that. Like, yeah, a man maybe invented that, but you didn't. And you've been alive long enough to invent something. You have invented nothing. So it's like it's weird to me to hear guys like you claim this progress and you never contributed to the progress. It's weird to me.
Well,
AR, you let him off the ropes though. He asked a really good question.
Please do not interfere. Because you know what's weird to me is how you claim to have an argument because women should just vote just because. And then when I ask you, and not only do you state your weird position, but then when I put a counter up and I explain that women not voting is actually the natural state, the majority of human history has existed that way. And I ask you to now validate your own position, which is key. You tell me why the fuck you think you're so special and you got nothing. And the only thing you can think to do, and the only thing you can think to do in that moment is tell me how terrible I am. Prove to me that you're right, though. I know I ain't shit, but tell me how you're right.
Okay, but that's the thing. People haven't been voting for most of human history, right? We used to have feudal lords.
Diva, don't save him. He don't save him. He don't want to be saved.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
Don't save him. He don't want to be saved. The question is what makes it good. Why is it a good thing? You can't even deal with the question though. You can't even deal with a simple question. Why is it a good thing? You never did. Why is it a good thing? Give me 3 reasons why it's a good thing.
So
it's weird. It's weird that somebody has to explain to you why equal rights is a good thing. I think personally that's kind of strange. I think it's kind of obvious.
I think it's weird that you can't do it though.
So the point keeps on going over your head for somehow, some way, not sure how. The point is it keeps
now
on
that's how you lock a nigga's mind up.
History, the natural default or whatever has not been people voting, has not even been black men voting, all men voting, or anything like that. You seem to want to stop the carriage at the part where only all men can vote, while letting it go further so that all people.
This is such a fucking stupid argument.
That's what I don't understand,
dude. This is literally like the dumbest fucking argument or segment of an argument. This is so fucking boring.
That's black politics, Stanley. They get caught up in the minutia. They can't explain
and
themselves.
You know what?
Out of a wet paper
this
bag.
Is where this is where
fun.
I would.
This is where the fun is. This is the fun zone, Stanley.
This is where I would take my political bowling ball and just fucking get a strike. All of y'all pins need to fall down. This is boring.
Stanley, this is where you would thrive when somebody says some stupid shit.
Dude, women can vote. It's not going away.
Why are we
debating something that? But dude, who gives a fuck about the argument? It's not going to happen. It's a pyrrhic.
It's going somewhere. It's building to a point. It's
okay.
The
Well, you've seen this before.
It's the Negro Leaning Tower of Pisa. Just let it ride. It ain't fell over yet.
Okay.
I'm serious. I see this over and over and over again. They build this big tower, and we just wait for it to fall.
This is actually like a tactic.
Yeah, it's a. Oh God!
Yeah. I better be. You know what? I better be learning from this then. Because
you got to see how these things develop. You know, it's not going nowhere. We want it to fall over so bad.
You know what?
Know it's gonna fall.
All of a sudden, the teacher has become the student.
And so what I'm saying is that you can say, oh well, women, to vote, no positives came from or whatever. I don't believe it to be true. But the point I'm making is that why are you stopping it there? Why is it only all women shouldn't be able to vote, but all men should be able to vote? Why is it not? And why you segment it that way? Why not say all dumb people? Like if you don't have a college degree, if you're not an elite, if you don't have a certain net worth, whatever the case may be, you shouldn't be able to vote. Why do you go to the women? Why do you do a sexism thing rather than a classist or elitism thing? That is my question.
Your question isn't valid unless you can answer mine. Why is it good? Name one fucking good thing about women voting. That's all you have to do.
So if you look back at it,
right
throughout in the beginning of the country, it wasn't random. It wasn't bums in these positions of power. It wasn't bums at the federal convention. It wasn't bums representing the people at the state ratification conventions. Voting in all colonies was tied to some way, shape, or form, whether it be paying taxes, ownership of land, whatever the case may be. There wasn't really that. I think New York and New Jersey allowed women to vote if they owned property. I think New York was very lax on their voting. This specifically for the state ratification conventions. But like down south, it wasn't like that. So like there was, depending on the county, it was very different. But again, it wasn't all people could vote, and it wasn't all people could vote after they restricted it. And if your argument is that the country was amazing from 1787 to 1975 when Black people couldn't, I'm just confused about your argument. Honestly, I don't understand it.
It's not even an argument at this question.
Why are you so emotional? Why are you so emotional?
Why is it a good thing, bro? I need you to say it's good because. Why is it a good thing? Like we're struggling with this simple proposition.
I got you.
Why is it bad?
Answer directly.
I don't understand it. The boy gets emotional.
But I don't want to turn to a big argument. So, but after he answered your question,
the boy gets emotional.
Before that, we got the catch up. It says all Black conservatives turning into conservatives.
That's what I'm saying. You gotta be Black to be offended by that. Conservative is not Black. Oh yeah, he might be more than me.
A Strag with a D voice, laughing my A off. Also, we got Paris with the $2. AR has no ontology. Sharon, protection from me. Queer. That's weird.
What's a stag?
So, AR, can you please just answer the question for him and the good folks that are listening? Can you name one thing that became good from women voting? Go ahead.
I think that
Motherfucking
women voting, women
everything.
influencing voting.
More people were
definitely
Stanley,
voting.
don't do
being a
it.
part in
Don't do it.
providing,
What?
being more.
All right.
What's the word I'm looking for? Supportive of welfare. And I'm not really big on the welfare state. However, if you look in the 1920s, especially the Great Depression, all that stuff, I think people will argue also that like prohibition, which I'm very much against drinking, so I thought that was a good thing. Granted, it got re-amended and whatever, but I think there's plenty of things, and especially locally, anybody that and I'm kind of all over the place, but I personally don't think that just because someone can vote, that someone should be able to vote just because it's a good thing or whatever the case may be. If we live under certain ideals or whatever, it just is what it is. There are plenty of people I don't want to vote. There's plenty of people I don't think it's a good thing they should vote. I don't think that when conservative votes, it's naturally good in a sense of he makes a good choice. However, from a democracy standpoint and from what our system represents, I think he should be able to vote. I think other people should be able to vote just because. Me personally, I think you're stupid and I don't think you should vote. But I wouldn't, if I was in a position of power, if I was in a position of power, I wouldn't go for that, and I wouldn't vote for that either. So like trying to tie it as, what's a good reason or what's been good because women can vote or whatever the case may be, it's irrelevant when we're talking about the system that the U.S. is under.
Perfect. So it's where we are today is I agree that the fact that they can vote and we can have different disagreements and have better understanding of where we need to move as a community and as a country. We need everybody's opinion to be heard. Go ahead. So now, conservative, he answered your question. Now, are you going to be able to answer his? Go ahead and ask your question. Well, the question was, conservative, why is it that you have only focused on the women?
Okay, I'm sorry. AR falls into this fucking idiot's trap. What if I think you're stupid, AR? Should you vote? It's a fucking literally. Why does he think he made a good argument? It's a moronic argument.
He didn't. He's chick brain just like Sharon. Sharon is the host of the channel. He's gonna get guys.
I see the SBG there. I know who the panel. I figured it out. Hood is showing a panel that he was on. I thought you said AR was a Hood conservative fan.
Yeah, he follows them around just to argue with him. But
so I thought you meant an actual like acolyte.
No, I finished that statement with this. That was a 4-on-1 at the time. It was PH Diva, Chicago Rilla, and AR.
Yeah, I heard it.
And Sharon against conservative. But Sharon is, even the guys that hit the panel, he attracts people just like him. Like for me, I would look at Sharon in the chat if I didn't know. If I didn't know Sharon, I wouldn't go on his panel because his vibe is off. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
I feel comfortable trolling you or from your chat or even hitting your panel because there's some familiarity there. Whether we agree or disagree politically, there's a certain comfort level that you have. I feel comfortable hitting your panel and talking to you, whether I'm talking shit or having a good conversation or reviewing some shit.
Dude. But let me ask you a question, and I'm sure I've mentioned this, if not to you, but you kind of get the overall tenor. Dude, what the fuck? It is no fun talking to people who agree with you. There's a lot more drama. There's a lot more humor. Dude, it's just more, to me, mentally stimulating or just, dude, why talk to people who agree with you?
Usually that's what they want. That's the challenge that
there's more blood.
That's the challenge that conservative takes when he goes over there. He knows that it's not like.
And you know what? Look, I think conservative is the best one on this panel right now. And
this is how he sharpens his argument.
It hurts me to say it, by the way.
He knows it.
It is what it is.
Yeah, well, you missed. I don't know if you even got to witness the times that SKC used to do this. SKC would just be head. I'm not saying conservative is not. Yeah. I'm not saying conservative is not head and heels over like some type of political level than everybody else. But in instances when SKC used to do it, he clearly was. But he would not bring them to the level that he was. He'd bring them to the level that they could understand and to just sprinkle a topping on top. Like that's where you put the crouton. Don't bring them all the way up to the top. Just bring them above where they were. And then you treat it like that's where my ceiling is.
Right.
And I was telling you I'm not teaching you nothing, but I was telling you the other day
You
about
might be. Dude, I'm not
troll
above
tactics.
learning.
This is why it's so interesting because you know that he could go levels higher with this shit, but you only bring them to a level where you think that they understand. Then you ceiling it right there. You just stop right there and you kind of look down.
Why not just go all the way to the top? Let me tell you a
fuck
story.
no, because that's taking the fun out of it.
Come on. Dude, let me tell you a story. And it might fit this model, but it just popped into my mind. It's a Navy story. You know, my chief engineer, you know, the boss. I was the only single officer. You know, everybody's fucking gone for 2 weeks or whatever for Christmas, and you know, I'm the only unmarried one. So I'm basically just the acting chief engineer on my ship, and we're getting ready for this huge inspection. So the captain, who is a nuclear engineer, like there are people that I hear thought he was literally the smartest engineer in the Navy, like the Navy, the U.S. Navy. He was the motherfucker taught me to be a bit better engineer, quite frankly. And I'm not a trained engineer. I'm a science major. Anyway, this dude, captain wants to inspect the fucking engineering plant. And we're gas turbine, but you know, he's doing his command tour. And you know, he's got a destroyer that's, you know, there are no nuclear destroyers even still. So I know this motherfucker, dude. He could just look at a screw. This motherfucker could take a screw and just build a whole ship with it, just with one screw. And he had total respect. No, this motherfucker was just drop dead brilliant. Anyway, so I'm the acting chief engineer, and I'm kind of sweating bullets because this motherfucker knows more than pretty much anyone in the Navy about engineering. So we're going down there, and this fucking white E7 gas, I'm not going to even tell you his name, but he was an E7 gas turbine. I think he was a actual gas turbine machinist mate or something like that. So he is, you know, it's a main engineering, you know, we had 2 main engineering spaces. So anyway, the space looks awesome. Oh, it's clean, it's inspection ready, and then we're on our way out, and this motherfucker hung a fucking metal pail catching oil from a goddamn valve. It's like a leaky valve in the this plant looks ship shaped, and this motherfucker, his solution was to fucking hang like your granddaddy's metal pail.
Yeah, barn bucket.
I look at this and dude, I just fucking hit the roof. I'm like, and you know what? I just got so pissed off that I didn't even remember the captain was there. I'm like, no, I didn't use any curse words because the captain would have never allowed that. But dude, I'm like, Chief, you need to come up to our level. We're not coming down to your level. I need this fixed immediately. And just fucking walked off. I left the captain there. I'm so fucking pissed. Fuck you. Dude, I just literally walked off. The captain stood there and kind of talked to the chief a little bit, like, I don't know. So the captain caught up with me and he's like, well, I was on my way out of the Navy. I'd like, dude, my letter of resignation, whatever. He's like, well, Stan, have you thought about maybe changing your mind and staying in the Navy? I'm like, well, no, sir, my decision's made. But dude, you know what? I did not give a fuck about the politeness, motherfucker. You shall do better than this. I don't give a fuck. Just do better. So at my going away party, I'd never met this captain's wife. So he goes, well, honey, this is a Stanley Cross. He's an asshole. And I'm like, what? That's how you introduce me? Dude, I was kind of, dude, I just spoke my fucking mind and I don't really give a shit about the consequences sometimes. So what you see, you know, Stanley versus the world, dude, you got to be the smartest man in the room. And sometimes they'll give you leeway, sometimes they won't. But dude, I don't really give a fuck what people think sometimes. If I know I'm right, y'all catch up. So there's my philosophy in a fucking nutshell.
Hey, can you hear background noise?
Not really.
You don't hear you don't hear nothing.
I literally don't hear anything. And I got on
nothing
earbuds.
I'm saying from my end.
No, I've got on the earbuds and I don't.
Oh, okay, cool.
A lot of engineers have OCD. That's why I'm a chemistry major, not a fucking engineer.
Side of things and not the classism side of things when we're talking about voting.
Well, I'm willing to have the class discussion, but the discussion at hand was about a particular thing. And so we could, restrict certain things by class. The general math is that, let's say back in the day, it was landowners. That's who voted, right? So the way you would kind of catch up in the modern sense.
No, it wasn't just landowners. God damn it.
Right?
It
So,
was
like,
property owners. It could be land. It could be buildings. Get the goddamn history right. It was property owners.
You write a check to the government every year, you guarantee to vote. If you get a refund, you probably don't get a vote. Like, or if you're on benefits at all, you probably don't get a vote. Like, if you're on welfare, you shouldn't get a say in how the welfare system works. It's just a built-in hazard. So that kind of shit.
So, but why do you, when you talk about voting, you always go to women shouldn't be able to vote, but all men? There's plenty of men on welfare. There's plenty of men. The things that you said would disqualify them from voting. There's plenty of men that fit that requirement, fit that bill, and there's plenty of women that don't. And so, why is it that you go to women shouldn't be able to vote, men should be able to vote?
One, that's the only thing you guys are really interested in. But to do one would also do the other for the most part. So I'm willing to play that game.
But how would it? There's plenty of women. Are you saying that the majority of women are on welfare?
By and large, it would solve a lot of the problem. Yes.
You're saying that by and large, you believe that most women are on welfare?
No, but the net taxpayer thing was the actual crux of it.
So, like for example, what is pretty much saying? So, Oprah Winfrey, she shouldn't be able to vote.
Oh yes, you're clearly struggling with this.
Right, so that's the issue that most people will have. That it's clearly women that have more than of men, and that's where it becomes a very dangerous situation when we are having this conversation. And the fact that it's a bunch of low-level men that believe that they have some kind of higher position than a woman that clearly out-earned them, out-educated them, out-survived them, out-anything them, and they feel like they at the same level as any woman just because they are a man. That is a problem. And then once we could just move on from that, then maybe we could just be honest and say, hey, there's nothing wrong with women voting. I think it's weird that it's women I think it's weird that it actually have women that is saying that, yeah, take away my right to vote. I think that's weird, but hey, they don't want their right to vote. It is what it is, but maybe they don't vote anyway. But clearly we got women on your side that believes that women voting is a bad thing. That's crazy to me. What up, Vincent?
I think I'd asked this before, and I asked him like when he felt like the country's downturn started or whatever, and he said like the 70s or whatever the case may be. And I had brought up like, okay, so before that, Black people couldn't vote, or it was very difficult. So why not just go back to that, to no Black people going to vote, since that's when you believe America was at its best? And he's like, why do you turn into a race thing? Why do you turn into a race thing? And it's like, I don't know, man. I just wish I could understand how retards think sometimes, but
I think it's obvious you struggle, the two of you struggle with the objective logic of certain things, and then you have to emotionalize the rest of the algorithm. So, like, for example, when I ask you for a million times, what is the positive that comes from women voting? And you finally gave something up. And the one thing that you could give up after you look high and low for a simple answer.
Dave, let me ask you a question about conservative in this last couple sentences or so. How is that not an ad hominem?
It's not, because you can explain it versus just calling them a complete
Bullshit.
fucking jackass.
It's
That's what I'm saying. If you had that style, Stanley, you could do that.
If you call them emotional, that's literally an ad hominem. Did you not hear that? Here, let me rewind it a bit, because it is an ad hominem. So why do people get pissed off when I make ad hominems?
I think it's obvious you struggle, the two of you struggle with the objective logic of certain
So
things, and then you have to.
You struggle with logic. How is that not an ad hominem?
It's not, because you can see them struggling with the logic.
It is. It's a rhetorical question.
It's not an ad hominem, it's a fact.
If you are talking about their emotional state, that literally has nothing to do with their argument. You're criticizing how they deliver or its pre-argument. Dude, this is literally an ad hominem. Motherfucker, I will not accept that calling people emotional is not an ad hominem. You're calling them a woman.
Hold on. Play it again real quick. Let me get context on what you're saying.
Okay. You know what? No,
real quick. It's quick. It happens quick.
Right to vote. It is what it is. But maybe they don't vote anyway. But clearly, we got women on your side that believes that women voting is a bad thing. That's crazy to me. What up, Vincent?
I think I'd asked this before, and I asked him like when he felt like the country's downturn started or whatever, and he said like the 70s or whatever the case may be. And I had brought up like, okay, so
downturn.
Before that, black people couldn't vote, or it was very difficult. So why not just go back to that, to no black people going to vote, since that's when you
the country's downturn started at 1776.
Why you turn it to a race thing? And it's like, I don't know, man. I just wish I could understand how retards think sometimes. But
retard.
Yep, there's an ad hominem. You're right. So it's ad hominem.
The two of you struggle with the objective logic of certain things, and then you have to emotionalize the rest of the algorithm.
Hood is right.
Like, for example, when I ask you,
he's right to return
what is the positive that comes from women voting, and you finally gave something up, and the one thing that you could give up after you looked high and low for a simple answer, you said welfare. Which, the long story short, is men pay into the welfare system and women receive benefits from the system. It's literally women voting the money directly out of the men's pocket. So when you say something like the welfare state, or when you allude to something like the welfare state, as in women voting made the growth of the welfare state explode, which it literally did, what you're saying is it's a good thing that women can just vote the money out of men's pockets.
Okay, this is oh my God, this is
what?
Fucking egg salad.
Well, Stanley, wait, don't go to that fucking shit you do where you say that once you sign the check, not your money.
Dude,
don't use that argument.
That's not a reason that women shouldn't vote, hood conservative.
Well, he asked him what was a good thing, what good reason why women
there's
should vote.
ad hominem versus ad hominem. I will agree to that. I didn't hear AR call the R word. Someone called it a restart. AR called hood conservatives argument a restarted argument. Which I think
conservative said. AR said
no. I heard what he said.
Yeah, but hood conservative said also.
Conservative is literally saying that we wouldn't have a welfare state if women didn't have the vote. Correct?
That's not what he said.
Yeah, it's not what he said. It's the intent.
That's not the intent.
Okay, well then, motherfucker.
Can I tell you what the intent was? Unless you play it again, can I tell you?
Okay, they're talking about women voting. Hood conservative is implying that there is a welfare state and women voted to take money out of men's pockets or some bullshit like that.
No, see, like you go bullshit. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Have the
Okay.
conversation. Don't
Fuck the
diminish.
conversation. It's a
That was Jay
dude.
Prince said,
Don't
diminish.
have a conversation about a stupid point.
Well, regardless, the point is being
Dude,
discussed.
see, okay, I want
This
to
is
play
this is why I swear this is a skill. If you're gonna self-destruct over this,
I will, because I want to blow everybody up if they're this stupid.
okay. So the
Let
patience
me
that
let
you
me
need to
fin-
have
let
is
me
the
finish.
training
Let me
that you need
finish
to
my
develop
point.
for a
Let
good
me
approach.
no. I'm not gonna fucking go in
Okay, I'm
like
just trolling. Go ahead. Go ahead. Build it up.
no. The bottom line is dude. Women have the right to vote. Okay, blaming the welfare state on women, he might be right, but so the fuck what if 50% of the voters, and I'm doing the 50% men, 50% women, I'm sure it's not
Yeah, we're
exactly
not arguing about the
50%.
numbers, but I get the point.
Half the voters want a welfare state, well, then that's what they voted for. Simple
Stanley,
majority wins or whatever. It's a
the
dumb argument. Who cares? Maybe he's right about if women didn't have the vote, there would be no welfare state. But my question would be, do you think the welfare state is wrong to have? And if the answer is yes, then motherfucker, get the fuck out of here. Thank God we have women.
Stanley, my answer is yes. And what the fuck are you talking about?
And
Thank God we
your
have women.
answer is inhumane. If we're the
No,
richest,
it's not.
if we're the
Do you earn a
richest
paycheck?
country, if we're the richest country in the world, why not cut out a little bit of the extra money for a welfare state?
No,
Y'all,
for what? I don't
not
want to pay for
y'all.
them
I'm
hoes.
saying y'all, not you specifically, and I mean y'all
No,
as in
I
the.
have a paycheck, and some of that is
Well, who
allocated
gives a
towards
fuck
the
about
welfare
your
state.
paycheck?
Because you
Hey,
don't have a
who gives
paycheck, you
a
sit
fuck?
here and say
Okay,
crazy shit
motherfucker,
like
if
that.
the voters say this is once you
That's
sign
why I
that
don't want
tax,
them to vote. Do you
once
understand that?
that, okay, you can want all you want, but that doesn't mean what you want is right. Okay,
Okay,
you
it doesn't have to be
abstract the
women. It could be
goddamn
anybody voting for that. And
abstract the morality from what you want, Dave. Just because you want it doesn't mean it is moral or
okay,
it's
because
right.
I don't want to sit here and bang on women. I could change that to
Okay,
unemployed
no.
people. It doesn't
See,
have to be women. We could
what you're
say
not
unemployed people
understanding
are.
is we have escaped we've done the escape velocity from don't want women. Now we're in, dude. Once you sign that tax check and put a stamp and drop it in
You
your
go to
local
that bullshit
mailbox,
argument.
it
That's
is not
exactly what I
even your
told you to
goddamn
avoid.
money. It is not your money. It is public money.
Stanley,
And what the
Stanley,
public wants
Stanley,
the money spent on, who gives a
Stanley,
fuck what you want?
Stanley. There is a portion of
Yes.
my paycheck allocated to that. And
I
if I
don't give a
don't want
fuck
it,
about
I
your
don't want to pay
paycheck.
for them hoes.
Then bitch, stop
Fuck that.
earning a paycheck.
Tell
If
her
you
to get a
stop,
fucking
if you
job. They're
quit your
equals, aren't they?
job,
Should I treat them as an
let me
equal, or
be
should I
as
treat them as my
let
child?
me
If you're
do
gonna
a
take
hood
like
conservative.
child support
Let
would
me
be.
do a hood conservative fucking body slam. Then quit. That way your money doesn't go. Otherwise, who gives a fuck? You're gonna pay for it, and once you sign that
All right,
check, what?
let's follow
No,
the conversation.
seriously.
No, because you're making an argument with me. You're not
The
following the conversation.
majority rules, bitch, in a
No,
democracy.
that's what he said, to find some good reason why women should vote. Not majority rules because we
And
allow women to
women
vote.
should
That's
vote
stupid. He's not having the
because
conversation. This is that black shit.
No. It's not
This
black
is
shit.
exactly
It
what
is no.
people say.
What hood
In the
conservative in AR
context,
and Sharon,
and
dude?
I'm
No,
telling
I
you.
already have the context. The black shit is happening. Hood conservative is the master of black shit.
Adopt the spirit of the conversation.
Fuck
Name
the
something
spirit. Be
good
right.
that came
I don't get.
from
See, I don't give a fuck about the
You're
spirit.
outside the realm of their conversation. That's what we're debating about. The realm
And
of their conversation. You're
literally what I'm
outside of that with
saying
me
is their
because you want to shit
conversation,
on the idea, but you're
their
not staying in the pocket
no.
of the
Listen
conversation.
to what I'm gonna say. Their conversation is dog shit. It's a
I
dumb
get that.
conversation.
I
There's not a
understand that, and I
smart
get that.
person on this goddamn panel.
I get that.
Okay, well, as long as you get that.
Compartmentalize that though.
No,
In
you
the
can't
context of the
compartment.
conversation,
Dude, there is no
the question was
no way.
asked, what good has came? And it's not good to him because he has to pay for
Okay,
what
well,
he
who
said
gives a
was
fuck
good.
about him? He's not the
Well,
only voter in America.
why do you think that women should get welfare? Or
Literally,
not
it is
women, why do you think
stupid.
that people who
Dude,
don't
all you
make
goddamn
the
black
poverty line should get
conservatives,
welfare money
dude,
from people who do?
y'all want to take your little anecdotal experience and fucking make it like a rule of thumb. Just
This is why
because,
I'm trying to change this conversation from women to people who just don't make
okay,
the poverty line. Because I
I
don't
don't
want
give
it
a
to be
fuck
about
about that.
women.
You're moving the goalpost. And
No,
I'm
I'm
not,
changing
I have moved the goalpost. Stop taking your personal experience or your personal feelings and expecting everybody else to think like you. That's literally what Hood Conservative does. That's literally what Sharon does. That's literally what AR is doing. It's literally what American Man does. Nobody gives a fuck what you want to do. It's
why don't they?
majority rules, and stop
When one
whining.
side gets
Stop
sick of it,
whining about democracy.
you're right. You're right. Now, if you laid it out to women who do work and who do participate in the work environment,
Dude,
and you
you
put it
just
to them
don't get my
exactly how
point
it
now.
is, and you ask them a
Who
question
gives
like,
a
would you
fuck
want
what
to
you
pay for
want?
people sitting on their ass?
Who
How do you
gives
like
a
that shit?
fuck about your opinion?
They're gonna
Majority
say
rules.
no. So it doesn't matter. It's only a
Stop
matter of time
whining
before this
about
shit
living
changes.
in a fucking democracy. You're not going to take away
Guaranteed,
the
it'll
women's
go the
right
other
to
way.
vote. You're
Eventually, it will
not.
go the
Hey,
other way. So I'm not
we
worried about it.
appreciate your opinion, Mr. Dave, but
It's
women aren't
already
going
the
to lose the
pendulum is
vote
already swinging.
just
Let's see
because.
where it
No,
stops the
the
next time it
pendulum.
stops.
Do you think the pendulum is going to take away the right of women to vote?
I think that I think that we're here where they're going to make it a 2-year maximum. It's going to start
Dude,
in one state and
it
it's
is
going to work its
it
way
is
across
gonna
the
be
country.
sweet. It's gonna be sweet when
So no
you
more
and
career Section 8 moms, no more career
okay,
food
Section 8
stamp
has
moms.
nothing to do with the
This
right
is
to
part
vote,
of
you
it.
dumb fucks.
You said
Trying
welfare.
to connect those dots is literally stupidity.
Stupidity is arguing with me. I'm keeping it within the context of their conversation. You're outside of that. And you're right. I'm
No,
not saying
you
you're
know
wrong.
what? And I keep saying their conversation is stupid. Why are
But that
you
doesn't
Why are
disqualify
you
the
trying to
example I'm trying to
rationalize a
make.
stupid? Why are you trying to rationalize a stupid conversation? There are no winners. There are no smart people. They're all stupid, arguing a stupid ahistorical point. They do
All right,
not
I'll stop you
understand. They
when I
do not
disagree with what you're
understand.
saying.
Dude, how about argue what is people want to act like women shouldn't vote? Motherfucker, they can
Not
vote.
women,
How about
people who
deal?
don't make the
How
poverty
about
line.
deal? How about deal with the present? Not what has happened, what could happen. How about deal with the problem as it is? And if you
Let's
think
substitute
women
women
shouldn't
for
vote,
X
if
because it's
you
not about
see,
women.
actually it is. If
When
you're
you say
talking
women,
about the
all different type of
no,
sensitivities come up.
hood idiot
We're using X
literally
as the
just
argument.
hood idiot just connected those dots. He's blaming the existence of the welfare state on women voters.
Right. We'll call them X
Okay,
from
and
now
that's an
on.
idiotic take.
It's not good. Matter of fact, when Mary J. Blige
It's
got hit,
stupid,
when
outright
Mary J.
stupid.
Blige got hit with alimony, she didn't like
Motherfucker,
that feeling.
what does
She
Mary
didn't like
J.
that feeling
Blige
because
have to do
we're
with
supposed to
any
be
of this?
equal. We're
Did
supposed to
Mary
be
J.
equal.
Blige say? Did Mary J. Blige say women shouldn't vote?
No.
Then why are you bringing her up?
Well, why are you outside of the context of the argument?
Because
You're just
I
calling
got
everybody
bored with the
stupid. I said I
context
didn't
because
disagree with you
it is
there. I'm being just
absolutely
as
stupid.
ridiculous as you about this.
Oh, is that what you're doing? I thought it was a
Yes.
natural. I thought it was a natural tendency.
It's not I'm not good at it, but I'm doing it because you did.
All I'm saying is this argument that if women didn't vote, there would not be a welfare state. Dude, it doesn't matter. They vote. Deal with the problem as it is and stop dreaming of a world that used to be and will never be in the future.
And this is
Deal
why
with
I
the
said
problem.
this is why I said they had chick brain.
Dude, you know what? Chick brain might be smarter than hood brain.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I'm beginning to doubt that.
It's just naturally not. You ever seen a woman who didn't have I hate to use woman to make this argument because like I said,
Motherfucker, just make your goddamn argument. What's
it
up,
unlocks
man?
different kinds of sensitivities in guys. Like y'all just start getting
Oh my God, you're talking
sympathetic and
sensitive.
shit.
How about talk logic, woman brain?
I can't. Yeah,
it's fool's gold, bro. It's fool's gold. Don't
no,
even dig.
I'm not. No, wait.
Stanley, hold on. It
Oh,
doesn't
now
matter
you're
what.
up here to
It
trash
doesn't
me?
matter. It doesn't matter what you say that's logical. Stanley is gonna
Oh
go against it.
oh my God.
Right into the parking lot. He only agrees with women and liberal black Democrat males. It's fool's gold. It doesn't matter what you say that's logical. Stanley is going to disagree with it.
I got it.
If you
I'm
watch
seeing
Stanley
that.
long enough, that's what he does. He argues for the sake of arguing. You could be absolutely correct.
No, I do not argue. Dude, I argue to stamp out the stupid embers of a blazing, ignorant fire. I literally want to stomp out the flames of ignorance and put out the embers of stupidity. You like that one?
You have a colorful way with words where I can totally understand it. But your problem is you can't stay in bounds. You go out of bounds, or I thought we were going to have this conversation where we was going to base it on the argument made, not the argument you want to make.
Dude, this argument is stupid is my premise.
I agree.
None of these motherfuckers are making sense.
But Stanley,
left, right, conservative, Sharon. Nope, none of them are capable.
But Stanley, you're aware that a lot of times people feel that exact way about you, right?
And are you aware that I don't? Well, hold on. Hold on. Are you aware that I don't give a fuck?
Right, but that's the whole point.
So
are you
don't
aware
tell me
that
what other
these
people think. It's irrelevant.
Here's the thing: these people don't give a fuck what you think about them, Stanley.
Dude,
that's why I find
I'm
it
not
odd
talking to them, American man. I'm talking to Deacon Dave.
Agreed. But that's why I find it odd when you make these statements, and that's why I said to you the other day, you're
I'm arguing in the abstract,
internet just like the rest of these people. I know you think you're above it, but you're not, Stanley.
Oh no, I know I'm above it.
I hear a lot of stuff that you say, and I'm like, what is this guy blathering on about?
Motherfucker, I don't care what you think.
No, Stanley, you care what I think.
You said other people. You're one of those other people. You're not special.
Agreed, Stanley. I'm not.
Okay, then what the fuck are you arguing for the other people?
No, I'm just letting it be known that you argue as if you are the authority, and you're just another Negro.
No, I never argue that. I just say I know I'm right.
And that
well,
shows
you
a
know
level
what?
of intelligence that's
You
not
know
there.
what? You know I'm always good for a link to a book I hope you know that,
What are
dude. I
books,
don't just
Stanley?
spout this book.
What are books?
Wait, did you just ask what are books?
Yes.
Aren't there plumbing books? Okay. What, they don't have books about plumbing?
Hold on. I gotta go pick up these books. Hold on.
I'll bet you do. Run away when I mention books? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, but I gotta go pick these boots up, Stanley. That way
Nah,
it'll reach to these things.
I'm just fucking with you. All right. Well, let's continue this foolishness. I wonder what John Galt is doing. Ryan said that Galt is live.
Worried about the
Now I'm
wrong
curious.
shit. You got your own show going.
You're right. Ooh, Ruthless Truth. What the fuck is up? You've heard Ruthless? I did. By the way, and you'll have to forgive me. I'm kind of skipping around here. I've had one too many beers apparently, but tell me why I should be listening to the Roger Report again.
Oh, I'm just saying, like you'll get elder privilege going in there. You got
I'm not going
military.
over there.
No, I'm saying
Not
like
to
if you hit the
talk.
panel, you got military experience. You're a scholar. You get elder privilege. Like if you really
That's
got
not
something
good,
that you might
dude.
want to
That's
say.
not, dude.
I'm just saying,
I'm
like
not.
places where you don't have to fight your way on the panel. If you want to go up there, they'll give you the respect to get what you got to say.
I
Off.
don't
That's
ever
all.
fight my way on a panel. I literally, no one's ever, John Galt is the only place I ever fight.
Right. Well, I thought you. I get it, but like you're not going to get a lot of pushback. But you can go up there on some.
But no, I want the pushback, dude. I love the smoke.
I would say that's one place where more members of your peer group would be there, and you might get more of a stimulating conversation out of that group.
Well, Roger,
for a guy like you.
He doesn't sound that old.
No. The guys on that hitters panel.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, then, all right. I'll give it a little bit more of a listen. I started listening to it today, and then I had other things to do.
Now, I wonder if you guys would agree on on certain ideologies, but you watch this
Which
channel.
ideology? Name an ideology that you're aware of. And I know I'm being a dick. I know.
Yeah, that's kind of hard for me to do. Whatever interests you, it'll be there. Trust me.
Well, his show today was about marriages. Let's see. Tomorrow, should black men get married? Of course they should. And it was kind of something that came up on Nightish's show. He was, you know what? Have you ever watched that roast show?
PBS station.
No.
Apparently there was some roast contest on what is it? Fucking Not for Humans or something like that.
Oh.
Yeah, it was Auntie. It was Auntie.
I know Auntie doesn't know. That shit be silly. And like what I find funny, he doesn't think it's funny, so it's always like surprisingly funny for me.
Well, let me ask you a favor. Let's watch a little bit more of this. And then I asked Sin, ran into her, and apparently they think not Hood Servative, Nightish won the contest and all that stuff. So
Nightish is funny sometimes at times, but
is he? I mean, I think he's clever, but I don't think
he's clever.
He's
but
not he's not like stand-up comedian funny.
Right, he's clever and like I find it kind of cheap, but he's clever.
He's cheap. Well, you want to switch it now? Because I'm
you
done with this.
Sally Forth.
Well, good choice of words. One of my favorites. This is interesting. We're gonna have to watch this at some point. Yeah, hold on one sec. We're gonna switch gears because I'm kind of getting constipated on this silly argument that Sharon and Hood Servative. I think Hood Servative is the better arguer. the better he has a better argument, but goddamn, it's a low bar.
Yeah, that's because
But
Hood Servative
you
has
just get here.
logic.
Tell you just got here. What are your thoughts? I don't. As it turns out, I don't think any of them are right. A lot of ahistorical points and assumptions, and just it's a trash debate. To be honest,
I don't listen to Sharon. He has woman brain.
Sharon.
Yeah, that's his name. I don't.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't listen to Sharon.
He doesn't pronounce it that way. Why do you?
Well, that's two out of three of us think the same way.
That's because I pronounce it that way because he presents that way.
Oh, god damn.
Yo, American Man is saying the same thing I said an hour ago.
I heard you when you said it. I heard you right before I jumped in the shower. I heard you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's got. Listen, he everything. Listen, when you listen to that guy, you look at that guy. Everything about him screams feminine. Like, let's not pretend. We don't have to pretend.
You
Right?
know,
No one's
just
saying
because he has a refined presentation,
don't defend that shit.
Stanley.
just because he does not pick his teeth with a fucking flathead screwdriver, you're gonna call him fat? What would you rather him do it with a Phillips head, or what the fuck?
Yeah, but again, right? That's not refined, right? As far as refined, I'm refined. That guy
this is more like limp wristed.
Yeah, that guy is feminine. But yeah, I don't. So again, he's got woman's brain. He's one of those. The woman is God. All of that. I don't listen to males that talk like that because those are in the words of Uncle Jesse, betas. So
beta.
I don't listen to those males.
Well, wait, Uncle Jesse? You mean like the Dukes of Hazzard?
No, you went back too far.
They had an Uncle Jesse. Y'all aren't old enough to remember, probably.
That's not it. You missed it.
Okay, well, I'm sorry I did then.
Wait a minute. They ain't got Trace Lexus. Oh, Jesse Lee Peterson.
Yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson. And so I'm inclined to believe that Hood Servative is up there wiping the floor with those guys. Because those guys don't have those guys.
He's doing better than they would or did or are doing, but no, he's not. You know, he's not their toilet paper, or they're not his toilet paper.
Well, I've observed Hood Servative, right, and he doesn't go hard. He normally leads people into a lot of things. And then
Jesus, you're giving him way more credit than he deserves.
Here's the thing, Stanley. Listen, that's okay. We all feel some way about someone, right? Like, let's be honest, right?
You think I feel?
You're not the standout guy that you believe, Stanley. I've been telling you that for years.
Yeah, well, you know, I do the best I can with the I do the best I can with the tools God gave me.
Well, you better ask God for a reap now. Let me stop.
Damn.
I know. Sorry, Stanley. I shouldn't have done that. Sorry. Yeah. So, but you know, I don't really listen to those guys, man. Those guys, they argue like liberal white women.
Yeah, they do.
I don't have time. I don't listen to
liberal white women don't argue, do they?
Yes, they do. And
you know a few?
If I don't listen to liberal white women and I find most of what they say useless, why would I listen to some liberal black woman in male skin Talk to me.
Oh my God.
It's
Really?
ridiculous.
Facts.
Listen, I said this. Yeah, I said this. I think I was on where was I? Bernard Riley, and I was the
Oh
one.
damn.
I was the
That's
one that said these are black women in male face. When you listen to these guys, they're black women in male face.
God damn, Stanley, it's refreshing to have somebody who I could totally agree with that on your panel, Stanley. But you
Yeah,
don't talk
well,
like
you
that.
know
Now,
what? You know
here's the
what?
thing.
He is
Hold on. There's nothing wrong with black women. There's nothing wrong with black women having their beliefs, right? But when you have males that are just mimicking them, that's when you have the problem.
Man, you're saying everything I wanted to tell Stanley. Holy
well,
shit.
let me ask you a question. Is liking women okay?
Now, did you hear what I said, Stanley? Because I know it's
No,
hard for you
I
to
heard what you
comprehend.
said.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why I'm asking this question, American man. Is liking women okay? Is that feminine? Is liking women feminine too?
You don't have to
That's not a
like to the
serious
Because
point where
I
you lay
think
down.
I think some of y'all like weird women
Ask me a
haters.
serious question. Ask me a
No,
serious question.
it's a goddamn serious question.
No, it's not.
Dude,
It's a child's question.
See, I'm employing hood conservatives. You say hood conservative leads people somewhere.
Yeah, but you
So
can't lead.
I'm gonna assume
So again,
I'm going
ask a
to
serious question.
assume, motherfucker, I never ask stupid questions. I'll preface them.
Stanley, there's nothing wrong with
Make it
liking
a joke.
women. The
That,
problem
I am
is
literally gonna tell you if
judge
it's
of
a
what
joke
you're
question.
saying, whether it's stupid or not.
Assume it was a serious question.
I'm going
No,
to
it's
treat
not a
your
serious
question like it was serious. There's nothing wrong with liking women, but you just don't lay in the mud puddles so they walk on your back.
Okay, so your
that.
women stay in mud puddles. So are you?
No, you guys
Do
take
you
it to
think
this
women
extreme
are
where you
dirt
like
jobbers?
sacrifice your
They
whole
just fucking
self just
lay
to
in
fucking make a
puddles.
woman happy.
See, this basic disrespect for women is literally your fucking saucepan.
Saucepan.
Do you know what a saucepan is? Well, you know what? Get your woman to show you one.
I question if you even heard what I said.
Dude, do you? I heard what you said, Dave, and I'm literally ignoring it.
Stanley, which size saucepan? The 2.5?
No, motherfucker. Let's start with about an 8-inch saucepan. Let's start with an 8-inch because it's Dave and you make a lot of sauce.
No, I make a lot of sense. I don't mince my words.
Yeah, we can put some mince into that sauce. Now, what are you mincing? Dude, y'all just sound silly. Y'all are basically two hood conservatives up here.
Sure, Stanley. You see, when
I
Stanley
know you
starts
don't
losing an
get it,
argument, this
and
is what
maybe
he
you
does.
just don't want to get it,
When
America.
Stanley
I
cannot deal,
understand.
when Stanley is not intellectually mature enough, he starts doing this
Could be.
stuff.
Or I'm actually more mature than you are, and I don't just trash women because they're women.
No, hold on. Nobody's trashing women. You see, this is
Nah, I'm afraid I disagree with that, American man.
No.
There's a reason. There is a you trash women for the dude. You compare women to Sharon Bracey.
My problem is
Do you not understand when you equate Sharon Bracey with feminine ways, you are actually trashing women?
Here goes this stupidness.
I know, because he is a maggle.
Is it
not
really
like
stupid?
He's not a maggle.
Oh my God! Here we go. This emotional appeal.
Oh, here we go. And dude, am I gonna have to fucking?
Be a man. Be a
am
man.
I gonna have to
Stanley.
take?
Be a man.
Dude, Dude, I'm treating you
Stop
like a woman.
emotionally appealing to
I'm
women.
treating, dude,
Emotionally
this is
appealing
purely
to women,
rational.
and I'm talking about men.
Okay, American man.
That's the conversation
You
I'm having. About men.
comparing women to Sharon
Stop with
Bracey
all this
or vice
baboon
versa
babble.
is
Emotionally
yeah.
appealing. Stop
See,
it.
all of a sudden when I fucking trash your ass, you
You didn't
start
trash
comparing me to
anything, Stanley.
baboons.
You're trying
Does
to
it
emotionally
mean a
appeal.
baboon?
Stop being
Does it
weak
mean
and
a
emotionally
baboon can
appealing.
trash your
The
dude?
question, I'm
You are
talking
up on
about
the
men.
Baboon
I'm
News
talking about
Network,
men.
motherfucker.
Stop trying to emotionally
You
appeal
are
to women
literally
when I'm
up
talking
here.
about men.
You are
Weak
literally up
Democrat
here
males
on
like
the.
you.
You are literally up on a baboons panel. What are you? Who the fuck are you? The zookeeper?
Yes, I can be.
Well,
Gotta keep you
motherfucker,
animals in check
your day is
sometimes.
over. Let the baboons talk. Now that I have order on my goddamn panel, comparing Sharon to a woman is literally demeaning women.
How so? Let's go down this road of
Why the fuck would you
feminine
compare
logic.
women to a man?
No, I'm comparing one man to women. That's it.
And that is my
comparing
point.
one man
Why
to women.
would you think women would be mannish? Why are you making the one-to-one
Sorry,
comparison? Is
Stanley.
that essentially?
The entire
I'm
conversation
sorry,
is about
dude.
him being
You
feminine.
are very sorry. We
The
know this.
entire conversation
Calling me a
is about
baboon and all.
him
Shit.
being
You
feminine,
have
not
literally
about women
proven.
being masculine.
I'm sorry. What?
The entire conversation was about him being feminine, not about
Right.
women being masculine. So for you to make the
But
comment,
you know what?
why are
It's
you
easily
comparing women
flipped.
to
You
being mannish?
see,
You're
you
trying to
aren't
make an
bright enough
emotional
to
appeal to
understand
women.
how easily. You're not smart enough to understand how easily that shit argument is flipped.
No,
And I
Stanley,
did
you're
it
not
for.
smart enough to
I just flipped
understand.
that little
Stanley,
pancake for you, and
Stanley,
now
you're
you
not smart
know.
enough to
Now
understand
you
that you're
know,
not smart
dude.
enough to take on
Dude,
American man.
I'm sorry.
That's
I
the
just
reality.
did it, and there's not a goddamn thing you can
Stanley,
do
you
about
didn't
it.
do anything. You just made an emotional
I
appeal
did
to
it
women. That's it.
easily, and now you're
And I'm not
fussing and calling
surprised. You're a
people
Democrat,
baboons.
so that's what
You
you
are
people do.
literal. Oh, now I'm a Democrat
You are,
baboon.
Stanley. Don't
See, look at
lie.
you. Look at you.
Don't
You
lie.
go to your staple bullshit arguments
Oh, you
when
are
you
a
get
Democrat.
bested.
Why are you
Hey,
pretending?
hey,
But again, right? The
am I
argument
a
was about
baboon?
Sharon.
Which is
The argument was
real?
about
Which is
Sharon being
provable? Which
feminine.
is substantive?
The
Am I
argument was about
am I more
Sharon being
Democrat? See,
feminine.
you
Address
literally
that.
go to that
Exactly. You cannot.
fucking
You cannot.
dude.
You cannot,
That
Stanley.
cesspool,
You cannot.
you
cannot,
literally go
Stanley.
to a
Your
cesspool to
arguments
pull out
are
a
weak, Stanley.
Democrat.
Your arguments
Dude.
are weak.
American
not
man,
equipped.
you
You are not equipped.
wouldn't know a fucking argument
not
if I
equipped,
shoved it up
Stanley.
your ass.
You are not equipped.
As soon as your
You
brain
are
gets
not
challenged,
equipped.
I'm a Democrat
You're
and a
not equipped. I'm
baboon.
sorry.
The
I'm sorry,
problem
Stanley. You're
is
not equipped. And I
which
just
is
proved
more
that here.
provable.
I just proved that here in 10 minutes.
Nah, you did nothing of the
Right?
sort.
10
Dude,
minutes.
you just got bested
That's all
and
it
you
took was
just
10
can't
minutes.
deal with it.
Bested by
Which
who?
is more provable,
Bested by
American
who?
man?
Bested
See,
by
of
who?
course you have to fill in the time. Which is more provable?
Stanley,
Me
I'm waiting
being
on
a
you to answer the
see, of
question.
course you can't
I'm still waiting
wait
for
for the
you to
question.
answer the question.
If you
Stanley.
wait for the
Stanley,
question, I might
answer the question.
engage your brain.
Answer the question, Stanley.
Motherfucker, you answer mine first.
Fuck your question.
Yeah, well, fuck your question too. Now, hey, it's fuck for fuck. All right, well, here is the actual roast. And I've never watched this before. Let's see whether it's worthy or not.
Stay right there. And take that goddamn hat off. I want to see your
We
motherfucker. I
gotta
want to see the nigga I'm
motherfucking
talking
get through this bullshit. This is actually a structured show. Interesting. And no, I'm a
You can swallow a whole
one-liner
football
guy.
in one
Ooh, who is that?
swoop. I mean, like, come on, y'all.
So he trying to win all that shit. The roast off challenges. He probably would have entered the high heels challenge if he could.
No. Well, that can't be copyrighted, I hope.
What you can do? And I give up my time.
The Mets. Excuse me. Did I just lock up this goddamn computer? No.
Oh, you thought shit was sweet? I bet. I'm about to fuck you weak. Yeah, I'm a threat.
You know what? I will agree with you. This goddamn rap music. How about just fucking get to the show?
Yeah,
How
man,
much
I don't
do-
want to hear any of that stuff. Please, Stanley. Let's fast forward through it.
Yeah, you know, the older you get, the less you're impressed.
Never mind then.
Yeah. There we go.
He's got free. We were actually supposed to have a full panel as soon as everybody decides to pull up. You know what I'm saying? Of course. I mean, we're waiting on Shy Cam. We're waiting on Mr. himself. Both of them hit me up. But y'all really don't have to wait. Y'all can just come up here, roast right now, have fun. Get the prize pool popping. Give them something to pay
American
for.
Man, would you now? I know
She's
your
ready to just
answer,
go.
but
She's like she wants to
please
save it
humor
for a
me
little
because
bit
I
later.
know,
You know what I'm
God
saying?
damn
Flo,
it,
she's
I
more of just a counter
probably
puncher
shouldn't
and shit
even
like
ask
that.
you this
And
question.
Nidus is probably
Would you ever go up there to roast? How about you, Dave? Anyone?
Fuck no. No.
Why
I'm not going up there. I'm not playing these.
No, I have a very low tolerance for these type of people.
Yeah, me too.
These people don't really stimulate me, so I don't.
You know what? I'm not going to even follow up. I kind of know that I shouldn't follow this up.
gonna sip a little wine first. I don't know.
No, I'm gonna be sober.
I'm looking at Nidus like Nidus.
Damn, he know me
Nidus
so
look like
well.
he gonna be that underdog.
He know me so well.
Damn. I'm listening. Be right back.
Nidus about to pull an underdog. He gonna just come out of the woodwork, ready, just swinging.
I don't know how good
Nah, I
Nidus
think
is at roasting women. I ain't never really seen him roast women, so I'm interested
Oh,
to
that's
see
true.
what angle he go. Because Nidus a lover boy. Nidus is a
Shout out to the
lover
lover
boy.
boys and the lover girls.
You know what
Shout
I'm
out.
So
Just dusty. That's all it is.
I think I know what he doing. I think I know what he doing because I know what he doing.
Why don't you go
people
ahead?
say too.
Nidus, why don't you go ahead and get mad like you want to? Go ahead.
Let him play the feeble. He's gonna play the feeble old man for a little bit. Let him play it.
they're already on Nidus top. Shit.
Did Flora say I'm an ancient dusty?
Ancient Dusty's crazy.
Not he said.
Believe it or not, hey, if I had to bet money on this one, I don't know. I think I might have to take Flo. I get the best odds, and y'all don't know what she's gonna say, man.
I got my money on Lady Wu.
Yeah, I mean, that's an easy bet, but you wouldn't get no odds on that one.
Cause I'm not a gambler like that. I'm trying to win. I'm not. What the fuck?
Nidus, you the underdog, brother. You the underdog, brother.
You tell him, man. That's the only way you make money, man. You gotta take the long shots. You gotta take the long shots. But I don't think Flora's that much of a long shot because you don't know what she's gonna say.
You know, Ryan, I'm not absolutely sure you're wrong about that point. Here's an odd thing. I just assume people know the shit that I know, and that's part of the reason I tend to roast people. I literally sometimes go, "Y'all didn't know this." So, Ryan, I'm afraid you might have pegged me there. Good job.
We know she can get real pissed off and going. So you never know. You never know. And then, hey, you never know. You never know. I believe Floor is a counterpuncher, and we don't know what the hell Shakim's gonna say if he even makes it up here.
I think my money on Lady Wu too. Not because she's the 4-time winner, but because I don't know how hard Nighters can go on women, and I don't know how hard Flora can go on a woman. If it was men out here, Flora cook their ass like Sunday dinner. But
I think Flora got the stamina to squabble and take hits, but I don't know if her punches is strong enough. But I know her defense is good.
You know what? I might fucking have to speed it.
Comedically, I don't know, but physically, you know what I mean?
Well, I was about to say, don't do that.
Yeah, y'all don't clip me because you know it is.
The jokes, man.
Yeah,
I mean, Lady Wu actually got some competition right now because this was what she had to deal
That's
with.
Kim from the he's from the Umar sector, I think.
Who is
Shakim Ra? I think he said Shakim, but that's Shakim Ra. He's from the Umar sector.
There's a Umar sector?
Dr. Hell, yeah, it's stupid too. all they do is roast.
This is funny. Ryan, do you think Bob's channel staff is stable and healthy? Is you mean in a state? Have they had their horseshoes changed regularly?
Oh my god! Magnus gotta walk.
Yeah, Antigua in hell.
Magnus gotta walk it. Magnus gotta walk it.
That nigga was breathing hard.
What the fuck? Yeah, I was about to ask.
Wait a minute. When he sat back down, he said, "Nah, it's all right. You know what I mean? I love Wu and everything. It's just all jokes." This girl said, "That was cute for you, but I'm still gonna roast your fat ass."
He was like, "I can touch my toes. I can touch my toes."
Dave Blunt, somebody.
Yeah, you know what? This is already proving to be unfunny.
I thought he was gonna fall over when he first started playing. I'm like, this nigga gonna fall over, but he didn't. That's what's up.
I'm guessing this isn't going to be up to Chris Rock standards.
They should have asked him, could he see his dick?
Pause.
They did.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, that's one of my greatest fears, to have to look around my belly to see my meat one day. That's why I work out. I'm going to the gym after this show.
Is that why
Stanley, what are we doing here, buddy?
Hey,
was he honoring your request? Is that why?
Not coming at me. You ain't getting my
I was on
I'm asking Wu. That's who was talking to him, right?
Show this morning in the chat, and they were talking about, well, Nidish won this roast battle.
Hey, I'm gonna drop
I guess
down
it was
quick,
last.
Stanley.
Okay,
I'm gonna drop down real quick. I'll be back.
all right. Basically, I didn't even know they did a roast show, so this is more kind of maybe educational. Didn't know they did a roast show. They say Nidish won, and I actually I tune into his show. I want to hear Nidish make these kinds of jokes that won a roast battle. And I really don't care if y'all can go over to John Galt's or wherever.
No. I'm interested. I wonder. I bet it's gonna start off slow, but like honestly, I've watched one of these before. They are kind of funny. It's just random when it is. When it gets funny, it's
apparently,
random.
dude. If literally, because I mean, I think Nidish is clever. I want to see how he did it. Maybe I can learn some shit.
What was that question?
Is that why he stood up? Because you
this is probably too black for American Man. See, American Man wants American Man pretty much rejects anything that's remotely cultural. And I think Black American culture is a facet of American culture, and there's some people who want to shed that skin. Probably
Nothing wrong with that. I'm on the same train.
And you know what? I think it is literally self-destructive.
No, it's not. It's self-destructive to act like that. Know that not know that you're being destructive.
Hey,
it's aware to
hey,
know that
they
you're like
seem
that. You're
they,
not like that.
let me tell you right now, these people seem happier than American Man in a well, you know what? Forgive me, American Man. They seem happier than John Galt. That motherfucker is struggling. And
None of that's provable,
I don't mean for net, dude. It's just my opinion. I don't have to prove shit. I don't care enough, dude. Do you really think that I care enough to go and get proof?
Well, this is the thing. You won't let nobody else use their opinion. It's got to be objective.
No, opinions don't have to be objective.
No, you're using your opinion.
Where did you get that, dude? They're literally opinions.
Okay.
Opinions are not proof. Did you not know that?
No, you just
literally opinions are fucking theory, dude. You need to take a course in scientific method. Your opinion
we'll move forward with the new rules that you write.
Okay,
It's
what
just that
I am going to tell
that.
you, because I literally know about the scientific method, your opinion is not proof. It is a theorem. It might be right. This weird shit that if you say your opinion and you kind of, dude, not even my opinions are proof. I do have books or why I think something like that, but dude, everyone's opinion is literally objective.
Whoa. You can't
I'm
say
sorry,
that
what?
like that. You can't just throw that out there all loosely.
No, I'm not throwing it out there. I'm actually right. This is not up for debate.
Opinions are not objective. What are you talking
It is,
about?
dude. Some opinions are better than others, correct?
Yeah, but you left it general. Like
I
opinions
need
are
you to
objective.
goddamn
No.
answer my question, Dave. Stop fucking struggling. Some
There's
opinions.
context. No.
Hey, dude, does proof have context? Does empirical evidence have context?
Yes.
Bullshit. Dude, you need to go back and take a science class or just read up on the scientific method. Dude, it is provable. Literally opinions are always subjective.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I was questioning.
No, God damn
what
it,
you
dude.
said. I was questioning. God damn, you won't let nobody talk, bro.
Motherfucker, keep up.
You're not keeping up. You're missing the
I don't
argument.
need to.
You're
I
arguing
am
what
leading.
you think you heard.
Dude. Listen to what I'm saying. Opinions are inherently subjective.
That's not what you said the first time.
They are not proof. Did I not say that?
You said opinions were objective, and I said that's where I.
No, I literally said. You misheard. You misheard. They are never objective.
You just said they were.
Bullshit. You misheard.
Just say you misspoke.
Dude, I wouldn't even misrepresent. Opinions are inherently subjective. They are not. When I say opinions are not proof, what does that mean to you? It means they're subjective. I hope.
No, you said.
Did I not say opinion? Did I not say
you just said opinions were objective, and that's where I objected.
You know what? Let's just pretend.
I gotta pull this shit up because you ain't trying to hear nothing. Let me pull this back up.
Okay, I'm not trying to hear your bullshit. Opinions are never.
I objected to you saying opinions were objective because they're not. Now you're saying it's subjective.
Let's pretend.
You misspoke. Just say you misspoke.
Let's pretend. Nah, I don't think I did. But let's just pretend.
Just move on. Move on. I'm about to rewind the tape, and I'm gonna tell you where to go.
I'm not bothering with all that. You do it
Where's
on your
my other
own time,
phone?
son.
I got another phone. I'll just play it when you're talking. It is clearly.
Cool. Well, let
You
me
clearly hear yourself
help you
say that
out here.
opinions are
Let me
objective.
help you out, Dave, because you're doing the same thing American Man does and Hood
Somebody
Sermon.
rewind the tape, and you will hear Stanley
I
say
don't give a
opinions
fuck.
are objective. I said, what? No.
Dude, but see, what you don't see is there was actually 2 tracks playing at the same time. Even if I misspoke, and I don't think I did, about opinions.
What if you did?
Okay, once again, you interrupt me.
Because you did.
Opinions, even if I misspoke, I also said that they're not evidence, scientific method, they are theorems. Did you not hear any of that?
All right, you ready?
Opinions are not provable. Evidence is provable. Proof is provable. I also said that.
Okay, Stanley, that's fine. You misspoke. It's okay.
No, I don't misspeak generally.
Yeah,
Maybe I did this one time, but I doubt it.
You did.
Okay, well, let me help you out. Opinions are opinions. Everyone has one. Remember that maxim? They're not proof. They are not proof.
Damn.
And Big
I
Man is
didn't
one of them
that
that will,
time.
he will go at you. Like he will go at you. So yeah.
But his
He
jokes
got what he
don't.
came for.
His shit don't be hitting. You know what? Let me not even do that.
Nah, he ain't.
They don't, but he still will run his mouth. He got what he was asking for.
You went wrong, DJ. That nigga ain't funny.
He's not. You know, it's like he's telling jokes, but he's not hitting. He's just saying shit. You know what I mean?
Not even close. You know what I'm saying? I ain't expecting to fucking hold my fucking side laughing, but that nigga shit don't even be giggle worthy. I'm like, God damn, nigga.
Mm-hmm. And listen, this fool pulled out a can of bed bug spray.
What the hell?
He so did.
Why he had it?
You know, that fat motherfucker got bed bugs. He got all the bugs.
Yeah, why would you pull out a bed bug spray on a rose? That is self-sabotage. That's crazy.
Because I never bought a can of bed bug spray in life.
Me neither.
I never needed one.
That is wild.
Nigga, change your sheet, son.
That is crazy. Change your bed. Throw that shit away.
Yeah, you might gotta get rid of all that shit. I don't know how bed bugs work. You gotta get rid of all that shit.
I won't risk it because they can't live in the sheets because you got to be washing your sheets. So
And I
they
think
got to
they
be
lay-
living in your bed.
And they lay eggs.
Look.
All eggs.
Somebody come look at this.
Nah. Hot shot.
Damn, that nigga had bed bugs and dry snitched on himself. How you snitch on yourself?
You walk right into that one too.
You never knew that nigga had bed bugs.
That ain't even a prop. I can see it was a prop. He got real bed bugs.
No, what cracked me up because La wasn't looking at the screen at first, and then when she looked up and the way she started laughing, I crack up every time.
God
I had to pop some, didn't I? Just my pop, didn't I pull out some lettuce?
Yes.
One day?
Yeah.
It's like a nigga pulling out some pills talking about, you gotta take some of these for her bitch. You gotta take some of these. By the way, this is just edibles. Let me make it clear. But yeah, you gotta take some of these. And then like, hold on, why you got them, nigga?
You need to go spray your bed with them so kill all the bed bugs that you got in your house because that's what you have. All the bed bugs that you got in your house, in the kitchen, in the front room, all that type stuff with the bad furniture and stuff. And let's talk about food so much because you're talking about your man coming over to eat something.
You thought shit was sweet, I bet. I'm about to fuck up your week. Yeah,
You know,
the thing is, he was trying to roll.
I want to re-emphasize that I didn't even know this roast type environment existed. So I'm generally, god damn, I am slurring. I'm truly interested in this. Let's see how this works. And no, I don't seek to imitate it. I have no interest. But what are these young folks doing in the how did Nightish win this? That I'm genuinely curious. And this is like fucking 3 hours.
Talk about
way ahead.
Okay, well, let's do this then. Well, we have skipped to 2:33. Let's test this out.
What about itchy backs? What's going on with you? Is people banging you in the dirt? Do you get banged behind dumpsters? How many?
Oh my
if I get you a
God, really?
if I get you a 6-pack of Steel Reserves, how much can I get? Everything.
Live up your thumb and I said, tell me if you can see your dick and then you can find out.
It's not for me to see. It's for you, Queen.
Well,
why would I want to look at it? You still haven't answered that from earlier.
This is
Why would I wanna
totally
look at it?
uninteresting.
It looks like a mushroom on top of a tree. I've seen it before. Why would I want to look at it though?
You know what? Yeah, this isn't doing it for me. That's not funny. So is let's see.
Oh, I'm about to let Wooski mop her up right quick for me.
Wait, hold on. We didn't pick for who won.
Well, we got to hear some commentary too. We didn't hear from.
Who is this?
I think this is where we should start roasting the judges because stuff is all off.
Oh, well, that's a fact.
What about itchy backs? What's going on with you? Is people banging you in the dirt?
That's actually funny.
An itchy back.
Yeah, well, his responses are people banging you in the dirt.
That sounded like I was being
kinda
fetishized. Was you fetishizing me? What you said? Something about burps and farts and everything all at the same time. You was imagining me, huh? I can see a twinkle in your eye when you talk about me.
Well, Ryan, sometimes it goes that way.
Make the white part of your eyes.
You got the beer belly. You want to tell you what with the beer belly, bitch? Not me.
Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. She's so turned on by me. I feel uncomfortable, y'all. I don't know what to do with myself. I ain't had a woman feel like this about me since I was a teen. Look at me. I'm damn near 80, and this woman is all smiles, ear to ear, turned on. Is it the beard? You tell me. But I like that kung fu hat and that what's that? Tutu and some sweatpants.
Oh,
I still want to see the shoes. Put your feet up.
Pretty much agree, Ryan.
I bet they karate shoes. Put them up. Let me see. They karate shoes, ain't they? Let me see them. Let me see them, please. Let me see them. I want to see your karate shoes. Do they have that thin sole on them? Or are they them sensible shoes because your feet hurt? I think you got arthritis. Listen, let's keep it 1,000. That big head and them tiny shoulders, I don't know what it is about it, but it reminds me of Christmas. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere we go. Are you the Grinch? If you were green, you would be the Grinch. Or a skinny Mucinex booger. A skinny Mucinex booger. I think that works too. Let me see. Did you suck your thumb when you were little? Because your teeth do a little Mr. Ed type of thing. Yeah. I forget the famous Mr. Ed song, but yeah, you remind me of that horse. I succeed my time.
What?
I thought this was a together thing. My bad. Mm-hmm.
He's the
I'm not. You know what?
You got high cholesterol, sugar diabetes, high blood pressure, blood sugar, all that fucking sugar. You swelling your ankles and your feet. You swelling your neck. You swelling your back. You swelling your goddamn shit. You know you look like Uncle Phil from motherfucking Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Uncle Phil came back reincarnated on this son of a bitch. Look at it. Look at it. Uncle Phil. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's fight it up.
This is so dry.
Leotard. When you bought that leotard, did it come with a pack of Newports and a ice cooler? I'm asking for a friend.
Shut up, Ariel. Shut up, Porno. Like my birthday.
Hey. Okay, yeah. Look, I know Woo is a scratcher, a roaster, and all that, man. Woo go hard in the paint, and she give a lot of energy into it. And
fuck all that.
Look, I didn't know nothing about Witch Doctor, man. And I can sit there and listen to old boy, man, because he got an accent. It sounds like from the East Coast with a little bit of Jamaica Queens or something in it. But
I can sit there, man, and listen to his commentary, man. Nidus, man, he was funny, man. You know what I'm saying? Flora, man, I could tell she can bring it. I don't know the young lady up here, man, but man, shit, I would love to sit. Just my vibe has been turning me on to you guys, man. And I just been learning, and I slide in the chats, and I don't drop down
All
and
right.
nothing yet.
Yeah,
but
we can't.
for the most part, though, man.
What the fuck? All right, we're gonna do this, and then I
could step down so someone can.
No, dude,
let's
you're
go over.
like,
Let's
like,
go over
like,
to the
bro,
redneck.
You don't
sector.
get to come up here that often. I like hanging out with you.
We'll throw Imperious out.
No,
first.
no,
we gotta throw the token black guy out first. Stormcrow, you're gone, buddy. Sorry. I mean, I don't.
I want to listen. It's kind of interesting hearing, and I'm literally going to call this the redneck sector. Orthodox will, if this gets back to him, he'll understand. I think these motherfuckers are literally salt of the earth. They're funnier than rednecks, funnier than Be Brave and Think. And this will be pretty much the end of this show. For a while. God damn it. And you know what? Part of the reason that I'm actually interested in this is fucking Black Crow. Dude, Black Crow is literally disappointing me here. You would never see Black Crow up on Aunt T's Roast Friday or whatever it's called. Dude, this is literally the trailer park version of the roast show.
I'll put the link to the picture in the back. But if you've seen Banter on panel, right?
Mister, is that you?
Yeah, it's me. Yep.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, and by the way, this is live.
Hold on, I'm bringing everybody up in a minute. Hey, bud.
All right.
Go ahead.
I just want to make a quick point, okay? There's a lot of people out there tired of the stupid drama shit, and I wanted to come up because specifically when it comes to like the Talcott group and the Paul, everyone should stay the hell away from their guys. They're not good people, and they from what I've seen, they're bad actors. They'll look and try to dox people, and although we can agree to disagree when it comes to the stupid, political shit, I don't think they're the same. But like I said, I want no part of the stupid drama shit. But when it comes to Jack in particular and their guys, everyone should stay the hell away from them.
Fucking.
You didn't, and nobody has to defend me. And you did, but you didn't actively try to talk shit, and you haven't, as far as I know, you haven't been going from channel to channel.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
No,
like, I don't come
you
up.
weren't gonna get banned.
I don't come up unless there's some other out to fuck everything up. Point being is that that shit with Paul and Jack.
This is as lame.
Ugly mugs in our hemisphere. It really pisses me off because I'm like, why do we entertain these fucktards?
Well, I agree, but the thing is, 10th Man was trying to say that me and Paul said the exact same thing. And you did tell, as far as I remember, you told him you didn't think that was the case. Like I said, you're not obligated to defend me. You're not obligated to have my back, but you didn't stir the pot and you didn't run your mouth. So I appreciate that. And you didn't run back and forth and try to. And then when you got called, and
you got these dogs.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't do that anymore either.
Every time I move, she don't even let me do nothing. I can't move without
this is Bob's channel.
If I just sit up like this,
what's up, tough guy?
And try to follow me. Said, have you seen Three Bodies Problem?
Now it should be in Bob's chat roasting,
a show or
but
something?
Art's not there yet, so it's kind of
I'm not really into shows and stuff like that. I don't know why.
Banana
the
cakes.
last one I seen was
Jesus
the one where The one with
No, I gotta roast this.
the
dumb
series about El
fucking-
Chapo and then what I forgot what that was. But that's the last ones I've seen.
You forgot what that was? No.
I forgot it. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm gonna go right over to my phone.
Yeah, okay, Ryan. Motherfucker. Ryan, you know what? I do have to say you're a good critic.
Said, he said, Union, respectfully,
Hit
we
the
don't
link,
care
Tough Guy.
what show you watch. Okay, well, you ain't got to listen. There's a whole bunch of other panels you can go to and not listen to what I'm
Wait,
talking about.
usually they're saying
Appreciate
that
you
to
for
me
coming
when
in,
I'm in
but
their
you know, you
panel.
ain't got to stay here. You ain't got to listen. No, respectfully, you ain't got to listen. You can come up and
Respectfully.
talk about something if you want to. I'll give you one little bit minute. I'll be back inside, and I'm gonna play some
Interesting.
videos I think we need to watch. I don't know if y'all heard about it. Three body problems is so good. It's a
Three
sci-fi
body
show.
problem?
Oh, okay. I probably might watch that. Like sci-fis. We speak for yourselves. Yeah. Appreciate you. Peace and LOLs all. What's up, Burgess? What's good with you? How you doing today? How's everybody doing? Let me know how everybody's doing. Let me know. Let me know everything about what y'all been going on today. You know what I mean? Got a good weekend going. I don't know if y'all heard about Jimmy Kimmel getting his job back. But yeah, Jimmy Kimmel, let me know how y'all feel about that. Jimmy Kimmel. I tell people he got suspended, but I wasn't gonna sit up there and say, oh, I knew because I did know, but I didn't. You know what I mean? Because I read it where they said he was
What the
suspended, right?
fuck does that
Now
even
he got his
mean?
job back, but
He never lost his job. It was
I
suspended.
So I guess one of the studios in California got shot up after Jimmy Kimmel got suspended. I don't know if anybody heard about that.
Nope, we didn't hear about it. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I had to switch over, Banana. He said they were more outraged about a comet going off the air than a man being assassinated. That tells you a lot. Burgess, these people are evil, Burgess, these people are evil. They don't want to admit it. They're evil. All they want to do is talk shit. No, they were, like you said, they're correct. You absolutely right. You said they were more mad, they were more outraged about a comet getting off the air than a man being assassinated. And that's crazy. Does it sound better, Banana Case? Do I sound better? What is Nightish? I'm Kimmel Comedy. It's about pushing boundaries. Hey, I'm not saying I don't. That's
You
not
know
what I'm
what?
saying.
He doesn't know. He's high.
It's
They
about
call
pushing
him
boundaries. It's comedy.
Skywalker because
But what I'm saying
motherfucker is
just
high
like
as a
Burgess just
kite.
said, that they
He's
were
in the
more
sky like
outraged
a kite.
with him being supposed suspended than they were about a man getting his
Oh, this is going to
life
be
took. You know
juicy.
what I mean? So that's what I mean by that. But you're right about that, man. I don't agree with them people getting fired and stuff like that. But they also got to realize that it's freedom of speech, not freedom of consequences. You always got to watch
You know,
out for
Ryan,
what the
you and I are
consequence
kind of the
is.
same that
That
way,
way
just
you'll
because you
know.
can.
Instead, you know what I'm saying? Everybody always talking about the freedom of speech. No, it is freedom of speech. You just got to watch
Now,
out what
see,
happens
this is
at
what
the ass end.
fucking annoys me.
That's all.
No, this is like literally an idiot's perspective because you haven't ever goddamn read the Constitution
Where were
or a
you
book
in
about
all
the
these years
Constitution.
past when conservatives kept
No.
getting canceled for their opinion? I agree with you, Burgess. Just for opinions. Wasn't even nothing but opinion. You know what I mean? I don't think you're
Do you
you're a
think?
man.
Do you
Oh, we're
think
gonna
this is
cancel you.
outside of a jail,
You can't
like
be
a
you
jailhouse or
can't be a
something?
woman.
Those
When you
bricks
tell
look
a man you
rather
can't be a woman,
interesting.
oh, we're gonna cancel you. Nothing violent.
Nah, he's doing stand up at an improv.
Not
He's doing
violent.
stand up at an improv.
About me saying that you're
Where's the
not a
audience?
woman to a man is violent.
He ain't sell no damn tickets.
I know you were talking to Burgess. I know that. I know
Observe
you
the
weren't talking to
chat.
me. Said, what is that? I don't know.
What are you in the chat, Ryan?
OFCs. We would have that freedom across the board.
Hey, speaking of tickets, man, I might have to look for some tickets for tomorrow's game, man. We're in a pennant race over here in Cleveland.
The Cavaliers?
No, this baseball season. It's the tail end. If we beat Detroit.
Oh, really? What are y'all
and
called now? You're no longer the Indians.
We are always gonna be the Indians. No.
Oh, I thought it
We're
was
gonna
I thought it would be like the Cleveland John Galtz or the Cleveland Galtz.
No, it's officially the Guardians, but to me they'll always be the Indians.
The
I grew up with Chief
Yeah.
Wahoo.
Did they keep
Nah, but
Chief Wahoo, or did they have to change that too?
Yeah, they had to change Chief Wahoo. But I might buy tickets tomorrow night. Hell, the parking sometimes is higher than the ticket price.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I always, I think Bob had some interesting co-hosts. Frankly, he's the most sophisticated of them all. And I tend to, even though Bob is, he can be, I don't know, but what the fuck? Why do people think Skywalker or Art? Art is literally like if I put a beard on a cantaloupe and put a hat on it, it would be Bob. I'm sorry, it would be Bob too, but it would definitely be Art. I just wow.
Say that it comes from both sides. And
Has Hood Servative ever been over to Bob's channel that you know of?
No, not that I know of. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't really tune into Bob much.
I'm gonna have to figure out because Hood Servative up on Bob's panel would be hilarious. that I might even contribute some money to Bob's channel to do that one.
I don't know. Do you ever see Hood Servative on Chaotix?
I have, but not recently. Probably not in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I don't think it's his speed.
Oh yeah, he was banned. Of course he was, dude. God damn it! You know what? I'm not banned on Bob's channel, at least as far as I know. I was in the chat. I've never been up on their panel, and I should never go up on their panel because I would be banned. I know I would be, and it might actually be a goal if I ever did. Damn, Wood Servative up on that panel, like dealing with Art. I literally from the chat said, Art, your beard is smarter than you are.
What the hell? No, I'll say never mind.
No, I literally said it, and I got a chuckle or two. But apparently, you know what? I got away with it.
That's why I'm glad with the people that
Why
come up
is
here,
this
we can voice our opinions. We might get off the rails a little bit, talk shit a little bit, you know what I mean? But
I hate it when people take a puff off a goddamn cigarette and talk the smoke out. I think that is disgusting.
That's their style. You be watching them little white girls smoking cigarettes and their Marlboro lights.
They pick and choose according to their agenda. Yeah, I agree with you, Burgess. You agree with you. Solid Snake said, "What's up, everybody? Salute. What's up, Solid Snake? What's good with you?" I'm
Oh,
good
there goes
with you.
Snake. There he
How's
is.
everybody doing today?
Oh, we gotta
Charlie wasn't
hear
that far
Snake.
left from me.
Snake,
It was
maybe I'll
still
ask him to come
calling
back over
it
here, but
devastating
probably
tragedy for the
not.
country. That's
Did you
No,
write
Ryan,
him
I
off
was never
indefinitely?
Ryan, I
I don't know
was
why people don't get
now
that.
let me
You know what I mean?
mute this right quick.
They try
Ryan,
to
I
put
literally, as far as I know, was never blocked over there. You know what? Bob kind of has mercy on my dumb ass. And there's some people who think I'm pretty entertaining. It was probably teased, like, no, y'all don't ban him. He means well.
Snake ain't been over here in a while, has he?
No, hey,
That's
Snake's
my
not my
guy,
biggest
man. Ever
fan.
since y'all used to turn his volume down back on Golf's channel, that shit used to be funny as hell.
You know what? If I asked him, he would, but dude, I'm okay. I'll ask him because I do kind of miss him. But if you've noticed, look, Dave,
That
you
shit was
don't
funny when y'all didn't get along.
know when, dude, I would sing a Negro spiritual. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen when Snake and fucking 12th Man would come up here like drunk. Like they were drunker than a sheet blowing in the wind. They were just fucking outright drunk. And dude, it used to annoy me so much. It was like, it was like two it was like oh god damn it. I think it was two Hardys and a Laurel. And I can't remember. I can't remember who was the straight man. It's been a while, but no. If they never come back, I'm okay with it. I'll be glad if they come back and visit, but no. Solid Snake. Solid Snake is funny when he's drunk. 12th Man is just a problem.
12 Man just has a slower comedy, but 12 Man, he's hilarious too.
No, you and I disagree on that. I don't.
All right, so take this for instance about 12 Man. 12 Man to come up here, he'll sound sober, and 5 minutes later, it's like a totally different person. Now, if you don't find that funny, that should be hilarious.
No, afraid I don't.
Oh, so I sometimes think he waits until he joins the panel to crack his brews open.
And that's fine. Dude, if you get progressively drunk, that's fine. Because who knows? I may be getting progressively drunk too. But 12th Man, because I do the early morning. So, if I start, say, at 8, it's like 3 or 4, somewhere in that range. Because I think he's 5 or 6 hours behind Eastern time. And dude, if you come up here, dude, if I have to struggle to decipher your English because it's so slurred, it's not that good a deal for me. I'm sorry. You may find it funny, but I don't.
Because you're quick with it, and it takes him a minute to get it out. That's a crazy combination.
I don't know that I'm that quick-witted. I just know that, dude, it seems like 5 minutes to get a fucking sentence out, and I just don't have that kind of patience.
It's naturally funny.
Solid Snake is the opposite. That motherfucker takes 1 second to get a sentence out. So
yeah. Nah, 12 Man's my boy. You be dogging him out a little bit.
I don't give a fuck.
His resiliency is also
I dog
part of the
Solid Snake
comedy.
out. I dog Solid Snake out too. I just don't find that experience enjoyable. Be pleasantly drunk, please.
I've never had a problem with anybody on the panel, like ever.
Well, see, you're a good person. You get along with everybody, and I'm persnickety.
That's part of the show. It's good shit.
Yeah, for the audience,
And she sat there. She looked like a mouse,
but
big
not for the
ass ears.
host.
Had some big ass ears. Sitting there, smiling. Talking about someone had to do it, girl. That's what she said. She said someone had to do it.
I
I'm like,
don't
what the
care if
hell?
he's
Like this
harmless.
shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can't make this shit up.
Harmless has
Man,
nothing
Bernie
to do
said
with it.
Trump derangement syndrome is real. Yes, it is. They need to put
Like this
they need to put that
motherfucker
in the
talking about nothing in
diagnosis.
particular, and we're watching him smoke a blunt next to a brick wall. This is
Yeah,
boring.
Burgess, she had a Be Kind T-shirt on while she was sitting there
Where
beating
is
on a
politics?
pinata that looked like Trump,
See, he
talking
seems to
about how
think
much
we
she
give
hates
a
him.
shit.
But it says Be Kind. Be Kind. It says Skywalker.
What's up,
Charlie Kirk
everyone?
training for
Salute.
message will be in every high school in Oklahoma. Breaking news. Damn, that's what's up, man. Yeah, that's
You know
good. I'm
what?
trying
I'm
to
just
tell
gonna
people
fuck with
don't. You know
Skywalker
what? Let
because
me ask y'all
this
this.
is
Let me
so
ask y'all
fucking
in the
boring.
chat.
And you know what?
What do y'all
Maybe
think is gonna
people ought to
happen?
start
Do y'all
fucking with
think it's
me
gonna
when it's
be?
boring.
Do y'all think it's
'Cause I
gonna
know I get
a
boring, but
movement is gonna go on for a while or die down real fast? Put a one in the chat if you think it's
You
gonna be
provide the
a
entertainment,
good
man.
movement about this.
it's a
So more
joke.
people are
This
coming
is
to the
a
right.
video.
More people need to go to church and stuff. That it's gonna
No,
be
this isn't
for
live.
trending for a while, or is it gonna die down? Put a one
God
in the
damn it!
chat for trending. Put a two in the chat for die down. I don't know.
Nobody.
I'm
Well, let's switch over to this then. If this is pre-recorded, um, maybe maybe it is pre-recorded. We'll just mute it out and hopefully it gets better. This is called "Should I Strike This Channel for Using My Content and Disparaging Me?" Well, here's the deal. John, for disparaging him? No, dude, I wasn't disparaging you. I was literally calling you a baby daddy. Disparaging means that I'm wrong about my criticism.
Recently, I've had someone using my content, and as a
Yep,
content
God
creator,
damn it,
you
it's
kind of
me.
don't mind because you take liberties at times with other people's content. But this person, clearly, he does not understand copyright law, and so I'm going to share with you.
And John's a lawyer, by
This
the
is a
way.
snippet of the person's video channel, and he's using a lot of my
Now,
content.
let
And I
me
want you to listen to this.
let me
Take a
point
listen.
this out here because
No,
I
you,
clipped it myself. This is literally someone criticizing Stanley Cross for using his content while using my content. So obviously, I'm not the only one who doesn't understand copyright law. And the main problem that John has is I disparaged him, except I was telling the truth.
I bet you do.
I find it unprofessional, and let me be blunt. It's N-word behavior. This is the clip that he talks about you, Dave.
And here's it.
Oh, is it?
God damn it. No. You're on the panel. Maybe you did. Let's see here. Because part of his problem is that you are one of his patrons. Let's see if this is the right
Recently,
one.
I've had someone using my content, and as a content creator,
My
kind of don't mind because
content.
take
He
liberties
used
at
my
times with other people's
content.
but this person, clearly, he does not understand
You know
copyright
my
law. And
name,
so I'm going to
bitch.
share with you this is a snippet of the person's video channel, and he's using a lot of my content. And I want you to listen to this.
A
Take
lot?
listen.
No, you. I bet you do.
I find it unprofessional, and let me be blunt. It's N-word behavior. Now, see, he's skipping over it. He's not listening to everything I
Here's
say.
it.
Man, I hate my voice on the replay.
Yeah,
not gonna
mine
get me
too.
struck. I don't think.
Oh,
Nah,
did you see John Galt popping up in my chat last night, threatening to strike me because I was using his content?
Yeah, I seen you had that on the screen.
Oh wow, that was. It's like, dude, I'm watching your live stream. Can you really get struck for that?
Yeah.
Really? I'm watching your live stream. No, I'm afraid you can't.
Yes.
Not if you're
So
John
again,
Gall.
that is a live streamer that's using my content, and he's talking to someone that supports my channel by super chats and cash apps, and he talks about me in this manner, and he's denigrating one of my channel supporters.
He considers you one of his, Dave. Do you want me to replay it?
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that.
You are John's.
Live
One of
streamer
his
that's
supporters.
using my
There's nothing
content,
wrong with that.
and he's talking to someone that
It's
supports my channel
yeah, it is.
by super chats and cash apps, and
Yeah,
he
from your
talks about me
perspective.
in this
I
manner,
get
and
it.
he's denigrating one of my channel.
No, it just seems strange to me that part of his argument is you support him and I'm talking bad about John to one of John's supporters. It's a fucking dude. John is literally not that bright. He wants to, he literally is telling me that I don't understand copyright law like he's some expert. What the fuck does he know about copyright law? He literally is not a lawyer, and neither am I. But what it comes down to is he's mad because I'm talking bad about John. He thinks if I talk bad about John to you, Dave, John's not going to get any more of your money. He literally thinks you're too poor to. He literally thinks that he can only support one black man, and I'm mad because I'm the black man Dave needs to support because he one of mine. Motherfucker, this is such an unsophisticated argument. Like you can only afford one of us, dude.
Supporters for sending me super chats, and you hear a little bit of that here.
I bet you do.
I find it unprofessional, and let me be blunt.
This is like a weird inception. I'm watching myself being reviewed while reviewing that.
They pretend to be, oh, I'm a software developer, and oh, I'm an urban landlord, and let me give you business advice. What I see is a fucking half-witted baby daddy who's too goddamn drunk to help out potential money.
And so here's a guy that uses quite a bit of my content every day. He gets online begging.
Yeah, I do it every day.
He's not monetized, but he's begging people for cash apps.
I'm begging?
PayPal.
Wait, hold it. Motherfucker, you know what? That just reminds me. When's the last time I dude, I don't do it enough. Literally, y'all please hit the like button. Dude, I haven't done it in hours.
I can't mute my baseball game. It's so loud. That's why I asked you if you heard it.
Well, y'all please hit the like button. Support the host. If you're new, please, we're trying to get to 500, so I have potential for monetization. Maybe what I ought to do is set some sort of timer so I do it every hour. I haven't done it in we're almost at 6 hours. I probably haven't done it in 4 hours. So let me confirm John's point here. I beg of you, send me a cash app. What the fuck?
Yeah, support the show, support the channel.
Yeah, please do. But hit
the link.
Oh yeah, Dave's getting lonely.
I just like
hey,
I like
Kimmy, hit the link
folks.
if you want, if you have time. We always like talking to Kim.
Let's go.
Now, you know what? We're getting close to the end of this show.
5-2. I think we got this one in the bag. My bad.
Oh, well, no. If Kim comes up, we will always make time for her. So anyway, let us enjoy this entertaining little clip, and hopefully John won't strike me
to disparage me, and that's fine.
Yeah, I disparage
I
you because I
tolerate that.
don't.
But he
Dude,
also uses my content to disparage me while disparaging supporters of my channel. So for those of
oh
you
wait,
that are
did I
watching this video, I have a
disparage?
question for you. Should I
Oh
strike
wait,
this
hold
person?
it. Let me say, every person in John's chat is a piece of shit. So let me
I
make
was
sure
in
I
the
just.
chat, right? No, I wasn't. Actually, I
let me
didn't see
make
this
sure.
one.
Let me
I missed
make
this one.
sure that I disparage. Just I need to meet his predictions.
His channel for all the videos of mine that he's used. Put a comment in the chat. Let me know if I should strike this person's content, considering that he's making money disparaging me.
Oh, I'm making
Disparaging me
shitloads of money.
to my fellow supporters. In other words, he's trying to make them guilty for supporting me by calling me a baby daddy,
Wait,
by
where?
calling me a drunk,
Wait, hold it.
alcoholic.
Wait, what the fuck? I'm making his supporters feel guilty? Dude, they knew you were a baby daddy and a fucking drug addict and alcoholic from day one. See, John wants to act like I'm revealing something everybody doesn't know. What the fuck is up with that? Is he that slow? Oh no, I'm sitting here smoking weed on camera and drinking Miller Lite like it's going out of style. But no, I didn't know he was a fucking dude. I didn't know he was an alcoholic and a fucking weed head till Stanley informed me. Thank you, Stanley. Motherfucker, the flowing and blowing. How many times have people made that joke in the chat? John is a crybaby.
Like a weed smoker, whatever the case may be. But this guy has been making a living using my content.
Oh, wait,
So
hold
should
it.
I
That's the
strike?
other thing. So let me ask you a question. Well, no, he ended the clip there. I think I might have the longer clip, but I'm not going to bother getting it. But dude, I am making a living off of like a YouTube channel. Last I checked, let me have a look. Right now, in 6 hours, I have had 237 views, and I have 218 or 219 subscribers. That's a living, dude. John is so fucking drunk and stupid. He
All
gets
right, now that
stupider.
we're on John, let me make a criticism real quick.
No, of me.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think Ponder is helping his channel?
No idea. I mean, I actually think she will get things organized. She can't hurt.
Remember when I was lobbying for the apology?
I'm sorry. Apology for what? Oh, you
Never mind.
mean me apologizing to Ponder? That's
Yeah,
not going to happen.
not
Apologize for
now.
what?
Not
Well,
now.
no. Why would I ever?
And at the time, the day after would have been cool, but after the second day, I think she did something else to piss you off. So I figured it wasn't gonna happen, but I just kept it going.
Look, she has criticized me for using all the profanity, and I don't give a fuck. You know what? If she ever marries an actual man, he'll probably use a curse word or two. And you know what? A real man will not fucking walk on rose petals or eggshells or whatever it is she throws on her floor. Dude, he will respect her. Maybe he will change his behavior and not do it around her. But motherfucker, I'm not married to her. She does not come up on my panel and tell me what to say or how to say it. It is not her role.
Oh, I
And
agree. I don't disagree
she
with
needs
that.
to goddamn know her place. And when she learns her place, maybe she'll get a man. So that's the best apology she's gonna get. Fucking learn your place, you'll get a man. And stop fucking talking so much.
It sounds manosphere right now.
Dude, this is my little mini manosphere. No, dude, but she's got to do her. There is someone for everyone. Okay, I don't really care. It's not like we're ever gonna hook up. And dude, I think there is someone for everyone, and there's no need for me to apologize. And I'm not gonna do it. So that's that. She is always welcome. Literally, the only person banned on this channel right now is fucking Mike123, and who knows? By this weekend, I'll fucking unban him. But he needs to understand that, you know, I do have limits. Play
You
more,
banned
John.
Mike?
Yeah, motherfucker. He was an asshole. And then he's also a dry snitch.
Oh my God. That's funny.
No, it's not funny. Motherfucker, I literally watched him up on John's channel. Dude, that boy, when he gets drunk is a problem.
Hey, unban Mike.
Motherfucker, you better be saying please, and I told you if I consider it, when it might happen. Don't tell me to do it now.
He could wait on the weekend before I say please.
You know what? I was saying I might do it before you ever even said please.
2 strikes. Let's go. We only got 2 innings to go, Stanley. I'm just
hold on, Kim. I called him a baby daddy. I called him a drunk and a weed head or something to that effect. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't think I was wrong about any of those. See, what John doesn't understand is that I don't have to ask like specifics. It's a weird military intelligence thing. People reveal themselves. The longer you know them, the more you know about them. And he didn't say any of that was false. He said I was disparaging him. And my question is, can you disparage if it's true? And I know it's true. He doesn't live with his kids. He's a baby daddy. And I don't give a fuck if it hurts his feelings. It is the truth. Truth hurts. Tyrone, what's up? Hit the link if you want. You know, we might as well just fucking get crazy with this bullshit. Let's keep Deacon Dave entertained. He's getting bored.
No, I'm not. I'm watching the last 2 innings of the game at the same time.
Oh, really? Who's winning?
We are 5-2.
Who are they playing? I'm sorry, I haven't kept up with baseball.
Well, it's us. It's the Guardians between the Guardians and the Tigers. This series
Detroit,
can determine who goes to the playoffs.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I respect you for liking baseball. So salute to that. I love.
Yeah, we went to the game the other night. I was thinking about buying tickets for this one. I might end up going tomorrow.
Good for you. We will miss you.
We'll see. We'll see. I gotta check the petty cash drawer.
Dude, that you like baseball does give me another plank of respect for you. Baseball,
my lady is Latina.
Awesome. So
most of the players are Dominican.
Did Latinas and baseball or what?
You could go to the stadium and speak
She's
Spanish
Dominican,
sometimes.
so there are a lot of Dominican players. in the MLB, but are you saying you didn't start liking baseball till you met your wife?
Nah, no. Honestly, baseball has been my number one sport forever.
She forced your ass to like baseball?
Hey, I got a son out the deal. He could be a player. He's got it in the bloodline.
That is the weirdest thing I've heard you say all night. Are you gonna make him play baseball? Dude, you have Dominican roots.
I'm considering it based off this conversation. I just like it. A light bulb went off.
You gotta play baseball. You got Dominican roots.
Yeah, why not? Let's lean into these stereotypes. You never know. He could hit 50 home runs.
Motherfucker, you know what? He's gonna be cursed to be a mechanical engineer. He's gonna go, fuck you, Dad. I'm a goddamn mechanical engineer.
Hey, shoot for
I
the moon,
can
land on the
describe
stars.
how
I'm with
a
it.
baseball is hit, and I can describe the ballistics once it comes off the bat. I'm better than baseball. I'm an engineer.
Babe, would you be happy with a baseball player or a mechanical
Absolutely, I
engineer?
would. Dude, you know what? As long as my son is happy, he just needs to be happy
When you live everything
and successful, of course.
I'm not
But,
arguing against it.
Damn.
Argue against
Me and
no,
Ms. Dave on the same page.
I just want him to be happy and successful. That's
Same
it.
here.
So, now since I'm such a nerd, engineer is better.
Lineup 10 of you niggas that make the same.
You know, did Elon Musk play baseball?
You
Oh,
So it's a fallacy to say that.
3 outs to go, Stanley. 3 outs to go.
Oh, motherfucking Hood Servative is still there. He must be. He must be. This is live, by the way,
Anti-family, yo nigga, we are family.
on Sean's channel.
He's over there running up the scoreboard on him, man. I'm sure that's what's happening.
Well, motherfucker, I want to see him do it.
When you live it.
You don't.
He must be having
Talk
fun.
about Taz at all when Taz got his family. You
Yeah,
cannot
all
say
that
Taz is
theatrical
against
shit.
family. This is what we're trying to get y'all to understand. You have no right to say Sharon
Y'all?
against
But
family.
we're not talking about Taz's family. We're talking about 2 + 2.
No, but I'm saying the
Okay, so
fallacy in the argument.
No, this is important. This is very important. It's an analogy. I hope this man is not dumb enough to think that we are talking about 2 + 2 literally. It was an analogy that y'all math.
Right.
Okay,
right.
so now,
No.
Yeah, we got Scooble out of there.
Unless you actually have a family, you can't walk the order of a family.
Hold on. So stick to the
If they hold on for this win, Scooble gets the lock.
Y'all are not understanding how to get to the math equation. Y'all just know the answer, but y'all cannot actually get to y'all cannot get to the answer. All you do is know it. This is why we asked Homeboy earlier, how does that relate to Marxism? He could not answer it. So therefore, he's full of shit.
You see what this Chenard person wrote?
Black conservatives
God
to
damn.
understand.
He's stalling me.
It sounds like your position is if you haven't been successful at it, you're not allowed to talk about it.
Exactly. No, but it's just crazy when you say.
Hold on. Let me please.
Whoa. But you do not maintain that standard of talking.
Okay, what fucking dude? You know what? Let me fucking mute this bullshit so I can deal with this goddamn soft shoe dancing Chenard. Dude,
hey, he said hit the link.
Bullshit. Yeah, motherfucker, hit the link so I can bless you out in person. Dude, I'm never full of bullshit. I will always speak my mind, especially now that I'm retired and don't give a shit. Dude, bullshit is not what I do, son. Even if I'm wrong, I'll just be wrong, but it's never bullshit. And John had ample got rid of Stanley as soon as motherfucker get rid of motherfucker. John did not employ me. I literally did not receive a salary. John has never passed a thin goddamn dime. Essentially, I think the best comparison was if you have like a grocery store and a bank comes in there, or like a Walmart, like a barber shop sets up a kiosk or some space in that Walmart. Dude, that's what it was. Motherfucker, John, literally. Portia is more responsible for, me as a YouTube creator than John by far. And if you haven't noticed, motherfucker, John literally said, and I got the goddamn clips because I clipped them out. John literally says, well, Stanley wanted to do his own thing. God damn Skippy, I did. And I wouldn't let John interfere with it by any. I did what the fuck I wanted to do. So that part is true. And yep, John was nice enough to let me use his platform, but he was nice enough to let me use his platform. There was a 24-hour show and I filled up some hours. People actually used to listen to me. I don't know what the fuck your point is, Shenard, other than you're a fucking moron. That's must be your point. Nothing you said there. Thank you for stating the obvious, except if it was John's channel, he could have fucking dude. Do you understand how fucking YouTube channels work? If he wanted me gone, he could do it anytime. And apparently I was valuable because he got tired of me fucking pressing him on his own show. And I commend John. He finally grew a set of balls and said, this is enough. Right. But motherfucker, after a year, I was never shy about telling John what I thought, often on his own show. And y'all know that. Shenard, you know that. So fuck you with this made up bullshit you want to peddle. God damn, Shenard, you're as bad as John. Moronic.
That's what I be trying to have the understanding of. And
it's so easy to break their arguments because what I learned is they really aren't bright.
Shenard tap dancing,
That's
huh?
not the bright side of the argument.
You know what? This little idiot in the hood, he's one of Bob's.
Hey Taz, why do you think they want to prove their argument for them?
Say that last part again. I went out.
Why do they want us to be the ones that prove their argument for them?
I think what a lot of it is just trying to make it into a thing where we're all men, and so the men that agree with them are sort of used as like the little
no.
tactic,
If Shenard was right, Palomino, I'd have told him he was right.
It's not even getting us to agree; it's more so trying to make these points sound valid. And well, damn, y'all can't even at least agree that some of what I'm saying is valid. No, nigga, that shit sound crazy. And I think the overall invalidation of it, because none of that shit gets validated. There's an overall invalidation, which makes them chase any level of validation. That's all I can think of, bro.
It's a very weird thing to me. I don't know.
I don't know. It's strange to say that you do everything that you tell me is wrong, but then you tell me how wrong it is as you do it.
No, what you doing is wrong, not what I'm doing.
Me wanting my daughter to be able to vote is wrong.
Right.
Well, that's not necessarily the point we're making, but when we talk about like
girl dads are the problem.
Family and man, God, man, woman, child, and all that shit, you'll fight me to death. You'll spend your whole day
you're
arguing
part of
with
the
me,
problem,
but then at
right?
the end of it, tell me, well, I live exactly like that.
An exception. You can't argue with the exception.
Are you not a
Let-
girl
let-
dad?
It's okay. We could talk to that.
I'm not a
argument
girl
right quick.
dad in the sense that I'm saying it.
Okay, are you literally
God,
going
man,
to deny?
You are not saying it in the same tone as me.
I'm an
I'm doing it
exception.
because I actually love my
Motherfucker.
family.
Yeah.
You saying it because you want to rule over yourself.
Yeah, okay. You know
don't
what?
actually believe
You
that
are
God
the
is under
exception,
you. You
Dave.
believe that you are above God. That's the difference.
There's no other way to say
Well,
it,
I think
but
the
just
difference is you think you're the
say it
only
how
good
it
man
is.
in the
Okay, so
world. As
you're
if
an
me loving your
exceptional
family is the
girl
only love
dad.
that's
The
possible.
term
Like every man loves his
applies.
family for the most part. It's normal.
God.
And you
Listen
don't
to
rule over your
those
family
girl
out of
dads
hatred,
and
but you would
compare that
project
to
that on
me.
the other men
I'm
because you think
definitely
you're
an
the only good
exception.
nigga ever.
Dude, you're just a
No, that's
fucking
not what
girl
we know
dad.
the three
You
of us
think
are.
you're
that's
an
not what
exception.
happened. Is I'm going by what that man is
Those
saying.
girl dads are
If
problematic.
a man is saying that he believes in God, man, woman, child, but he out there fucking everything moving, he do not believe in God, man, woman, child.
Wait, hold it.
And the
Look
problem is,
at,
y'all don't want me to call it out.
dude, how do you think a key works, you goddamn moron?
That's a
Oh,
blanket statement
Palomino,
that you
you
can
are
make
a
on niggas
problem
that aren't
mostly to
really here at the
yourself.
moment. Because in order for you to be right, you would have to be pointing at an actual nigga, not just some made up talking point nigga.
I'm going by so this is the problem that I'm having. I'm going by the words that you are saying.
But those are
The
never my
owner
words, though.
of the
So what I'm trying to get you to
StreamYard or the
understand,
owner
you,
of the
right?
channel, they provide the
general, right?
key
I'm
to
saying
their
you, but I mean in general.
co-hosts.
A
And
man that is
Palomino,
not
you know this.
living God, man, woman, and
So
child, he
I
would
would
say
never have
that.
had a
Yes, that's a
key
true
had
statement.
it not been
However, when it comes
provided.
from out of
It
his
can
mouth,
always be
it is
taken
not a true
away. You
statement.
can always
He's a
delete
literal
the
liar
person with the
because he
key.
don't believe that is
It's,
God, man, woman,
I'm
child.
surprised
So
y'all
he's
don't
not
know this.
living
Most
that
of you are
lifestyle.
young
And
and
then he literally
into
becomes the
social
internet
media.
made up nigga.
This is
Talking
like
about something
earlier
you
when
don't
you were
live.
telling me logic stops being logic if you're black or white. It's not really. We're not working on logic anymore at this point. Well, this is what he was saying earlier about black and white.
No, that's
But you
not what
now
I
sound
said.
exactly like that.
No, what I'm
I
trying to get
said
you.
logic no longer becomes logic if you remove certain factors that are at play. It's
Yeah,
no longer
logic is
logic.
what it is in its pure form. If
Okay,
you
I'm
remove
gonna
everything else,
literally
the more things
these
removed, the
now.
closer.
All four of these motherfuckers are arguing logic, and they have no clue what the fuck they're talking about, including Hoodservative. Why are you debating what logic is? If you start debating what logic is, then y'all need to fucking like break it up and change topics.
You get to pure logic. That's how that works.
Jesus
That's not how
Christ.
science works.
So
That's not
pure
how
logic
science
We're not
versus
works.
running a
non-pure
science
logic.
experiment. We're
This
running
is
logic.
literally
So you take away
uninteresting.
as much that you don't need and focus on the things that are critical to the problem, and you solve it from there. If you're adding all this
It
extra
does
shit
prove
that
that
doesn't need to be
logic is
added, well, it's
subjective
not
too,
logic
by the way.
anymore. That's
I'm
exactly the
saying,
point we were
and
making
the
earlier.
difference in our
And by
science,
you leaning on black and
It,
white,
it
you're not
tends to
using
become
logic anymore.
the
metaphysics.
difference in our
That's what
science
they're
is
really
So
arguing
hold
about.
on. So this is how we just end this nonsense. Hoodservative, what do you do in your life that is actually conservative?
You go to church.
Well, Hoodservative isn't a conservative. He's a Nazi.
No, see, I know fucking technology be making you look like a liar sometimes. Hit that button slow and everything you said gets discredited.
So you going
But no, I don't really go to church. I study religion as a concept. Like I don't necessarily have a particular faith. But
We're
I
trying
go
to
to
figure
work
out
every
what
day. I
in your
say,
life
listen, I go to
aligns
work,
with
I raise my
conservatism.
kids. I go to work, I raise my kids, sort of like I don't live in the house with them, but when my kids call me up for stuff, I'm there. My daughter needs me for shit, I'm there. My sons need me for shit, I'm there.
So you saying going to work is conservative?
Oh, working hard and paying bills is more or less the right wing. Welfare is a left wing policy. Give me that as a left wing policy.
I would
Reparations
say
is a
not
left
being
wing
around your
policy.
kids every day is pretty left wing.
Well, divorce is just natural. So
Oh, wait,
most
slow
people
down,
aren't really
fam.
in
I ain't
most
doing
people aren't
that.
really
I
home
can't
anymore.
let that slide, but you just said too much again. Let me let you down another point. So, how are reparations a left-wing policy when we saw them signed at a federal level by a Republican president?
Who did that? Grant?
Ronald Reagan, 1988.
He signed reparations. How come you niggas ain't get your money yet? That's so weird.
Because we're not
See,
Japanese
this is
Americans.
literally
Oh,
hood conservative fucking moving the
to be you.
goalpost.
So, like I
Okay,
said, it's a left wing
the
policy.
goddamn point was that, see, hood conservative is oily, snaky, writhing out of, dude.
Oily.
he was literally told he has no motherfucking clue what he's talking about reparations. And I have to give him credit. He was quick-witted enough, but the person who takes that little slight shift of the goalpost, dude, let's move it back to how is it conservative or liberal or whatever. Hood conservative is good, but I'm better. I would have never let that go.
I can't.
I would have. See, honestly, Dave, this is where the ad hominems would have started. What? You didn't know shit? Why don't you know, you uneducated motherfucker? You don't know your own argument. And when I teach you, you want to get all moving the goalpost. That's why I do ad hominems on people like hood conservative. He didn't know that shit.
You gotta be the second one for ad hominem. You don't want to be the first one.
No, sorry, I don't really give a shit whether I'm the first or the last. Once you prove you don't understand your argument, I'm done with you. I'm literally like, once you don't know your argument, why am I even talking to you anymore? It literally would be next. Who's next? You are gone. I don't even want to talk to you anymore. Let's move on. Hood conservative is not well educated on this stuff. He depends on other people not being able to prove points like that.
Oh, it is effective.
He is the best of the most ignorant. He's the least ignorant of the ignorant. That's not that. No, I will finish what I'm saying.
No, go ahead.
He's not well educated. He has read a couple books. He's probably a good autodidact, but once someone hits a home run, this motherfucker wants to like pull a ball out of his back pocket and go, "Oh, you didn't hit a home run. I got the ball in my hand." That's literally what he does. Oh, look, no, I'm going to cheat. The motherfucker is not well educated. He depends.
Is that the definition of oily?
No, let me finish. He depends on his audience being less well informed than him. He's the best of the ignorant. This is why I don't like people like hood conservative, and I don't want to waste my time going up on these types of panels. He clearly was proven ignorant, and all of a sudden he wants to take it back to race, which is his comfort zone. It's disgusting, it's disingenuous, it's not good faith, and I would be done with him. I would trash him, but dude, I would be done with him. Dude, you lost. Deal with it.
They just claim victory, huh?
Dude, if you don't know as much as I do, why am I bothering with you?
Oily is a tactic.
Okay, let's go back. Who was it? Was it John Henrik Clark? I don't debate. You know, God damn it.
I only debate my equals, everybody else I teach.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Oh, game over. Ball game.
Literally, hood conservative proved he wasn't a peer.
We try to get some logic out of people. Some people just cannot be logical.
He acted like he was right the whole time. I hate this dude.
My cash app,
Don't Oh, who?
Not
Sean
hate.
is
That
the
hate's a
show.
strong word.
Mañana.
Look at him. He like he been worked over.
Didn't you say the word hate?
Nothing wrong with
Yeah,
it. Let me.
I don't hate him. I actually like watching the show. He puts on an entertaining show. But he'll claim victory when he didn't even score a point. Sort of like that analogy you said about hitting
Hood
home run.
well, Hood Conservative does the same thing.
It worked for Hood. It didn't work for Sharon.
Wow. Talk about confirmation bias.
Hey, do you still got that link in the back?
I'm sure I do.
You want to see a better version of Hood? That's it. But whatever
Okay.
you're gonna do, it's your show. It's your show. Run your show how you want. But skip like in the middle somewhere. Just go like 2 hours in.
Yeah,
It's
because
probably better that way.
his openings are like 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's insane. He does a good show though.
Zentoba, what's going on? Let you time.
Let me know when to start.
Just like go to the 2 hour mark.
Party. And from
Okay.
what I understand, with either party, the right.
It's not a timestamp. You just pick up wherever in the middle. As they start making
I'm
points.
not saying that you're totally wrong about this or that. I just have such a completely different frame of view for everything, so it's hard for me to see it your way.
And before I do the shout out to 7N. He said, I'm shaking like Pookie and New Jack. It's just my nerves, man. You know, Hood Conservative talking to this. Black men need to work with other men. Like what? When haven't we? Right?
Oh, this is funny.
At what point in America?
When was this? When was
we
this
not?
show? I
So
didn't look.
I want to say this.
Like a year ago. A year ago May, so it's a little over
A
a
year
year
ago,
look,
yep.
I had an
That's
office
not what
on,
that means.
you know, a lot of people know that. Well, maybe not people online, but a lot of people who know me for real. I had an office on 42nd Street, 8th Avenue for a number of years. Right? Ran a business right there. And when I was ready to move out of there, I'm looking at all these other places because I needed a bigger space in Manhattan. Every last one of these motherfuckers, as soon as they got a look at me, was like, nah. So everybody in the chat and everybody who'll play this video later,
Is the
will
chat
tell me
worth looking at, or
all this
is
great
there even a
shit
chat?
that
I
I'll
don't
get
even know if it's
from
still on there.
voting for the right, but that I shouldn't care that the base is not conducive for me being a successful black business person.
Yo, you see how I'm sorry. Good. I'm sorry. I'm gonna wait.
Okay, but I'm
That's
getting
probably
red
not
line,
even worth looking
right?
at, to be honest.
I'm just saying, like, oh, you shouldn't be worried about that, Marcus, and blah, blah, blah. They gotta have the fucking money to move in any of these places that they showed me. I had a guy tell the broker that I was with, oh, you could come in, we give him this amount of months rent for free and blase fucking blah. And as soon as I walked in there,
Let me tell you one of my pet peeves, and it is going to be so boring. Dude, when they do blase blah or this, that, and the other, or
Yeah, minutia
what's
you're
the other
supposed to understand. Yeah, I get you.
motherfucker, that is so goddamn annoying. And there's one that's even more when they go, God damn it. There's one that just fucking like I might end the conversation if you say this. It's like blasey blasey or God damn it. I'll think of it in a minute. But dude, when people do that, this, that, and the other, or blah, oh, dude, that is just there's a better way to do it. Just fucking put in a period at the end of your sentence.
this motherfucker frowned his face up, talking about, I need a year's worth of rent up front.
So
So don't tell me no bullshit about, my issues are not specific. Because if I walked there looking like fucking Opie, I would have got the fucking place.
He's
And
making
I'm
a
a
race
black
argument.
businessman, goddammit. So don't talk to me about handouts, motherfucker. I understand the shit that's on the right for business men. But if you are letting motherfuckers put roadblocks in front of my shit, then what the fuck does it mean for me? And I hear one more thing, Hood. I hear a lot of niggas that advocate for the right talk about all these great business shits, and a lot of niggas that talk that shit ain't even businessmen. You work somewhere for somebody, getting a check.
As if that's not respectable.
I ain't had a job in how fucking long, man. So don't tell me about what I shouldn't worry about as a black man, especially in business. Because these are the things that concern me. Equal fucking protection, yo. And the shit that a nigga gotta go through to get treated fairly, trying to come up and get money. It's easier for me to go sell fucking crack. Hood, jump in here, man. Don't talk to me about handouts, nigga. I'll hand you some shit, motherfuckers.
Some days I question whether or not I should have retired from selling coke. It wasn't such a hard life, but there's no retirement plan. Anyway, bro, it's so funny to listen to you talk. Who runs New York City real estate?
We know who that is.
So why are you blaming white racism? Stop it. This is that schizophrenic black shit.
The guy who I'm talking about, the guys who were looking me in the face, I know what they look like because they looked me in the face and I looked them in the face. So there's no boogeyman here.
And you really think that New York City politics is somehow a bastion of Republican racism?
No, I don't think so. What I'm saying is,
so what are we even doing? Why are you making this a Republican thing? Why are you making this racism?
No, this idea that
Damn it, Hood's right about this.
This is me trying to rent a fucking space in your fucking property.
Find another goddamn space, fool.
I know, but let's slow it down. We're having a conversation about
this clown
the
here.
discomfort.
I couldn't get an apartment. It was a fucking commercial space, you idiot.
Right, and listen, I
not
know,
not you. I'm talking to somebody in the chat.
I know, but believe me, I know what you're talking about, and I'm like, bro, the best way to get that done is to have one of their people help you in the process, right? It's it's New York City.
But what I'm saying is, look, see, this is what I'm talking about. So the very thing, eventually they're gonna have to see my black ass. The very thing that you're saying I shouldn't be worried about, I gotta do subversion tactics to get around, right? Instead of the law being a certain way. And now, of course, there are anti-discrimination, this and that, and the third. And the motherfucker have to go through a process of sending some fucking white people or somewhere and seeing how they deal with them. This is what a motherfucker gotta do. Right? Because you gotta create laws for these motherfuckers to not discriminate against you. Period. This is what we're talking about.
That's a good point, Pony Boy.
So when somebody
in your way or not,
hey Stanley, pause real quick.
And by the way, small hats are white people.
This was the first politics stream he did with Hood Conservative, and I think that Hood put on such a good display of his argument that I think, and I don't want to assume from Keep It 100 that his politics kind of changed because he did two more after this, and instead of like attacking the argument or his approach to Hood Conservative's position, it almost seems like it became more friendly, maybe because the respect level for what he was saying grew, or understanding, or he developed the understanding of what he was saying. Because I don't think that, I think he took something from it and changed his approach.
So he learned.
He learned, definitely.
Nothing wrong.
I'm trying to say that in the nicest way possible.
No, what's wrong with learning?
Because I can assume what credited him learning. Some people just don't like. They don't like that somebody else would. I don't know how to say it, but if I'm wrong, it would be offensive to him. I'm trying to be accurate.
Bottom line is you live and you learn. Embrace it. Just makes your argument better.
Now, mind you, put this into context. This is before the election. This is when everybody was like, yo, we're going Kamala. The space is just a little bit different after you realize that you had somebody telling you the whole time.
Okay.
The guy in the gap. That's what Hood
even Hood Conservative can be right about stuff.
Okay, see, I think he might have earned your respect from the Bracey stream. I don't know, but you see it though.
I never didn't respect Hood Conservative. I still think that there's some things that he just. You know what? Let's tell me if I'm wrong with this theory. Keep it hunted or whatever the fuck his name is. Leading with your bitterness is not going to win an argument. It's literally you're looking through a lens of your goddamn bitterness, and sometimes someone looking through a different lens, you know what? If anything, that bitterness stuff, dude, my approach would be, look, if these assholes didn't want to rent you the space, see if there's another one. Maybe you can move somewhere else. I don't get the bitterness part in Hood Conservative stings. I hope at some point Hood says, hey, look, this isn't the only spot in Manhattan. So it's kind of a dumb argument.
It still goes back
he's
to
probably right about the racism and all that stuff, but dude, this is America. Try another spot.
What Palomino said might be true. I mean, maybe the attitude didn't help, or maybe the expectation. But
you know what?
Also,
it losing the attitude. I think Horsey Boy's not wrong here.
That also ties into an argument that SKC made. It's all about style, and that was
True.
just encompassed in that argument.
I would have to agree with that point, dude. You know what? Because I can guarantee you, in Palomino, shakes his tail every now and again, and sometimes it swings the right way, and he gets rid of the right fly. Yeah, if you come in there combative, it's not going to help. Because I guarantee you, he came in there combative. He didn't think he was going to get it. Now, I don't know this for sure. I wasn't there, but I can't help but think that he probably came in with the sort of attitude. If you go in as an angry black man and they think, hey, I don't like renting or whatever to a angry black man, and you're that angry black man, you kind of justify their point.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Now, what I do respect seeing that change from then till now. Like, it's a difference.
He learned.
Right. So credit to him for that. This was the path. This was a part of the path. Anyway, go ahead. You can go.
People. Let's not get that twisted.
And good for you, Pony Boy. You didn't
They're
step
It's a
definitely
weird
white.
in as
game. It's
usual.
such a weird
Good
game.
job.
I'm with you, but they
pull that
are,
thing.
but they're not. They're
Come on,
like
man.
Schrodinger's Caucasians, bro.
Come on, man.
They are, but they aren't at the same
And my
time. That's
computer
kind of
just locked
mystical.
up.
No,
It'll take
they
a second
definitely
to
are.
unlock.
They're from
But
fucking
it
Europe.
will eventually.
They're from Europe, bro.
I know.
Okay, so then let's not play that, bro.
But
Fuck what
here's the
what they
problem.
think and what they
Here's
say.
the
They're
problem.
from Europe.
Here's the problem.
Y'all really
From a
gonna
black-
hold on? Y'all really gonna these motherfuckers in the chat? Lou, stop it! You gonna and Lou? I'll bring you up here, Lou, because I see you other people's panels. You never get on mine, but I'm gonna tell you, do not tell me that motherfuckers that are from Eastern Europe are not white, folks. Bro, come on.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you in that, and that's something that you kind of have to like get educated on, because otherwise you think, well, no, they come from the Middle East, right? So that's a whole nother conversation in
Middle East is Africa. No, you talking about?
No,
you're
it's
talking
not.
about
The Middle East is not in Africa. It's not.
No,
It's literally
no.
not on the
Well,
continent.
it's in a different part than Eastern Europe. A lot of these, and I don't want to say some words on here, but a lot of these people are not from over there. You're confusing them what Israelis with these people in bro. You're from NY like me. They don't look like them people over there.
It's not an issue with my confusion. It's a common misunderstanding. It's
Come
not
on,
an issue
man.
with my confusion. That's what I'm saying. So from a common parlance,
let's
right?
not talk
And
about the Middle
frankly,
East.
no, frankly, they will tell you themselves they are not. Like they say flat out, no, I'm not white. So it's not even that I'm just confused. It's an intentional misdirection, I imagine. And so
they're
the point, hold on,
European.
but
white
the
is a
point,
class that we.
Yeah, I think you got locked out. You there, Stanley? Locked out of your own shit.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I want to say what happened
let's
to
see.
it.
Problem.
There we
Y'all
go.
really gonna hold on? Y'all really gonna these motherfuckers in the chat? Lou, stop it! You're
Guess
gonna
I'm gonna have to
Lou.
get
I'll bring you up here, Lou, because I see you other people.
I'm gonna have to start getting
You never
a
get on
more.
mine, but I'm gonna tell you. Do
I have
not tell
16
me
gigs
that
on
motherfuckers
here.
that are from Eastern Europe are not
Like
white.
I'm gonna have to do better.
no, I'm with you. I'm with you in that, and that's something that you kind of have to like get educated on, because otherwise you think, well, no, they come from the Middle East, right? So that's a whole nother conversation in
Middle East is Africa. No, you talking about?
No,
you're
it's
talking
not.
about
The Middle East is not in Africa. It's not.
No,
It's literally not on the
no.
continent.
Well, it's in a different part than Eastern Europe. A lot of these, and I don't want to say some words.
So
on
now
here,
we're
but a lot
debating
of these
geography.
people are not from over there. You're confusing them what Israelis with these people in bro. You're from NY like me. They don't look like them people over
It's not
there.
an issue with my
It's not them same
confusion.
people. It's not
It's a
them people.
it's a common misunderstanding. It's
Come
not
on,
an issue
man.
with my confusion. That's what I'm saying. So
What's up, Lou?
from a common
So
parlance,
let's
right?
not talk
And
about the Middle
frankly,
East.
no,
Yeah, what's up,
they will
Lou?
tell you themselves they are not. Like they say flat out, no, I'm not white. So it's not even that I'm just confused. It's an intentional
They're European.
misdirection, I imagine. And so
They're
the point, hold
European.
on, but
White
the
is a
point,
class that we call people because race is a social construct, but they're from Europe, bro.
No. Here's the difference. When black people imagine
This is an
somebody,
argument.
when black people imagine that there is a racial hierarchy, when black people imagine that there is a specific race of people who plot together among themselves for their specific group to win over everyone else, they imagine some blonde-haired, blue-eyed motherfucker in a
That's not what we're talking
pinstripe
about.
suit smoking a cigar.
I
They
hear
do
you.
not imagine those people in their little groups, in their little meetings, who you have to scour the internet to get evidence of their meetings and their secret plots and plans. So most black people do not make the distinction. And so when they say white supremacy, you think it's fucking Bubba. And I'm saying, leave Bubba alone. Bubba smokes crack. Bubba is not running the fucking world.
I didn't say that. Nobody said that. That's a straw man. Enticed. I'm not outside of binary dumbass America. I'm in America where this is what we're dealing with, right? So don't tell me what happens over there. I'm over here. But again, no, I didn't say that. You don't get to do that. What I'm saying is that's who these people are. And those people work with those people. Again, you're from the same town I'm from. Okay? I've had my run-ins with them folks. I mean, long story, serious shit, bro. So I'm not a fan of them, but I know who they are. And you can't tell me that them are not Europeans. They're not from that other area that we sending money to. They're not from over there. Them motherfuckers that's in your town where you are right now, you see them all the time with the big motherfucking hats and the curls falling down on the side of their face. Them are not those people.
No.
What
I'm saying is that these
man.
two
Come on,
groups
man.
of people, the Christians and their Semite cousins, this whole Judeo-Christian thing, these two groups of people have been at war since forever, since before one black person was ever bought and sold by a white person. These two groups of people have been at war. And so now all of a sudden you think one of them has chosen a side. No, I'm sorry. You think that these people are your friend, when in reality they're just using you as leverage against a group of people they've been at war with for 1,000 years over 109 countries.
White men have been fighting each other since Earth, but one thing that they could agree on is that your black ass ain't them. So fuck what's going on between them. That ain't your business. That's why I don't really get into issues that go on from when they go at each other.
We have chosen a side though. We chose communism. We have chosen a side. Most black politics is socialistic or communistic. So look, when you go back into the 60s and the 70s and you ask why so many white people were so uptight about black people, it's because so many black people were fucking communists, and communists hate Christians, and most white folk were Christian at the time.
What does this have to do?
This is let me
I just explained to you.
Make a point here.
You brought up,
and this is literally why hood conservative is limited. Hunted is limited. You don't. It seems to me a bad sort of argument when you accuse, hey, I didn't get my office because of racism, but then you were going to start talking about, quote, small hats. Dude, you're a racist too. In hood conservative, communism has nothing to do with this. It's conflating, and this is what people who don't know their own arguments do. They start conflating bullshit.
No, you can say that. Wait.
It's my opinion. You don't have to agree with it.
Okay, so they're just identifying.
I don't fucking start talking about, oh, I didn't get my office because of racism, and then start being a racist.
They're just identifying which one's the bishop.
Okay,
which
motherfucker, listen to what I'm saying, because
I get it.
I dude, you don't defeat a racist argument with racism. It doesn't work that way. In hood conservative, you need to help me out. What the fuck does black people being communist, which by the way is ahistorical. So many black people in the 60s were communist. Hood conservative sounds like a fucking clown with that argument. Oh, hey, I understand you're on the toilet and need to get that shit out. But the point is what does blacks being communist have to do with any of this? Hood conservative is weak, and he is literally doing what he probably thinks someone like Sharon was doing. You can't you cannot argue out the specific point. You start conflating stuff. You start moving goalposts. They weren't talking about motherfucking communism, were they? I didn't hear the whole show, but why does communism have to be a part of this? Literally, most black people were not communists in the 60s. So he's got that part just flat out wrong. Martin Luther King was not a
Clip it and
communist.
ask him. Clip it and ask him.
I don't give a fuck. This isn't important to me.
It's actually a good question.
Fuck it. Somebody should have asked him that question on this show. I don't give that much of a fuck. It's why I trash people like Hoodservative all the time. As soon as you start conflating, as soon as you start moving the goalpost, I want to go back to what we were talking about, and then that's when the ad hominem start. Your argument wasn't good enough. Now you have to start looping in the fluff. It's why I get annoyed. Hoodservative is not good at this. And neither is little junior Lenny Kravitz or whatever the fuck he thinks he is. See, ad hominems, dude. I've lost all respect.
Stanley, would you be able to be on a panel like that, or you just would flip out?
I do no, motherfucker. I don't go on these panels, and this is why I don't want to. People do not understand their own arguments well enough to take whatever point. You take the L, or you develop that argument all the way out to some sort of logical conclusion. I'm still wondering what the fuck he did when he didn't get that original office. Is he saying that, oh, I fucking got pissed off and my business failed? Did he go to another location? I'm still trying to figure out what he did when he failed that first time. No logical conclusion, no end to the story. They have moved on. And dude, I'm unsatisfied because I want to know. There's Hoodservative and Hunted. Neither of them are fucking good at arguing this sort of stuff. Take it to a logical conclusion. Finish the narrative. Finish the story. What happened? And then we can move on to communism. You know, black people were all fucking commies in the 60s. Dude, Du Bois died in like what, 1961 or something? Du Bois was the last black communist. Like true Marxist. But you know, that's kind of that's an ad hominem. It's kind of, you know, besides the point. I'm unsatisfied. What happened? And maybe they get to it. So I can't give up hope yet. But once you start like conflating, it's neither of them are good at this. And Hoodservative is not good at these arguments.
You give it, then you take it away.
I'm sorry, what?
I said you give it, then you take it away.
No, just finish the narrative. Finish your story. What happened? Does he? Do you recall, or maybe he does? If he couldn't do it, what was it? 8th Avenue and 42nd Street? Did he fucking try somewhere else?
He considered that
in New York.
He filed that away as white supremacy. And
yeah, motherfucker. Then he gave up.
His brush with white supremacy, it stopped him from
his. Please don't tell me that.
I'm assuming that's what the example was, just based on context clues, because it wasn't about.
Well, then fucking defeat the white supremacy. White supremacy is not all conquering like it was back in 1930. You can hurdle the roadblock or go around the roadblock. I don't get it. Yes, we all know there's white supremacy. That you gave an example of it really doesn't say much. It doesn't prove a point. Whew. Bad.
Some of them weren't Jewish. Not all of them were Jewish, right?
Yeah, but let's just talk
I'm
about
not saying
Jewish
that.
people
But
now.
you going into communism and all that shit? Fuck all that. What I'm talking about right now.
Well, you know what?
know-
Let's just keep conflating. There were a lot of Jewish communists. Dude, this is just, and I'm kind of let's just let it play out.
The thing, the basic understanding of white folks dealing with black folks, and that there have to be laws created so they don't act on their base nature
Nope,
when it
wrong.
comes to dealing with us.
Historical
Well,
bad
another
argument.
thing that I see,
Dude, the laws were created back in like the 1860s and into forget 13th, 14th, 15th amendments literally should have done the job, but there were always loopholes. Laws weren't created to I guess there's an argument there, but laws weren't created. They were just created to make the Constitution, to get rid of loopholes in the Constitution. White people knew what they were doing when they created the loopholes or took advantage of the loopholes. And they're loopholes now, to be honest. But anyway, I'll let it go. Hopefully some of this stuff gets answered, because right now, conservative is not winning.
binary. Another thing that I see binary is this, right? When it comes to the quote unquote right, or when it comes to the quote unquote left, there's a desire. There's a desire to not act, because my suggestion that I've been saying throughout this entire thing is I've accommodated a lot of hood conservatives, arguments or complaints with arguments. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna not talk about race. We're gonna take race out of it. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna not talk about race specific policy, right? And so what I then am saying is, where is the responsibility at on the people who are involved in the politics to know policy of what they want to accomplish, to understand what those policies are, and vote for people who are pushing those policies? Like I said, the example that I used is me, Marcus, and Hood Conservative starting a business. So then we look into the political environment and say, what kind of policies are favorable to us starting a business? Now we're 5 years into our business. What policies are favorable to our expansion? What it seems like the issue is, to me, is that regardless of whether it's on the left or whether it's on the right, there's a failure of people to want to work together. Like, my thing is, like I said, opposed from political ideology, I would be down to do some type of business with somebody or create a business with somebody, right? And the stuff that I brought up, it just got completely glossed over, which tells me that when it comes to these kind of things, what's more important is the ideological debate and fitting in with either side, the Democrats versus the Republicans or conservatives versus liberals, than actually production of tangible results utilizing conservative or liberal policies.
I'm not even sure, and you're right, by the way, that everything you just said did happen exactly sort of how you laid it out. And I think what really happened in that, the conversation almost naturally shifted to where it really wanted to be, which was the race dynamic. For Black people, Democrat is a Black position and Republican is a white position. Liberal is a Black position and conservative is a white position.
But we got
And
3 Black dudes up here, right? So we shouldn't
it
even,
didn't
like, we
always,
just talk
but
about
it just
but check,
naturally wants to do that. It's weird, I
but
know.
Hood conservative, we got 3 Black dudes up here. We all are in agreement about the Democratic Party, about how
Keep
negative
going
they
here.
are.
Keep going here.
And there's, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of these things we don't even need to argue, because there's a lot of these things that we agree on.
Right. That's why I don't understand why the left keeps coming up as some sort of thing. Well, don't fuck with them. Fuck with. So, Rob, can you address?
Well, I think
this?
it's because I'm so much further to the right. I think I'm literally far right. But here's the thing.
I
don't know that
when you're done, I want Rob to respond to this comment right here. That's why
Okay.
I put it on screen.
Okay, I don't know that it's an issue of the right it's not that the right has to appeal to black people. I think black people by and large are under a series of severe misconceptions. And if you would address, if the individual black people were to address some of these misconceptions, some of these false ideas about how they see the world, they would naturally find themselves in alignment with the right. And that's not something that can be done from a political outreach.
Hey, chat. So Danny Nightblade has called me a pro whack. Somebody please school this clown. I've never seen him in my chat before. You in the wrong place if you think I'm pro black. So Rob, I want you to respond to this before I do, but go ahead. Yeah. He said the whites freed the slaves, the blackity blacks didn't do anything but do the bidding of the small hat commies. So the whites freed the slaves. Rob, please.
That's a statement that there's a lot of context behind, but it's written in its current format as a talking point. The whites freed the slaves. They also owned the slaves. They also started.
Stupid motherfucker! I swear to God, man.
You know what I'm saying? And then
freedom from who?
And then as far as the quote unquote bliggity blacks didn't do anything but the bidding of the small hat commies. I don't think that there's many people that would disagree with that. So I don't understand what that was supposed to do. Everybody knows the history of Henry Motzowitz, you know what I'm saying, co-opting the civil rights movement, Gloria Steinem.
Not everyone does, bro. Not everyone does. I'm telling you, that is not common knowledge. That is like the deep secret stuff you have to be up all night studying for.
Even that fist, right? The black fist that people fist pump. They put that fist up in the air. That's a socialist symbol.
How many people at a BLM rally actually know that, do you suppose? If you would have went back a couple of years to these George Floyd protests, how many of these people you think at one of those rallies actually know the history of all that? Do you really think that's
the funny thing is white people are socialists as fuck when niggas is out of the conversation.
You know what?
In what way?
I'm just gonna
like
so it's 3 racists up here. You literally want.
How are they? Wait, I missed that part.
Well, let me rewind it, dude.
No, how are they racist?
Well, I've heard Moskowitz, I've heard Jews, I've heard whites are. What did he say? I missed that part. Whites are this, dude. If you start talking white and black and Jews, it's automatically racist. How could it not be?
That's such a low bar.
Okay, dude. If you start talking whites, think this way. If you start saying blacks, think this way. If you start like this thing here, bidding of the small hat, this is basically just a black KKK rally.
Oh my God.
You mean you can't talk politics? And I think this is not high level politics. This is literally quibbling over who's more racist or this white
black
whites
politics.
think this, blacks think that, Jews think this. Dude, you don't. They are racists complaining about racism, at least in Hunnard's case. It's not sophisticated. It's not high level. It's mostly ahistorical, and it's mostly unnuanced.
This portion of the conversation, I think it does go somewhere.
Yeah,
they're just sorting out. They're sorting out the skills.
How are blacks any better than whites? How are black racists any better than white racists? It's like John talking to Be Brave. They're both racists. You don't think John's a racist?
I don't.
See this race realism. Oh, hey, Stanley, you got to admit that blacks are genetically communist or whites are Dude,
that would be a racist statement, but
you are literally arguing from a social construct. Unsophisticated, ahistorical, amateurish. They're not impressing me.
And
wait, and I remember someone, I guess it was Hunnit, talking about the black hats in the side locks. Dude, these are literally this might as well be darker skinned Jared Taylor's.
I don't think that you're getting a left perspective from this conversation, because I know Rob.
I'm not getting any sort of perspective because it's
I
the
think that's all this is. You're criticizing the right wing perspective.
Dude,
I think all three of them are somewhat conservative or on the right. All three of them. I think.
Okay, then. So you're confirming that the conservative perspective is basically racist. Whether you're black or white, it doesn't
definitely
matter.
not
You're
doing
a racist.
that. I'm confirming that your definition of anybody on the right is a racist.
No, I never said anybody
part
on the
two,
right is
you
racist.
have members of the left. I thought this one did.
Okay, you are again not understanding my point. If you are arguing from a racist perspective, all of it's going to be skewed towards racist conclusions. Take race out of it.
I do remember 91% versus like 9% for women. And it was somewhere around like
if you argue
81%, 19% for men. So it's gonna seem racist to somebody in the majority groups.
Okay, see, you're moving the goalpost.
No, that's what you're saying.
No, I'm literally saying if you look at this problem through a racist perspective, you're going to solve the problem, and I don't think you will. Dude, racist
You define one side as racist when they're just pointing out the numbers.
Solving comes up with racist solutions.
Okay.
Argue the point clean. Without
you are taking one portion. It's disingenuous because you're taking one portion of the conversation.
No, it is literally disingenuous if you approach this through a racist lens. The race is the disingenuous.
One small part of a large conversation.
Okay, no, motherfucker. Well, you know what? I'm working with what I got.
You got to be able to smooth past it for context.
But I know enough of Hood that he's a fucking racist and a misogynist and a sexist too.
That is lefty talk for sure.
You know what? It is truth. Then you're telling me the left is truth.
You believe it. I don't.
I'm trying. I wish I could help you, Dave.
Nope, I'm unreachable. You got to move on.
I'm literally saying they shouldn't even be. As soon as you start saying white people are this and black people are that and Jews are the third, I lose. It's racist. You can't solve this race realism argument that people like Lou and you and Hood Conservative and whoever the fuck Hunnit is. Race realism is bullshit.
Well, I guess everybody who's a race realist should kick to the bucket.
Then you know what? I literally did say it's impossible to be born in the United States without being a racist. You have to work hard not to be a racist if you're born in the USA.
So you do have to listen to the other side tell you that one side.
What other side? There's no other side on this panel, is there?
Of the political aisle. They will tell you that going to that side of the aisle is racist. But then when you talk about race, it makes you a racist.
Okay, you just want to keep going back. You keep wanting to go back. I'm saying take race out of it. I'm not saying one side is more racist. To be honest, I think the left is just as racist, just in a different way. I literally said it is impossible to be born in the United States of America without
And
being
not
a
being
racist.
racist.
You
Right.
literally
So why
have
are you
to work.
surprised that this kind of
You
conversation happens?
literally have to work and think your way out of being a racist.
Why would this
And these,
conversation be surprising?
well, it's not. It's
Okay, so then
disappointing.
it is what it is. They're just gonna sort out
Well,
the
it's
pieces of the
disappointing
chessboard.
is what it is. I just see racist with a better darker skin.
Okay. I think that it's necessary to point out what the trends are. What are they doing?
You and I will disagree. I don't think you get solutions from a racist perspective.
This is why the argument always comes up, because you can't tell the truth about it.
Okay, see, you and John Galt agree on this. The truth is, y'all believe that white people have some innate qualities in their genetics because of their white skin, and I don't believe that. I don't think the same thing if you're Jewish, because there really is no Jewish color of skin either, by the way. Dude, I'm not a race realist. And that's literally the truth you want to talk about. And John Galt and the rest of you, y'all think race is genetic. There are behaviors or depravities or
It
culture.
is a behavior. It's a
Okay, dude,
behavior in
don't
the
interrupt.
political
Don't
realm.
interrupt. Let me finish.
Don't go ahead, flood the zone, Stanley.
It is literally no, I'm not flooding the zone. I'm telling you, none of y'all motherfuckers have the understanding of genetics. Why are you saying there's race realism?
It's
You
not even
think
a genetic argument.
so? Race realism is not genetics?
No, the trend of the numbers that they're
Oh,
discussing is
motherfucker,
not a
see,
genetic issue. It's a
again,
cultural issue.
you don't understand what numbers are. You don't understand the genetics. You think everything is about culture and stereotypes.
No, I just know we're in the weeds, so I'm going to act like it.
And
So if you
I,
got
as
90,
Stanley Cross, know you're wrong.
so if you got 91% of a group of people who look a certain way, who do a certain thing, is it okay? What do you say, all or most?
I don't even approach an argument like that.
Okay, well, how would you describe that? Would you say that's most or all? Say the same
So,
thing over
which
again.
population? Give me a sample population. Which population 91% of
No,
all
because when I put a
African Americans?
color on it,
Okay,
it sparks a
motherfucker, you
reaction.
used the number and you used color. Give me an example.
Well, who's putting color? Who's putting race into it now?
Did I not hear this panel that we're watching?
We're not talking about the panel. I'm talking about this
Okay,
conversation.
well,
Who put race into my?
You
into
literally asked if 91% of a
of people,
population of a
right?
certain color, if they act a certain way, give me what population are you talking about? 95% of which demographic? Give me an example.
You're trying. My example is if they all vote for a certain party.
Who is all? Which who? Who is all?
I asked you to define all or most.
Okay,
Is it all or
motherfucker,
most?
stop passing the duchy.
Okay, I got you. I got you. I know
You
what you're saying.
literally
I
said
got you. Go ahead.
91.
Go ahead. No, start over.
No,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not going to let this go. 91%. Which demographic? Who are you talking about? Who is this 91%?
91% of Black women voted Democrat.
And
81% of Black men.
So if they voted Democrat, is that genetics?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's a culture. Why would you vote that way?
It could very well be a culture, but culture's not genetic. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, we can agree.
Okay, well then fine. Then there is no race realist argument to that. It's
Okay.
basically a culture. It's culture, and culture is not genetic.
I find it funny how the argument
Okay,
changed.
not just
If you just say 91%,
you
you don't
brought
even
up
got to
black
say
women.
what group that
You
is.
brought up. See, Dave, you don't understand your argument. You literally
I
said
totally
you not
do. I'm
only
just,
brought race
I know.
into
I
it,
told you we're in the weeds. Go ahead.
dude. No, motherfucker, let's get down into the weeds. You
Where you been in the
literally,
weeds?
okay, no, I'm always in the weeds because I understand the weeds. You brought sex into it too. Now defend your point. Is voting genetic?
No, it's cultural.
Okay, well then if it's not genetic, I think you might be right if it's culture, and then you can explain the culture. Okay, but this race realist bullshit has nothing to do with voting or 91% of black women. And it was actually more like, I thought it was like 90, I thought it was higher than 91%, but it doesn't
Let me
matter.
ask you a question.
Okay, I need you to concentrate on
You didn't ask me a question. Let
I
me ask
need
you a
you to
question.
when the time comes. I
All right,
need you to
Stanley, let's keep staying in the
I
weeds.
need you to concentrate on your very bad argument. So you think race realism is real? It's an actual thing, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so how does 91% of black women voting Democrat? Tell me how that's race realism, how it's explained.
I can't explain it, Stanley.
Okay, then why make the claim?
Because 91% did a certain thing of a certain
Well,
race.
I thought,
And being
okay.
realistic, that's the majority. And
No,
that's why
it's
I asked you, was
not
it
real.
most or
See,
all?
it's not realistically, race realism doesn't explain why 91% of black women voted Democrat. Race realism has nothing to do with it. It's
Well, I could create
politics
a
and
narrative for that realistic.
well, motherfucker, create the narrative. That's what I've been asking you to do. It's a
See, now you're
narrative.
asking for my
It's a
opinion.
narrative. It's a narrative, but it's not scientific, genetic, or anywhere near. It's a narrative. A narrative is by definition fictional.
Okay, so where are we disagreeing?
Oh, dude, there's no race realism. That's where we disagree.
You could create whatever narrative you want.
Race does not explain why 91% of black women voted Democrat. It's really more history and culture. Race is incidental. Race is literally coincidental to why black women voted Democrat. Their skin color has nothing to do with it. The history does. The culture of America does. And race is probably a third order. Black women, black people throughout American history have a history of being discriminated against, abused, whatever the word you want to use. If white women had the same history as black women, it's hypothetical, but they probably vote the same way. Take the skin color out. If white women or Filipino women or Asian women or Hispanic women had that same history, they would probably vote the same way.
So you're victims.
Yeah, of course you want to move the goalpost.
I'm just asking. You
I
won't let me ask the other questions.
Well,
I'm just asking
no,
like
I'm not going to let you stray away from your very bad point. Who cares if they're victims?
Just say yes, they're victims.
Why? Why are they victims?
I thought you were just confirming they were victims.
They might see again. You just want to throw. You just want to throw some sugar. You just want to throw some sugar. I literally said it's culture in history. I didn't say they were victims.
I also said they were culture. I just couldn't figure out why we were arguing.
Well,
About
motherfucker,
any of
you
what I
literally
said.
did not say culture. You
You
want
asked
to,
me was
you
it,
what?
you asked
Hey,
me why
you're
would
but
they do
see
that?
it
I said
once
probably culture.
again. You want to
You
obfuscate
asked
with the
me. You asked
bullshit.
me.
You talk
Wait.
about
Well, let me
victimhood.
clear nothing up.
No, I'm not,
You
motherfucker.
asked me
I'm
why
not
did that
going to.
group
Hey,
was it based on race? I said no. You said was it based on culture?
not.
Or I said
Hey,
yeah.
you could substitute race if you put another race into the history and the culture. I can't prove it. It's a hypothetical, but I suspect if white women had been treated like black women throughout American history, they'd be voting 91% Democrat too. The race realism, which is actually the crux of my point, has nothing to do with voting patterns. Explain how race realism. You're basically saying if you are black and you are a woman, you are destined due to genetics to vote Democrat. That's not going to hold water.
You voted for a guy that said if you don't vote for me, you're not
Okay,
black.
motherfucker. Of course you want to move to. Am I a black woman?
No, tell me what he meant when he said
Okay,
it. Does that mean you have to vote black?
brought up
You have to vote
91%.
left to be
You brought
black?
up 91. See, again, this is so frustrating. Let's concentrate on the 91% of black women that voted Democrat. I'm not a woman. So why are you bringing me into this? Dude,
I'm lost.
the
I'm lost completely.
race realism, dude, the lens you argue some of these points through, hood conservative, this fucking Malcolm Jamal Warner wannabe is arguing. Dude, y'all need to lose the racism. Oh, I'm sorry, the racist rhetoric.
He said so. If they mention 91% vote black, that's racist.
No, it's a bad
Okay,
argument.
so that's not racist. So if 91%
Okay,
of
of
the
course you
Jays,
want to skip.
can I move on to the next
You want to
question?
skip to my Lou away from my point. I need you to concentrate. Take a deep breath and focus.
All right, let's go, Stanley.
The race realism is a bad way to start these sorts of arguments. Race realism is a false premise.
Race realism is realizing that blacks majority vote Democrat. That's race realism.
No.
Okay, then define race realism for me because
I don't
obviously
need to.
I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Why? Well, race realism, as I understand it, is literally black people vote as a herd, like a herd mentality, genetically. I don't even think there's that much of a black culture. It's a facet of American culture. When you start talking like that, you just assume that black culture is a monolith. All black people vote Democrat. Well, that's obviously not true. What you need to start doing is understanding why most black people vote Democrat, and it's not because of race.
Because their mom told them to.
Again,
Mama
stupid answer. Stupid answer.
Mama said.
Right. Well, the bottom line is it's a bad argument, and that's why I come in. Either I get frustrated or I just start. Motherfucker, I literally just start the ad hominems because, dude, if you like, I assume hood conservative is stupid and he's going to present a stupid argument that is focused through a race realist lens. I don't even bother tried to figure it out, I just trash him.
That's your right.
He can't think better.
This is why you got to control yourself and have those conversations with the people you
No, I
criticize.
don't have to control myself. I'm
No,
just going to
yeah.
automatic. I
So what if
literally
they get a
am just,
notification when
I don't,
you
dude, hood
play their
servative is,
streams?
you know what? Let's call it a hood servative realism. I
And
know.
I think that that's more detrimental. The same criticism
No,
that
it's
you
not
have for John.
detrimental.
Yeah, it
Now,
is,
it's
because
not
you got a guy who's
detrimental.
trying to understand it. He's on a journey. You come through kibosh and his
Fuck it,
train of
dude,
thought.
motherfucker. You
That's
can't be,
crazy.
if you are still on this kind of journey at 50, then motherfucker, I can't help you. I'm not your goddamn father or teacher or whatever. Dude, why do I have to have patience with that? That's what y'all don't understand. I'm not obligated to fucking hold your hand.
You're the elder statesman now. I don't know if you
Motherfucker,
understand
it is not my job.
title.
You're either
What all comes
here,
with that title?
dude. A
That's
20-year-old.
something that people look to you like the
I
wise
am
man. That's
not
how you
going.
respond to the
I'm
young.
not, dude.
Let's say that they are misguided.
I'm
That's how
not
you
helping,
respond to that?
dude. I will recommend books. Y'all do your homework. I'm not. Do self-study. I'm not your teacher. I'm not going to motherfucking hold a 40-year-old man's hand to teach him how to think. You should have learned that shit back in fucking high school. And all I have to say is if you are literally approaching some of these arguments through a race realist lens, you're a racist. And I'm not going to bother fucking trying to help. Dude, I'm not Daryl Dixon.
I don't have this race pride thing, right? But if
I didn't say race pride. I said
well,
race
I'm saying
realism.
race
There's a
pride.
difference.
But if I
There's no
did,
race. There's no pride in being a fucking black racist.
I will never pray for patience. I swear to God.
Dude.
But if I had racial pride, right, and I wanted some of my people to see something that I seen in a different way than how they see it, and I just want to share what I saw.
Okay, dude.
Yeah, I'm walking it slow because I'm trying to get off of the argument.
You are not getting my point.
I get your point.
Sometimes you have to think above the racial argument to be objective. I'm literally saying if you look at stuff through a racial lens, think above it. Get outside that racist or racial box. Think of it just as someone with no race. And I'm not a fan of colorblind. It has its own problems. But dude, if you think small hats act a certain way because they're small hats, don't talk to me because it's boring and just provably wrong. If you think black women vote Democrat because they're black women, that's literally, in my mind, idiocy. If you think white people vote for Trump because they're white, color of skin, it's cultural. Let's start talking culture. Okay. And even then you're on a slippery slope because not all, cultures aren't monolithic. You guys don't know much. Okay. And this is why I get frustrated. And I mean this with all kindness, and I'm not really being venomous. Y'all don't know shit. Hood Conservative doesn't know shit. And he certainly doesn't know the other side of the argument. Okay. This bullshit that Hood Conservative wants to post as some absolute truth is shameful, to be honest. I would never call Hood Conservative an intellectual. He doesn't know both sides of the argument. And I'll give you another story.
No. I got a question. It's burning in the back of my head.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Can I go or you?
Oh no, I'm silent. I'm waiting.
Okay, since we said that the voting habit is a culture, right? Did we agree on that?
Nope, I did not say that.
Oh God, damn. Anyway,
I
all
said
right. So then I'll
because
take my question and make
it's
it into a
culture.
statement.
Please be complete. I said culture and history.
Culture and history. Great. So if we were to say, if we were to search for one monolith, example of
Why
a
are we
monolith,
searching for a monolith?
the closest example of a monolith would be the 9181.
And it's because
So you can't.
of whoa.
God,
The
damn.
91% is explained by what, Dave?
Culture and history.
Okay, well then, yes. The answer is yes. Culture
It's a
and history.
monolith.
No.
I said closest thing to a monolith. Okay, it's the closest thing to a
Okay,
monolith.
well, you know what? I'll just give you that closest to a monolith. But as long as the why there's a monolith is explainable, okay, I wouldn't call it a monolith, but what the fuck? Because I'm sure a lot of people, if Republicans weren't fucking so in love with racists, there are probably a lot of in that monolith who actually want to vote Republican, but they just can't because they don't like racists. They don't like Charlie Kirk. They don't like Nick Fuentes. They don't like Trump. So the monolith is literally not an actual monolith. It's kind of a choice. I'm sure there are plenty of people who don't necessarily, they hold their nose and vote Democrat. So is it a monolith? I don't know. You can call it that and get away
if
with
you're not,
it.
if you're not in that
Okay.
group, you're not this or you're not that
Okay,
or you are
motherfucker,
this.
I'm literally telling you it's not a monolith. You could call it that and get away with it, but is it a monolith? If you have to hold your nose and vote Democrat because the fucking Republicans have dinner with Nick Fuentes at Thanksgiving, dude, is that really a monolith?
The closest thing we've ever seen.
You know what? You're incorrigible, and let's just move on. I don't fucking have time for this.
Because you know I'm right.
I'm afraid I've given up.
There's certain
I've given up.
Can't escape, Stanley.
Let me put it to you this way. I am willing to let you keep thinking you're right because you can't actually think outside your little box.
I've conceded weaker arguments to you, Stanley. This one is
you not have a strong argument. No,
it's not a strong argument in the least bit.
This is literally one of your weaker arguments.
I can enjoy it. You can't take my joy.
Hey, you are certainly entitled to your enjoyment. This obviously is your weed.
Oh no, I'm supposed to be in the bed. This is silly. I'm enjoying it.
Go to bed.
I'm on a solid snake level. I'm just going to start saying some shit.
No one. Only Solid Snake. John Galt can be on that Solid Snake level, but no, you're nowhere near that. Don't discredit your argument to that point.
But I don't really think that they were being racist by just pointing out what groups do, the trends of the groups. In the context of their conversation,
you know what?
They're not even talking about crime.
Hey, if they had been as specific, if they had said the word trend, that if you start talking about the trends, that assumes not everybody is following the trend. They just went ahead and said Jews or white people or black people. Dude, context and words matter. If they had used the word, well, black people tend to do this. I'm fine with that.
Then that's not. It's such a small. It's a hairline.
Hey, dude, it is literally called subtlety. It is literally called nuance.
It's called PC.
Okay, let me say this. Black conservatives lack nuance in most of their arguments. And I'm just going to lump y'all all together.
Most people on the panel here.
Well, now, are your feelings hurt now?
Nah,
y'all are a fucking.
defensive
Not
position.
only are you a
It's
monolith,
effective.
you are a lumpen mass. Not even a monolith. You're
what
just
you do
one
is
big
effective.
pile.
You are
You're
good
just
at taking
one big
people off the
pile of
offense and
black
put them on this
conservatives. You are
balance
a
beam. Walk
writhing
straight with
mass
6 beers
of
in your
black
system.
conservatism.
I can
You're
walk
all the
straight with 6
same.
beers in
You're
my
all the
system.
same. And not only that, black conservatives are genetically disposed to fucking sound stupid and just be anathema to other black people. It's genetics. It's race realism.
You sound racist.
Do I now? Get my point?
You trying to put that shoe on?
When I just lump all of y'all into one big
just as good
heap,
for you to say
when I
it is for
lump you
somebody
all
else to tell the
into,
truth.
hey, you're all solid snakes.
It felt good. Just a minute. Just imagine telling the truth when you do that.
You know
it feels
what?
even better.
I will go farther and say y'all love being one big mass of writhing solid snakes. You get some sexual pleasure out of all that writhing.
Oh God.
Hey, it's realism. It's race realism.
Yeah, now just imagine telling the truth. It feels even better.
Dude, you know what? Unfortunately, y'all don't know the truth. The truth is, if you look at stuff constantly through a racist lens, you are racists. That's the actual truth.
And I respected earlier when you observed reality and came up with a conclusion. I said, I respect that, Stanley. And then when somebody else observes reality, it's racist. I get it.
Dude, I respect your reality. I just don't share it because I know better.
I'm gonna break that one down.
No, dude. You always hear me say something about knowing the opposite argument. It helps you come at least somewhat closer to a balanced view of what reality is. And y'all don't do that. Okay, Hood Conservative will read Mein Kampf, but he won't read someone like what's her name? I'll think of her name in a minute. It's all Mein Kampf with someone like a Hood Conservative. He won't read a Jew.
I got your point. Hey, I'm gonna take off, man. I ain't gonna lie. I'm halfway dozing.
Nope. You got to get up and work in the morning, and I think the masses in this audience are just kind of punch drunk too. So let's see, 10:25. Who knows? I might be up at 7:45 in the morning. Who the fuck knows? No one else has hit the link. There is literally. Have you noticed I started calling the link the dare link? Like, motherfuckers, I dare you to come up. So
they ain't got it in them. They ain't got it in them. You got to troll harder.
No, I understand. You know what? Ponies can't motherfucking. You know what? He's been eating all that fermented straw. He's not fit to whinny. Lou, you know what? you are on the same wavelength sometimes is hood conservative. Y'all think you say things, you think you hear things, and maybe I just think quicker. So, all right, folks. I think it's time to wrap this sucker up. And I totally enjoyed it, Dave. I always enjoy talking to you. And Lou, you should have brought yourself up too. Next time, hit the dare link. So I will see y'all. Let's see. I will see y'all in the morning or at some point.
All right, Stanley, be cool.
You too.